Build your destiny. Manifest your inner self and fulfill your aspirations. Wayne Dyer. He was an American spiritual growth book writer and psychologist. Build your destiny. Introduction. You have, within yourself, the power to achieve everything you could wish for. This is the central theme of Build Your Destiny, which is unlike any other book I have previously written. I have chosen to write on the subject of the rally because I have been drawn to it, and not because it is the next logical step in the succession of books that I have produced over the past 2 decades. And it seems that I have been drawn to this subject by a force that has not allowed me to ignore it. As I start writing, I notice a certain humility coupled with a sense of arrogance just for tackling this question. Those feelings raised questions like, who am I to write about this ability to manifest? What do I really know about the demonstration? Isn't that area reserved for divine beings? What gives me authority to speak to others about a capacity that uniquely belongs to the gods? These questions stirred in my mind. Ultimately, I was more motivated than I would like to accept because of my doubts about myself. When I began the task of writing about these spiritual principles, I had no idea what I was going to say, how I would say it, and how many principles I would find. So I did what I had encouraged my readers of my most recent book, Your Holy Self, to do. I banished all my doubts from my mind and began to hear the inner voices that kept telling me that I would receive the guidance I needed and that I would not find myself alone in this project. In other words, I gave up and deepened my meditations, allowing myself to free myself from all fear and doubt and simply trust. A part of myself knew that all of us possess the ability to manifest the invisible world of spirit in the material world. He believed it that way because the words of all the great spiritual teachers encourage us to see ourselves as unlimited beings and to see that even the humblest of us have the divine power of God at their disposal, in each of the moments of our lives. But it seemed like a daunting task to dare to write that in a book, and offer the spiritual principles that we have to learn and master to do so. It was then, when I was considering writing about these principles without even having a very clear idea of exactly what they were and in what order to present them, that I received a message from a teacher named Guruji, to whom this book is dedicated. In that message, Sri Guruji instructed me to listen to a tape on the power of manifestation and to practice in my own life what I was taught, and then present this manifestation technique to the world. He explained to me that the ability to stop manifesting had been known and practiced by the great Eastern teachers and sages for thousands of years and that it was then kept secret for centuries. I listened to the tape with great interest and began to practice the principles of manifestation as presented in this book in my daily meditations. I experienced amazing results almost immediately. I then began to include an analysis of these results in my lectures and to teach those spiritual principles, which I had begun to practice in my life, although without cataloging or organizing them in any way. A few months later I produced a CD and cassette titled Manifestation Meditations, and thousands of people began to use these principles and practice the meditative techniques of manifestation. The results have been mentally incredible. People who use these techniques and healthy meditation have written to me from all over the world. Healthy meditation, described in this book, has produced amazing manifestations in the lives of many people. I have heard stories told of the manifestation of job promotions, of people supposedly unable to have a baby and who, nevertheless, have had it, of parting ways with a house that had been for sale for some years without finding potential buyers, and of others stories of prosperity and healing bordering on the true miracle. I know these principles work. Its miraculous power is not based on belief, but on certainty. I know that we have divine powers that we have not used up to now mainly due to our conditioning. I know that if you diligently practice these 9 principles, you can begin to manifest for yourself everything that you are capable of conceiving with your mind. I am aware that entering this area of manifestation is like traveling a path with which we are not familiar. When deciding to step into the unknown, it is clear that you cannot know for sure what awaits you. I ask you, therefore, to avoid carefully filling that path with preconceptions. Make an effort to read these principles and begin to apply them in your daily life without judging them based on what you have been conditioned to believe about yourself as a person who is only human and therefore limited. Preconceptions will only serve to contaminate your unlimited potential to manifest your dearest wish. What you want is of fundamental importance, although you may never have thought that desire and a higher spiritual awareness are compatible things. It is impossible to imagine a world without desire. To create is to wish. Even the desire to have no desire is already a desire in itself. Your desires, cultivated as seeds of potential on the path of spiritual awareness, can flourish in the form of freedom so that you can have them in peace and harmony with your own world. Giving yourself permission to explore that path means taking the liberty of using your mind to create the exact material world that matches your inner world. That inner world is the one that acts as a catalyst to determine the experiences of the physical world. You will have to abandon the idea that you are powerless in the face of the circumstances of your life. You will need to abandon the group mentality that tells you that you are incapable of producing a manifestation. Groupthink inhibits your natural abilities to create your own life, just the way you want it to be. Examine the pressures and beliefs that you have incorporated into yourself, which reflect the thinking of your immediate family, your wider family, your community, the religious group to which you belong, the ethnic group, the educational/business group, or any other multitude of specialized units of people. Determine those areas in which your life is mediated by predetermined mental dispositions, which slow your personal evolution because what you really want or believe does not get any energy from your own uniqueness. By staying connected with a group conscience, you are actually saying, I choose to evolve slowly. Also, that mindset always gives you permission to be weak and powerless. Choose to evolve with a group, rather than spontaneously, as dictated by your inner consciousness. If you truly understand the capacity for manifestation, you will realize that you can control the speed at which change occurs in your life. A practicing mystic will manifest quickly because he is connected to the world behind his eyes, rather than seeing the world as dictated by the eyes of the group and all of his ancestors. As you experience disconnection from these outside forces, you will see the speed of your evolution increase dramatically. If you hear an inner voice, behind your eyeballs, saying, "Move on," you will no longer wait for someone to move forward, before taking the first step. No longer will you have to review your suggestions to check against the group mindset, which is meant to keep you safe and discourage your individuality. I was able to start my enlightenment journey only after fully acknowledging that the group's agreement to keep me safe and to love myself inappropriately did not allow me to pursue something more endeavor. If you wait until everyone else has learned to express their dearest wishes, you won't have enough time in this life to even begin your own journey. You have to disconnect from your conditioning and know, within that intimate space behind your eyes, that you can and will accept the challenge of manifesting your destiny. By cultivating inner conviction about the manifestation of the world of the invisible in the material world, you will understand that there is a universal force found in everything in the universe. There is no separate God for each individual, each plant, each animal, each mineral. They are all one. Consequently, the same divine force within you, which makes you think and breathe, is found simultaneously in all human beings and in all things. It is something universal. So there is no place where it is not. Consequently, what you perceive as absent from your own life, also contains the same divine force or universal intelligence that is within you. Manifestation, therefore, is nothing more than shaping a new aspect of yourself. You are not creating something from nothing. Learn to align yourself with an aspect of your being that your senses did not know could be activated. This is a very important part of this understanding. You and the one you want to manifest in your life are one. When I was writing this book, I had the most peaceful writing experience I have ever enjoyed. What you now have in your hands is the result of these 9 principles. Every day he did exactly what he had written about them. As I practiced them, I realized that I was producing a manual for spiritual manifestation that anyone could pick up and start applying the moment they read the printed words. I knew there was no need to fill this book with hundreds of examples of these principles and how they had worked for me and many of my students, as well as readers around the world. I knew that it was not necessary to include a large number of quotes and statements, as I have done in many of my previous books. This was something else entirely. The key word that I kept in mind as I wrote that allowed these principles to manifest through me was stick with it. For me, that meant giving up all weird verbiage, not including case studies, and using minimal citations. I got used to a writing style characterized as, say what you want to say. Say it simply. Say it directly. Say it from the bottom of your heart and resist the temptation to overwrite. And that's what I did when producing this book. There are no chapters but simply 9 principles. Each of them is explained in the simplest and most direct way that I have been able to find. Each of them comes directly from the bottom of my heart and not from my head. I listened to my own guide and then wrote what it told me to do. I only stopped when I had the feeling that I had said what I needed to say and that I had provided specific suggestions for putting these principles into practice. You have in your hands the manual that most sticks to the subject and that I have been able to produce to teach the fundamental principles for individual manifestation. I am convinced that if you practice these 9 principles, you will find guidance. You will not be alone on this journey and you will see your wishes manifest as your destiny in your everyday life. Finally, you will know that your task is to say yes. Instead of asking how. I just send you all the green lights. Wayne Dyer. First principle. Be aware of your higher self. Within yourself there is a divine capacity for manifestation and to attract whatever you need or desire. This is such a powerful statement that I suggest you read it again to savor it, before starting this journey. Most of the things that we are taught to believe about our reality conflict with that statement. However, I am so convinced that it is true and valuable that I encourage you to let go of all your hesitations and allow that thought to enter your consciousness. I have the divine ability to manifest and attract what I need or desire. Being aware of your higher self is not something that occurs through physical exertion, nor can it be based on supernatural techniques such as invoking angels to perform that heavenly task on your behalf. What it is about, essentially, is to learn that you are a physical body located in a material world, at the same time as a non-physical being that can access a higher level. That higher level is within yourself and is reached through the phases of adult development. Many writers have explored the stages of development from childhood through adolescence, but very few of them have written about the stages of development of adulthood. Once we reach adulthood, each of us seems to go through 4 phases. These phases of our life represent a way of thinking, although they are not necessarily associated with age or experience. Some of us move quickly through them. We learn at an early age that we are a physical self as well as a higher self. Others, on the other hand, remain anchored throughout their lives in one of the first phases. Carl Jung, in Modern Man in Search of a Soul, offered some critical insights into the developmental tasks of adulthood. He was convinced that higher self-consciousness is a developmental task of adulthood. In the next section I offer my own interpretation of Dr. Jung's phases of adult development. I write about these phases with a certain degree of experience because I have spent many years in each of them. They have been like stepping stones to ascend to my consciousness of a higher self. Each phase involved experiences that allowed me to continue advancing in my thinking and in my consciousness. Ultimately, I got to the level where I was able to use those 9 principles to co-create my own life. That is, to manifest my own destiny. As you read them, examine the personal and unique phases of your adult development that find a parallel in Dr. Jung's archetypes. Your goal is to be aware of your higher self as a dimension of your being that transcends the limitations of the physical world. The 4 phases of adult development. The athlete. The word athlete is not intended here to denigrate athletes or athletic behavior, but rather to serve as a description of the period in our adult lives in which we fundamentally identify with our physical body and how it functions in our life. Every day. It is the period in which we measure our worth and happiness by our appearance and our physical abilities. Those capacities are very numerous and uniquely personal. They can include such things as how fast we can run, how far we throw a ball, how high we can jump, and the size of our muscles. We judge the value of our physical appearance by a canon of attractiveness based on the shape, size, color, and texture of body parts, hair, and complexion. In a consumer culture like ours, judgment extends even to the look of our cars, houses, and clothes. These are concerns that we have when the person is in the initial phase of adult development. It is the period when life seems impossible without a mirror and a continuous stream of approval to make us feel safe. The athlete phase is the period of our adult development in which we most fully identify with our performance, attractiveness, and accomplishments. Many people leave the athlete phase behind and come to make more meaningful considerations. Some of us go in and out of this phase, depending on our personal circumstances. A few remain in the athlete phase throughout your life. Whether you advance beyond the athlete phase is determined by how you obsess over your own body as the primary source of self-identification. Obviously, it is healthy to take care of the body, treating it kindly, exercising it and nourishing it in the best way that your circumstances allow. Taking pride in your looks and enjoying compliments does not mean, however, that you are obsessed with your body. However, if your daily activities revolve around a certain criterion of performance and appearance, you are in the phase that I have come to call the athlete. This is not a period when you can practice the art of manifestation. To achieve the ability to know and use your inner divine energy, you have to overcome the idea that you are an exclusively physical being. The warrior. Once we have passed the athlete phase, we generally enter the warrior phase. It is a period in which the ego dominates our lives and we are driven to conquer the world to demonstrate our superiority. My definition of the ego is the idea we have of ourselves as important and separate from everyone else. This can be seen as an acronym for exclusively opportunistic guidance, since the ego represents our exclusive identification with our physical and opportunistic self in our material world. The goal of the ego-driven warrior is to subdue and defeat others in a race for the top spot. During this phase we are concerned with achieving goals and achievements in competition with others. That ego-dominated phase is full of anxiety, an endless comparison of our success. Trophies, rewards, titles and the accumulation of material objects is what helps us to record our achievements. The warrior feels intensely concerned about the future and about anything or everything that might stand in his way or interfere with his status. He is motivated by slogans such as, "If you don't know where you are going, how will you know you have arrived? Time is money, and gold is everything, winning is not everything, it is the only thing, life is a fight, if I don't get my share, someone else will." In the warrior phase, status and position in life become obsessions. Convincing others of our superiority is the reason for this period of life in which the ego is the director. It is the period when we try to do what warriors do, conquer and claim for ourselves the spoils of our victories. The test to determine whether or not you have left this phase is to examine what is the driving force in your life. If the answer is to conquer, defeat, acquire, buy, and win at all costs, you are clearly still in the warrior phase. You will probably go in and out of this phase regularly as a way to function effectively in the marketplace. Only you yourself can determine how intensely that attitude dominates your existence and drives your life. If you live fundamentally installed on this level, you will not be able to manifest, in the sense that I am describing. The statesman. The statesman-dominated phase of life is the period in which the ego has been mastered and the consciousness shifted. In this phase, we want to know what is important to the other person. Instead of obsessing over our own troubles, we can ask with real interest what the others are. We have begun to know that our fundamental purpose is to give, rather than to receive. The statesman is still someone who tries to achieve things and is very often athletic. However, the inner urge is to serve others. True freedom cannot be experienced until you learn to master your ego and leave your obsession with yourself behind. When you feel upset, anxious or purposeless, Ask yourself to what extent this is due to your way of assessing how you are being treated and perceived. You are only truly free when you can let go of your own thoughts about yourself for a long period of time. Going from the warrior phase to the statesman phase was an extremely liberating experience for me. Before making the change, I had to consider all my ego needs when I was lecturing. That meant worrying about how I would be received and analyzed, whether people would want to buy my books and tapes, or about the fear of losing my composure and getting upset. There came a time when, without the need for any conscious effort, I began to meditate before my lectures. During my meditation, I silently recited a mantra in which I wondered how I could serve. My pronunciation improved significantly once I stepped away from my ego and entered the statesman phase. The statesmanship phase of adulthood is about service and appreciation for all that one has accomplished in life. At this level, you are very close to your higher self. The fundamental force in your life is no longer the desire to be the most powerful and attractive, or to dominate and conquer. You have entered the realm of inner peace. You will always find the blessing you are looking for when you act in the service of others, regardless of what you do or what your interests are. One of the most moving stories I have ever heard is that of Mother Teresa, who, even in her 80s, cares for the needy she encounters on the streets of Calcutta. A friend of mine from Phoenix was scheduled to do a radio interview with her. As they talked, before the interview began, Pat said to her, "Mother Teresa, is there anything I can do to help your cause? Can I help you get money or give you some publicity?" Mother Teresa replied, "No, Pat, you don't need to do anything. My cause has nothing to do with publicity, and it has nothing to do with money. It is about something much higher than that." Pat persisted and said, "Is there really nothing I can do for you? I feel helpless." Mother Teresa's response was, "If you really want to do something, Pat, get up at 4 tomorrow morning and hit the streets of Phoenix. Find someone who lives in them who thinks they are alone, and convince them that they are not. That's what you can do. That is a true statesman person, capable of giving to others each and every day of his existence. By helping others to know that they are not alone, that they too have a divine spirit within them, regardless of their life circumstances, we move towards a higher self that gives us a sense of peace and purpose that cannot be achieved in life." Athlete and warrior experiences. It is here that we can remember the words of Mother Teresa, "Every day I see Jesus Christ in all kinds of painful disguises." There is still a phase higher than that of the statesman. The fourth phase is where I have been carefully directing you on this journey of consciousness development. The spirit. Regardless of how old you are and what position you occupy, when you enter this phase of life, you recognize the true essence, the higher self. By knowing your higher self, you are on your way to becoming the co-creator of your entire world, to learning to control your life circumstances, and to participate confidently in the act of creation. Thus, you literally become a manifestor. The spiritual phase of life is characterized by an awareness that this place called Earth is not your home. You know that you are not an athlete, a warrior, or even a statesman, but an infinite, limitless, immortal, universal, and eternal energy temporarily residing in a body. You know that nothing dies, that everything is an energy that is constantly changing. As a soul with a body, you are passionately drawn to your inner world. You leave your fears behind and begin to experience a kind of detachment from this physical piano. You become an observer of your world and move to other dimensions of consciousness. This infinite inner energy is not only in you, but also in all things and all people alive or who have lived in the past. He begins to know that intimately. To evolve beyond the earthly plane, you need to learn to leave it at will to find the source of that infinite energy that is responsible for filling your lungs, making your heart beat, growing your hair, and allowing yourself to read the words on this page. You, as a physical being, do not grow your hair, it is nature that does it for you. The energy that you are takes care of all the details. That spirit that you are is not contained in any way by the physical domain. It has no borders, no shapes, and no limits on its outer edges. You are aware of the true source of life, even when you have been conditioned to think otherwise. Upon reaching this level, you find yourself in the space in which I think of being in this world, but without being of this world. That energy that you are, and that you can call whatever you want, spirit, soul, can never die and has never died in the past. Most people think of the spirit world as something that will happen in the future, that they will know after death. Most of us have been taught that the higher self is something that cannot be known as long as we are trapped in a body on this planet. However, the spirit is now. It is in you at this precise moment, and the energy is not something that you will end up knowing, but it is what you are here and now. The invisible energy that was once in Shakespeare, in Picasso, in Galileo, or in any human form, is also available to all of us. That is the reason why spiritual energy does not die, but simply changes shape. Even though our rational brain has been trained to believe that when a person dies his spirit disappears, the truth is that energy cannot be destroyed. Your higher self is the currently existing spirit within you. The energy that was Picasso was not his body, just as the energy that was Shakespeare was not in his body. It was the inner feelings and creative genius that took the form of a body and a creation on canvas or paper. That never died. It cannot die because it has no frontiers, no beginning or end, and no physical characteristics that we can call form. That energy is within you. If you want to know it, you can tune into it and, when you do, leave the limitations of this earthly plane to enter a dimension without limits that allows you to create and attract to yourself everything you want or need for this trip. At this level, you let go of your emotional attachment to what you consider to be your own reality. That detachment is followed by the awareness that the observer within you, always observing your surroundings and your own thoughts, is actually the source of your physical world. This, together with your willingness to enter that area, is the beginning of learning to attract to yourself what you want and need while you are in a physical world. Until then, it is very likely that you have not been able to detach yourself from your attachment to the material world. Maybe you think there is no other world. If so, you have abandoned your divine capacity, which is the cause of how intensely you are attached to the sensory world. Acquiring the awareness that you have a higher self that is universal and eternal will allow you to access that world with greater freedom and participate in the act of manifesting the desires of your heart. The visible and the invisible. Consider for a moment the world as you see around you, including your body. What is the cause of everything you observe? Contemplate who it is that is observing and take note of all the stuff. Who is that invisible eye within all the tubes, bones, arteries and skin that make up your physical form? To truly know yourself, you have to understand that everything you observe around you was and is caused by something that exists in the world of the invisible. That something is the world of the spirit. When looking at a gigantic oak, ask yourself what caused the tree to become what it is now. It started from a tiny acorn, a young seedling that grew into a mighty tree. Your logical and rational mind tells you that inside that acorn there must have been something like trees. The only thing you find is a mass of brownish matter, of dust at rest. If you examine that brownish mass that constitutes the acorn more closely, you will find smaller shreds of brownish matter, until ultimately you will discover characteristically bloated molecules. Then you will find atoms and then electrons and subatomic particles, until finally you will find the smallest possible with the help of a powerful microscope. Here you will discover that there are no particles, but waves of energy that mysteriously come and go. Your conclusion will be that the acorn and the tree have an invisible and immeasurable creator, called spirit, or soul by those of us who need to classify these things. The source of everything, therefore, is a non-thing, since it is not in the dimension of the measurable. This invisible world that is the source of the world of what is seen, is also the original cause of your existence. Observe yourself scientifically and you will discover that you are not your own creation. If you have not created yourself, what has created you? We can go back to conception and explain creation as a drop of human protoplasm colliding with another, resulting in your appearance as a tiny spot that grew into the body you are now. But, if you reflect a little more on those drops of human protoplasm and increase the power of the microscope, and if you do the same with the spot that was your first experience of form, you will discover the same truth that defined the acorn. At first you are energy, an energy that has no dimensions, that is not in the visible world. That is our original self. It is a potentiality, not an object. A future attraction, if you like, the potential to become something and stop being a non-thing. In one way or another, everyone believes that they have a soul or a spirit, but that it is not important for everyday life. It can become really significant, however, after the body dies. Here I take a different position, which is at the core of this first principle of manifestation. It will lead you to your higher self and then to the ability to live a miraculous life of co-creating with God your ideal state of being. Furthermore, this spirit is permanent and incapable of being lost or eliminated. Your destiny is to become a co-creator with God and treasure the sanctity of all that exists in this world in the way we call home, but which is really only a transitory place of passage. Your creative ability originates from the invisible mind. It starts in the invisible world of waves and energy. This is also the case with planets, stars, flowers, animals, rocks, yourself, your possessions, your creations, everything, without exceptions. Examine anything and you will discover that at the core there is no form, but only an invisible quality that takes it from the world of the invisible to the world of the observable. It is this world of the invisible that I would like you to consider as you read these words. Imagine that there are two worlds in which you coexist at all times. Look around you now, at the world of form. Then look inside yourself to realize that there begins the invisible dimension, the one that we are not even close to understanding. Then take the great leap into the awareness that you are simultaneously these two worlds. You are not separated from the world of the invisible any more than you are from the world of the visible. You are a combination of both at all times of your life, even when you have ended up believing that you reside exclusively in the world of the visible, and that the invisible is something else, different from yourself. It's you, all of it. Right now. The problem most of us face in becoming manifestators and learning to control the circumstances of our lives is that we have lost our ability to swing between the world of form and the world of the invisible. Imagine that there is a line that crosses the room where you are at this moment. Suppose that everything to the right of that line represents the world of the scene. To the left of the line is everything that is the cause of what is to the right. The invisible world is on the left, and the visible world is on the right. Now challenge the belief that you, the whole of yourself, cannot enter the world to the left of the imaginary line. If you crossed that line from time to time, you would enter the world of the Creator. Have you been taught that the Creator is something outside of yourself? In the second principle I will go into this in more detail. If so, your inner world, the world of the invisible, is full of ideas that prohibit you from participating in the creative process. There are dogmas that consider the idea of participating in the creative process to be blasphemy, or stupid, or to hold oneself in too high a regard. But let's go back to the opening sentence of this first principle and read it again until it resonates within you. Within yourself there is a divine capacity for manifestation and to attract all that you need or desire. It is even more than just being inside of you. It is you, and you have to overcome your conditioning and give yourself permission to enter that world. Cross the line that separates your physical self from the self that is just as real, only invisible. By overcoming the mental obstacles that prevent you from crossing the line, your invisible self will be the ticket that will lead you to creation in your life. Transcend your conditioning. Like it or not, all of us have been conditioned to think and act in ways that have become automatic. We have to figure out how to overcome that conditioning if we want to access our higher selves. You can be sure that the ego will not take this kind of effort well. Asking the ego to help lower its own importance so that you can gain access to your higher self is equivalent to trying to stand on your shoulders. The ego is as incapable of turning away, in deference to spirit, as the eye is capable of seeing itself or the tip of your tongue is capable of touching itself. So your task becomes a heap of paradoxes. If you trust your ego to help you overcome its own influences, you will only strengthen its hold over you. You have to imagine how to emancipate awareness from the limitations of your mind and body. In the ego state, you generally experience yourself as a separate entity. To go beyond this conditioning, you will want to begin to see yourself as humanity, rather than as a separate form of a body. Simply put, if you have the feeling of being disconnected from the rest of humanity and truly being a separate entity that needs to test itself and compete with others, you will not be able to manifest your heart's desire. The demonstration is not about getting things that are not here. It is more about attracting what is already here and is part of yourself on a spiritual level. If you remain separate, what you wish to manifest will be continually unattainable for you. If you move that awareness around you and you can see yourself as part of what you want, you will have transcended the conditioning of your ego, and of all the other egos that have contributed to this process in your life. With the awareness of God within yourself, you not only dissolve the identification of your ego as separate from God, but you leave behind your old ways of seeing yourself. By awakening to your higher self, you will overcome your conditioning as a separate being with practice. Here are some of the conditioned thoughts that make the ego dominate your life and prevent you from materializing what you want and what it wants you. 1. I have no control over my life. That force is located outside of me. This kind of conditioned response to the circumstances of your life places responsibility outside of you and becomes a useful excuse when your life does not follow the path that you would like it to follow. You can change this perception at any moment and begin to trust that the life force of the universe is exactly what you are. Think about this idea every day, perceiving how the life force flows through you. Take your attention away from ego-dominated thoughts about your life circumstances, and focus them on the present moment, consciously observing how you breathe, the sounds, textures, smells and scenes that the life force experiences through you. Practice turning away from thoughts about your life at any given moment, and try to experience the life force flowing through your senses. 2. People cannot manifest, it all depends on how the cosmic die falls. It is a very popular idea, especially among those who find themselves in circumstances that are not conducive to them. Placing the blame for what happens on some external, invisible force that controls the universe is a habit of conditioning that leads to handicapping and ultimately defeat. You will have to let go of this hallucination that you have no capacity to attract what you want. Keep in mind that you are not practicing magic when you learn to manifest, but simply manifest a new aspect of yourself that has remained hidden. The universe is not something outside of you. You are the universe. You are that force that manifests itself in all things, even those that have not managed to appear in your life until now. Remember, it will be whatever you want it to be. If you think you can't do something, that is precisely what will happen. I can't leads to the following conditioned response. 3. I have tried it before and it has never worked. In this case, the conditioned response is to believe that if you try something and fail, any further attempt will result in failure. The key word here is try. Trying something means putting in an effort, working towards something, putting a great deal of effort into it, setting goals, and so on. Put the book down for a moment and try to pick up a pencil from the table. Just try to take it. You will discover that there is no such thing as trying. Either you take it or you don't. Point. What you call trying to take it is simply not taking the pencil. Let go of your obsession with the past and attempts and instead remain relaxed and calm, focused on the present moment, observing your life force free from judgment and explanation. You will see how the good things begin to multiply in your life as you understand that you have the capacity to influence what happens to you and that there is a whole universe full of abundance waiting for you once you abandon that reasoning that says that your past has to be you. Present. The reason you have not managed to manifest what you want is because you find yourself attached to a wrong idea. Your past is an illusion. It is the path that you have left behind, and you cannot return to it, regardless of what you believe. Now you are in the present, and the path before you is full of new things that you have not done yet. Now you can change that attitude from your inner world. 4. Only highly evolved beings can manifest. This is how the ego speaks, telling you that you are separate and distinct from your spiritual teachers and from others who live on higher levels. Even if each spiritual practice encourages you to see what is divine in you, to know that you have the same mind as your teacher, and to discover the kingdom of heaven within yourself, your ego cannot accept it. He is indulging in separation and convinces you that you are less than those other highly evolved beings you have heard of. Reject those thoughts and imagine how that invisible force that is the divine essence in you unites you to other beings. Never put others above or below you, consider them as equals. You need to fully assimilate this idea before you can experience a true transformation. These are some of the thoughts that run through your head every time you contemplate the idea of having what you want. The first spiritual principle will help you overcome your conditioning. To do this, you must adopt a new attitude towards yourself and apply it in everyday life. More than inviting you to read about your higher self, I encourage you to get to know it, to look for it in yourself and never doubt it again. Having a philosophy is useless if it is simply a memorized list of rituals and teachings from experts. For a philosophy to work, it has to become an energy guideline that you use in your everyday life. You have to have an eternal truth, as well as a utilitarian quality that makes you feel it. I know it is true because I have applied it myself and it works. You too have a higher self, and you can come to know it both in its visible dimension and in its non-visible dimension. Once you are convinced of this, the conviction that the ego is the motivating and dominant force in your life will lose your power. I encourage you to follow the suggestions below to develop this first principle as a permanent part of your total awareness. This action plan worked for me. If I encounter a doubt, I return to this 4-point plan, which always allows me to reconcile with my higher self. How to know your superior self without any doubt. 1. Here is a great definition of enlightenment: being immersed and surrounded by peace. Your higher self just wants you to feel at peace. It does not judge, compare or demand that you defeat anyone, or that you be better than anyone. He just wants you to feel at peace. Every time you are about to act, ask yourself this question: is what I am about to say or do going to bring me peace? If the answer is yes, go ahead, let yourself be guided by the wisdom of your higher self. If the answer is negative, remember that it is your ego that is acting. The ego promotes confusion because it wants to establish its individual character, its separation from everything else, including God. It will push you in the direction of judgment and comparison. It will make you insist on being right and better. You can know your higher self by listening to the voice that only wants you to feel at peace. 2. Go beyond the restriction of the physical plane. The purpose of the higher self is to assist you in this endeavor. It does this by creating an inner sanctuary that is yours and yours alone. Go to this silent inner retreat as often as you can, and free yourself from the things that bind you to the outer world of the ego. As you retire to this sanctuary, a light will spring up within you that you will learn to know and respect. That light is your connection to the energy of manifestation. It is like taking a bath in pure light. You will feel this energy as you quietly withdraw within yourself. This light is not part of the earthly plane. It will help you go beyond the physical world. Remember that you cannot go beyond the earthly plane if you are still on it. Your real and invisible self can attract the energy of the sun, the wind, and everything that is heavenly. 3. Refuse to defend yourself against anyone or anything on the earthly plane. You have to learn to stay within your higher energy pattern, regardless of what happens before you in the material world. That means you become a kind of unknown sage who refuses to interact with anything that exists on this physical plane. That is the challenge of the higher self. It is beyond the reality system that you identify as matter and as form. Use your inner light for your alignment and allow those who disagree with that perspective to have their own points of view. It is at peace. You do not explain or show off your energy. You know it, and that's more than enough for you. 4. Finally, give up and trust the wisdom that created you. You are developing a faith that transcends the convictions and teachings of others. That trust is your corner of freedom, and it will always be yours. In fact, it is so important that it sets up the second spiritual principle of manifestation, which you will read about as you proceed to the next section. Your higher self is not simply a haughty, spiritualistic idea. It's a way to be. It is the first principle that you have to understand and assume to attract to yourself what you want and need for this parenthesis of eternity that you know as life. Second principle. Trusting yourself is trusting the wisdom that created you. Learning to trust can be difficult at first. It will be a futile exercise if you rely on your mind to build confidence. This is because the mind works on material problems by interpreting sensory data. In turning to spiritual questions, the mind tries to find intellectual answers through the use of evidence, logical and theoretical reasoning. It requires guarantees and proof to establish tangible results. In contrast, the heart method, focused on spiritual understanding, involves an intuitive recognition of the value of love. While the mind tries to know the spirit by establishing logical conditions that must be satisfied for a release of love to occur, the heart uses intuitive love as a method. It is not the conclusion of any reasoning. It is the act of spontaneity, not the result of bargaining with the intellect. The heart trusts the inner wisdom that it feels and knows spontaneously, while the mind demands scientific proof to be able to trust. In the West, most of us have been taught that the center of our wisdom is in the head. If you ask people where they think their ability to process thought and experience is, they will generally answer that in the brain. If you ask the same question to spiritually conscious people, they will tell you that in the heart. When the mind seeks corroboration through specific tests to aid spiritual understanding, it is invading a much more appropriate realm for the heart. For this reason, it is necessary to trust what the heart knows. Without total trust, it is impossible to know the miracles of the higher self and become a manifestor. Spiritual life does not depend on the accumulation of intellectual information. Spirituality needs the fertile soil of feelings provided by the dimension of the invisible. It is imperative to trust the space of your heart for the growth of a healthy spiritual life. That means cultivating a harmony between mind and heart, and, for most of us, that in turn means ending the domination of the intellect. The mind has to surrender its role as a permanent judge and allow the heart to contribute its wisdom. It is this process of performance that allows confidence to begin to flourish, to replace doubt. Distrust starts early in most human beings. It is useful to realize why the space of the heart has not been allowed to be the center of our being. Here are two theories that describe our place in nature. I think you will agree that the first theory illustrates why mistrust of ourselves and our divine abilities is so deeply ingrained. Two theories of nature that affect our ability to trust. First theory, nature as a mechanism. In the mechanistic view of nature, everything is an artifact made by a chief who goes by many different names. In the Western view, that boss is called God. This God is often depicted as a white-bearded male being, dwelling in heaven and creating the natural world. In this theory, the world is a construct and God the builder. The biblical God is fatherly, authoritative, beneficent, and in many ways tyrannical. Keep track of all things and know exactly what everyone is doing, and when its laws are broken. One of the operative aspects of this theory of nature is the idea of punishment for one's own sins. This God/Father asks us to account for the transgressions, judged by various interpreters of his laws who have affirmed, throughout history, to have access to the divine. Essentially, the universe is a monarchy in which God is the king and we are the subjects. All subjects are considered to be born with the stain of sin as part of their nature and, consequently, they are not trustworthy. This theory of nature makes many people feel alienated, thus fostering the view that we are separate from the boss. The more separated we feel from this God, the more we perceive the need to create some way of feeling worthwhile. So we create the idea of our importance based on external elements that we call ego. Ultimately, dependence on the ego leads to further separation as life becomes a contest and competition with others that we ourselves have designated. But the sense of alienation is partially appeased by the ego-directed attitude of us versus them. People are categorized and evaluated on the basis of egonomic, which includes appearance, tradition, language, and physical characteristics. I am convinced that the most worrying thing about this theory of nature is the impact it has on our ability to move from the security of self-confidence. Once someone has convinced himself that he is unworthy, that he is basically a sinner, he is lost. If you are not worthy, how can you think you are? Cannot. Everything is subject to doubt when God is a vengeful boss. That leads to the confusion of doubting everything, because our opinions, feelings, and convictions are not worthy. In this framework, even trust in God cannot be maintained, due to mistrust of ourselves. And not trusting in that God can mean breaking one of his laws. It is a dead-end situation. This theory of the unworthiness of nature, popular as it may be, is absolutely incompatible with the second principle of manifestation. You cannot tune into the power and energy of the universe to create and attract abundant life if that energy and power lie outside yourself. Second theory, nature as spontaneous and impartial. According to this theory of spontaneity, God is universal intelligence that flows through all things, that inspires the unfolding of the natural process. Emphasis is placed on the need for us to recognize the divine essence in all things, rather than striving to manage and control the natural world. The vital force is impartial and responsible for all creation. In this theory, nature is an unforced display of the forms of life, and there is no boss. Instead of learning to manage and control the natural world, the urge is to trust it. In this theory, God loves all things. Human beings are an aspect of this God and are therefore carriers of divinity. In general, this theory considers human beings as the highest level of life. Trusting this more evolved being implies trusting in the paradox of what we know as good and bad behavior, selfish and detached, greedy and generous, in the same way that we respect other life forms by trusting in its processes. If we trust our nature, there is no need to invent an ego that is separate from the divine. We will instinctively know how to live in harmony with nature. When we learn to view God as an invisible and loving power that is a part of all things and allows us to make our own decisions, God will become a part of ourselves. I am convinced that our nature is much more reliable than our thoughts. This second principle is aimed at promoting knowledge of ourselves, so that the natural process of what we want also wants us. Let us consider how our biological system attracts what it needs to grow hair, to digest food, to make nails hard or breasts soft, without the need for our thoughts to direct the process. Thinking can often lead us astray, while our nature unfolds in the form of bodies and minds that function extraordinarily well. When you trust this natural process, you begin to trust the nature of all things. The God in everything informs one's own confident responses to life. The very order of nature is sometimes tortuous and sometimes straight, as seen in the shapes of clouds or mountains. They do not follow any patterns that we can perceive, and yet they are perfect. When we insist on controlling nature, we are interfering with it. The need to correct nature shows mistrust. But when we relax and assume the infinite variations of the universe, we are allowing the divinity of nature to flow and unfold through our lives. We have then tuned into the divine. Think of yourself as a consciousness represented by God, in the same way that a wave is part of the ocean that is represented by the ocean itself. This theory of nature will promote the kind of confidence you need to attract everything that belongs to you in the universe. That divine and invisible energy is the ocean that your wave is part of. You can call it God, ocean, or anything else. This is a deeply exquisite awareness because deep down you will know that you are a part of all things. And that leads to miraculous manifestations in the sense that you find yourself really connected to everything you want to manifest, and you finally know that this is your truth. Be in everything at the same time. Authentic confidence is only achieved through the wisdom of the heart. As you enter this safe space, everything that belongs to you will come to you because you have created the internal capacity to receive it. The irony is that what you want to receive is actually part of yourself. This can be a difficult concept to assimilate, due to the ego's attachment to being separate and special. There is nothing in your rational mind that can convince you that water is made up of 2 parts hydrogen and 1 part oxygen. It is apparently nothing more than a flowing liquid and has nothing to do with gases. But when we analyze water, its constituent elements are revealed. And it is the same with the idea of being in all things at the same time. In our everyday experience, there is nothing that gives us much reason to believe that our mind has, as one of its constituent elements, something invisible that is in all living things. However, when we examine our life force and use quantum mechanics, we discover that that energy is not, in fact, a particle, but a wave that is the same in all forms of life. You will trust universal energy when you accept this irrational fact. Not only are you trustworthy, but you are part of the same life force that exists everywhere. If you really believe this, you will realize that everything that is missing in your life is part of the same energy that is in you. The manifestation then becomes the art of attracting what is already part of oneself. In a sense, it is like thinking that the things you want are on an infinitely long string, despite which they are attached to you in some invisible way. It is only a matter of trust to draw that rope to you, and everything that should come into your life will be there once you have developed the capacity to receive it. But you will not be able to receive it, nor remotely approach it if you are not fully convinced that you are an extension of God. I like to think of God as the ocean and myself as a glass. If I put the glass in the ocean, I feel like a glass full of God. No matter how you analyze it, the point is that it will continue to contain God. Now, the glass of God is not as big as the ocean, nor as omniscient or omnipotent, but it is still God. This metaphor allows me to trust both myself and the wisdom that has created me, and it also allows me to see our uniqueness. I have deliberately chosen not to use many quotes in this book. But I want to emphasize that every spiritual teacher and all the saints, teachers, gurus, or priests that have been in history, have expounded a similar advice. This perennial philosophy connects all of humanity, from tribal and ancient times, to civilized and current times. It is the message that God is inside and outside of all living things. And also that there is a world of which we are a part and that has not been subject to the laws of time and space. Furthermore, we are all part of that invisible spiritual world. Since it is everywhere, it is not only within you but it is you. This means that it is in ourselves that we have to seek God. The statement "you and the Father are one" is much more than an ecclesiastical warning. It is an affirmation of your own reality. With practice, you can learn to know this reality. You can learn to see the aura around all living things, to help others by protecting your energy and giving them strength and sustenance. In reality, it is not so much about a skill that can be learned as it is about relying on the energy that is part of yourself. Perhaps the most effective way to trust your own reality is through the power of prayer. Prayer and trust offer us seemingly magical methods of manifesting divine desire. But first you may have to change old perceptions regarding prayer, and search within yourself for a completely new vision. Prayer and trust. When it comes to prayer, it seems that we often see God as a kind of gigantic vending machine located in the sky, capable of granting us all our wishes once we have inserted the appropriate coins in the form of prayers. We insert prayers, press the button, and trust that God will dispense us with the goods we request. The vending machine thus becomes an object of our veneration. We tell the machine how good it is and how much we adore it, and we hope it will be good to us in return. The basic premise of this attitude is that God is outside of us and therefore what we need and want is also outside of us. This form of prayer is like practicing the absence, rather than the presence of God. If we believe we are separated from God, the vending machine's approach to prayer only reinforces and deepens this conviction. I prefer to promote the idea of prayer as a communion with God. Praying on a spiritual level then becomes an act that allows me to have the certainty that God is as close to us as our own breath. What we are looking for in prayer is the experience of coexisting with God. Prayer is our way of communicating that we are prepared for the desires of this sacred energy to manifest through our human form. There is no separation, no absence of God in us, but simply the presence of this force within us. Consequently, the true experience of God does not change or alter God, but changes us. Heal our sense of separation. If we are not changed by prayer, it is because we have denied ourselves the opportunity to know the wisdom that has created us. The search for happiness outside of ourselves reignites the idea that we are not complete and relegates prayer to the status of prayer before a boss/God. We ask for favors then, rather than looking for a manifestation of our invisible and inspired selves. Prayer, at the level I am referring to, is not asking for something, in the same way that trying to become a manifester is not asking for something to appear in your life. What I qualify as authentic prayer is inviting the divine desire to express itself through oneself. May I express the highest purpose, for my sake or that of all humanity. At this level, prayer expresses my experience of oneness with divine energy. This may seem like a radical or even blasphemous idea to you, but it is the source of all spiritual traditions. Here are a few examples. Christianity, the kingdom of heaven is within you. Islamism, those who know themselves know your God. Buddhism, look within yourself, you are the Buddha. Vedanta, part of Hinduism, Atman, individual consciousness, and Brahman, universal consciousness, are one. Yoga, part of Hinduism, God dwells within you as yourself. Confucianism, the sky, the earth, and the human are one body. Upanishads, part of Hinduism, by understanding yourself, you know this whole universe. Overcoming the constraints in this area is crucial. At first, you may be able to accept this idea on an intellectual level, but you may not be able to turn it into an authentic experience. So I suggest that you turn prayer into an experience, using it to replace the constant thoughts that haunt you throughout the day. Use your confidence to commune with God instead of spending time in a constant state of chit-chat. Replace thoughts about your experiences with the experience of prayer. For example, praying in this sense can simply be a phrase like, "Now the sacred guides me," or "The sacred love now flows through me," and recite it silently, instead of thinking. This type of prayer will help you cultivate your spiritual side and avoid ego chatter so that what you want can grow. My personal practice of prayer consists of participating in a communion with God, in which I see God within myself and ask Him for strength and wisdom to overcome any problems I may have. I know that I am not separate from this life force that we call God. I know that this force connects me with everything that exists in the universe, and that by directing my attention to what I wish to attract, I am not really doing more than manifesting a new aspect of myself. Then I let the results happen, the universe take care of the details. I retire in peace and remind myself that having heaven on earth is a choice that I have to make, not a place that I have to find. It is I who decide if I want the force of God to flow through me without restrictions, thus participating in the creation of my own life. Trust, then, is the basis of my prayer, and with it comes peace, which is the essence of manifestation. Peace, the result of trust. Your higher self wants you to experience peace, which is a definition of enlightenment. You may remember that I previously defined enlightenment as being immersed and surrounded by peace. The more you trust the wisdom that creates everything, the more you trust yourself. The result of trusting is that you have a tremendous sense of peace at your fingertips. When the ego insists on winning, comparing or judging, you can soften and calm its fears with the sense of peace that arises from trust. When you are able to trust, you will know that God and you are one, just as the glass of ocean water is the ocean itself. You are the force of God, just as a wave is what the ocean does. As this awareness grows, you will discover that you are a more peaceful person, and consequently enlightenment will become a part of your lifestyle. Being independent from the opinion of others and letting go of the need to be right are two powerful indicators that your life is moving towards the security that comes from trusting in God and in yourself. And yet there are many people in our lives who disturb our state of peace. The question then is to learn how to handle those who consciously or unconsciously disturb our experience of trust and peace. I once wrote an essay in a somewhat humorous tone entitled "Your soulmate is the person you have the hardest to bear." The essence of the essay was that the people who appear in our lives and with whom we agree and share similar interests, easy to accept, actually teach us very little. But those others who can drive us crazy and enrage us at the slightest provocation are our true teachers. The person who can really disturb your state of peace is the one who reminds you that you are not truly in the state of peace or enlightenment that springs from trust. At that moment, this person becomes your best teacher, and it is to her that you should thank, and to God, for having sent her into your life. When the day comes when you can transcend the anger, rage, and upset that person seems to provoke, and say, "Thank you for being my teacher," you will have recognized a soulmate. Anyone who appears in your life and can drive you crazy and make you feel frantic is a teacher disguised as being manipulative, inconsiderate, frustrating and not understanding. Enlightening peace means that you are not only at peace with those who share your interests and agree with you, or with strangers who come and go, but also with those teachers who remind you that you still have a lot to do to be in peace with yourself. Give thanks for all those great spiritual teachers who have appeared in your life in the form of children, current or past spouses, irritating neighbors, co-workers, obnoxious strangers, and the like, for they help you to remain in a state of peace and enlightenment. They allow you to know day by day how much work you really have to do, and in what aspects you have not yet managed to master yourself. Peace is achieved when the higher self dominates your life. The inner peace that comes from confidence will keep your soul in excellent health. Bear in mind that there is only one real soul, and that the personality is but a vehicle for the whole. You cannot divide the infinite. There is no possible division. You must trust. Divide means that one moves away from identification with the force of God, and takes refuge in the ego. And that brings with it the absence of peace and trust in the wisdom that has created everything. There are many things you can do, on a regular basis, to make this second principle of trusting oneness a reality in your life. Here are a few suggestions for nurturing self-confidence and uniqueness. How to trust yourself and the wisdom that created it. Start by admitting your confusion or your failures. By doing so, you will avoid the mistake of being guided by false self-confidence. Remember that true confidence means letting go of any conditioning that teaches that self-confidence is based on being special or different. By being honest with yourself in every aspect of your life, you stop identifying with the separate. You are then prepared to understand that confidence in yourself and confidence in the ultimate truth are one and the same. Try to remember that you are a child of God, and that the strength in Him is in you. Let affirmations like "I am Him and He is me" spring from within you. Keep in mind that you cannot reach higher ground if you hold on to a lower level. You cannot leave the physical world if you are so attached to it that you refuse to leave it. The concept of trust involves surrendering and trusting in the strength of God. Imagine yourself falling off a cliff while clinging to a huge rock, convinced that it will protect you. Letting go of the rock is a metaphor for surrender and trust. You will continue to live and breathe on the earthly physical plane, but you will realize that you are not just a body and a mind, and that the rock is not your salvation. Your needs and demands cease to exist, and you become part of the single consciousness. Naturally, you are still literally in the body, but now you have also joined the single consciousness. This trust allows you to participate in the act of creation, and to experience the world around you in a very different way. Now you can transfer the freedom and respect you receive from God to your personal circumstances. Rebel against the philosophy that preaches the idea of God as boss, authoritarian figure, and benevolent tyrant. Rejection of this model does not mean that you are an atheist, but rather that you believe in the true meaning of divinity. Nobody demands that you feel inferior, that you see yourself as a sinner, that you bow down on your knees before idols and dogmas to believe in God. Consider the words of St. Paul in the New Testament when he says, "Let this mind be in you, as it was also in Christ Jesus, who, being in the form of God, did not find it disrespectful to be equal to God. This is the kind of confidence you must adopt to know your divine side. Just because you trust doesn't mean you never experience the ups and downs of life. There will be peaks and valleys as long as you live on this physical plane. There is no happiness without the opposite experience of unhappiness. It is in the balance between opposites that life on the physical plane is based. Don't give up trust when your ego thinks things should be different than they are. Do not give up in moments of darkness, because the light will follow. You must seek a lesson, because your confidence will allow you to observe those difficult moments from the outside, without letting you fall into the error of considering them an inevitable part of your life. From this perspective, you are not at the mercy of the energy of your ego, which insists that everything has to be perfect and that when it is not, you have reasons to abandon your trust in the divine. The bumps are simply part of the physical plane, but not of you. You are part of the invisible wisdom that created this entire physical plane, and you can trust it in the most complete way. In this old idea of trust there is a timeless wisdom. Anyone can perceive the problems within, but if you trust spiritually you will realize that within you there are also the solutions. By trusting yourself, you don't look for solutions to your problems outside of yourself. Instead, you maintain your confidence, and that allows you to attract the energy necessary to find the solution. Take your most serious problems and present them to God. Say something like, "I have not been able to solve these issues in my life and I have used all the techniques that I know. I would like to show my trust in the divine force by simply placing them in your hands. In doing so, I know that the divine force that is you, God, is also me, and I trust that this action will lead me to the solution of these problems." I can assure you that this method will put you in direct contact with a power far greater than what you can find in a bottle, a bank account, a spouse, an illness, or anything else on the earthly plane that you can turn to. I left behind all the addictions in my life thanks to these simple words, "I have tried everything, and now I put my trust in God." It was not something external. I just relied on that strength and it started to show up in my daily abstinence program. I trusted in eternal wisdom and I also trusted in my ability to receive that wisdom and apply it. This same process has been the source of all the manifestations that I have lived and continues to perspire in my daily life. The presence of complete trust manifests itself openly in your life when everything you think, feel, and do is balanced and in harmony. On the contrary, the disparity between thought, emotional state, and behavior reflects a departure from the attitude of trust that I try to encourage you to adopt by putting into practice the second principle of manifestation. Examine your thoughts carefully. Check if those thoughts are totally congruent with your actions. Saying "I believe in a healthy body" and engaging in unhealthy eating dissolves self-confidence. Consistent thinking, emotions, and behavior are strong indicators of your self-confidence. And keep in mind that by trusting yourself, you are trusting God at the same time. When one is incongruous with his thoughts, he is showing a lack of confidence in the divinity that is his own essence. Be honest with yourself. Identify the incongruities and trust your ability to transcend them, and you will thus attract the energy you need to effect this transformation. But if you cling to incongruity, if you think one thing and behave disingenuously, you will sabotage your ability to trust yourself and infinite wisdom as well. As you practice surrender, you need to acknowledge the wealth in you, rather than lamenting your supposed helplessness. By practicing spiritual confidence, you are surrendering your ego and all your hallucinatory beliefs to a higher power. You simply let yourself go, knowing that divine guidance is always with you. Start a meditation practice to dedicate yourself to contemplating the supreme principle that lies beyond the pettiness of this world. Yes, you are in this world, but you are not contaminated by it. The mind needs and longs for serenity. Meditation is not simply about making the mind believe that it is meditating. Meditation is literally the embodiment of truth and trust. Liberation is revealed in the purification of the mind. Meditation practice is a powerful tool in my life. I am a writer, sometimes I write for hours and everything flows magically. Then there comes a time when I can't find any more words. I want to write and nothing happens. Try as I might, I can't write anything. In those moments, I have learned to put down the typewriter and sit quietly, close my eyes and give up. I don't even know what I'm giving up on, but I just let myself go and try to purify my mind. Then, after a while of giving into meditation, I feel like I touch something that is a source of inspiration, and then I write page after page, having no idea where it comes from. This process of closing my eyes and calming down gives me the ability to connect with that source of inspiration. And the word inspiration comes from in spirit. That is trust. That is grace. It is knowing that I can literally face myself with a spirit of serenity, and that I will attract to myself what I seek. This is the energy of manifestation and occurs most often when the mind is calm. It is the serene mind that comes into contact with the truth. When we meditate, we get in touch with the part of ourselves that is true. The surrender process helps us to use this truth in our daily activities. The same is true of trust. Surrender to her in your moments of serenity and you will know the truth of this principle. This second spiritual principle of manifestation leads us to a higher place within ourselves. It gives us confidence in something other than what we perceive with our senses. It illuminates within us the certainty that there are many more things on this trip than meets the eye, and that comforts us to the point that anxiety and doubt give way to a great inner peace. When you trust, you know. And something that is known cannot be silenced by the conflicting opinions of anyone it comes across. When that confidence becomes your lifestyle, you will be independent of the opinion of others. You will not need to prove anything to yourself or to anyone, or to convince anyone of the reason for your views. You will be a silent sage, moving through this material plane knowing that you have connected with a source of inspiration that provides you with all the sustenance you need. In fact, you will begin to see how this earthly plane is actually a large part of yourself, much more than you could have ever imagined. And that is precisely the theme of the third principle of the manifestation. Third principle. You are not an organism in an environment, but an environmental organism. One of the reasons most of us find the idea of being able to manifest so strange is because we have been led to believe that, as individuals, we are separate from our environment. We believe that our role is to dominate the environment in which we find ourselves. Armed with this kind of logic, we despise our ability to perceive our connection to the environment. Due to our sense of disconnection, we believe that we do not have the power to attract everything we want from our environment. Consequently, when we manage to manifest something, we believe that it is a simple matter of luck or chance. Once we change this idea about ourselves, we activate our ability to manifest and see it as a function of our divinity, rather than as an impossibility or a product of luck or coincidence. This third principle of manifestation begins with the realization that it is absolutely impossible to describe ourselves as separate beings from our environment. I am going to coin a new word, a neologism, for the purpose of articulating this principle. For the rest of this chapter, consider yourself an environmental organism. This word means that there is not the slightest difference between you and your environment. You are your environment and, most importantly for the purposes of this book, your environment is you. Our nature as an environment organism. Try to think of the world around you, your environment, as an extension of your body. That is, as if you were not separated from the outside world that you see. In this definition, it is impossible to describe yourself without including everything around you. In fact, it is not even possible to see or hear yourself as a separate entity from your environment. For example, imagine walking by yourself. You cannot walk without also describing what you are walking on. Without the earth or the ground, only your legs would be moving and, naturally, that is not walking. Your walking experience also includes the air you breathe as you walk, the gravity that prevents you from floating in space, the pebbles, or the carpet, wave, sand, or concrete that you walk on, and the composition of these elements. Also examine, for example, the page you are reading at the moment. What do you see? Black ink forming letters that in turn form the words you read. Try to imagine those words without the presence of the background on which they are printed. The blank page on which the words have been printed is not the one that gets your attention, and yet this page that you hold as a unit of the book is the one that creates meaning, in combination with the individual printing units called words. The environment in which those words are found is inextricably embedded in the page itself. In this analogy, you are the words and your background is everything that you are imprinted on, so to speak. It is important to understand this principle in order to become a manifestor. In the same way that the stars in the sky would be impossible to perceive without the background of a dark sky, you could not see your own body, or the body of anyone, without a background that is in contrast to that body, so this principle applies to you. To you. You cannot think of yourself independently of your surroundings. That is why I invite you to stop considering yourself as an independent organism within an environment, and to see yourself more as an extension of it. The result will be that you will begin to see that everything around you is part of yourself and vice versa. Your environment is not something that you control or that can control you. It is an extension of you, just as you are an extension of it. It is a unique concept, somewhat difficult to assimilate. It is imperative, however, to understand the premise of this book. You are a differentiated organism and at the same time inseparable from your environment. Being, simultaneously, an individual and an environment. Have you ever seen a person with a front but no back? Have you ever seen a person with an outside but without an inside? These rhetorical questions are intended to stimulate you to consider how you can be differentiated and undifferentiated at the same time and why this is important in learning to manifest your life as you choose. The nature of this physical world is essentially that of waves. Each wave of energy that constitutes a physical mass has a crest or peak and a nadir or valley. These highs and lows of the wave are always easy to identify as separate and yet they are always together. You cannot take a cube of ridges and observe them independently of their corresponding valleys. This is the fundamental characteristic of nature. The north and south poles of a magnet always go together, yet they are always characteristically different. Your front always has a back, your interior always has an exterior, and now you must also extend this understanding to that which is outside yourself. You are, of course, an individual functioning within this environment, and it is possible to describe both you and your environment in separate identifying terminology that we would all understand. But you must also remember that you cannot separate yourself from your environment. You are characteristically different, in the same way that the crests of the waves are with respect to the bottom of the waves, but you are irrevocably connected with the outside world, in the same way that the bottom of the wave is with its crest. Once you begin to understand this simple truth, the mystical experiences of manifestation will also open up to you as a genuine possibility. Most of us have failed to understand this little truth, leading to the misconception that since we are organisms separate from our environment, we must control it. In doing so, of course, we not only show a lack of respect for our environment, but also for our own basic nature as environmental organisms. Control nature or see it like ourselves. By thinking of ourselves as characteristically different from our environment, we take a position of exerting control over it. This way of thinking leads us to destructive behavior, both on a collective and personal level. We destroy forests, marshes, mountains, rivers, flora and fauna, or anything else that prevents or hinders profit and our own convenience, or something we call the progress of civilization. We defend all these activities without understanding that, with them, we also destroy ourselves. Ultimately, we will make the earth uninhabitable if we do not realize that with this capricious lack of regard for nature we are killing a part of ourselves. We all need to learn to feel that we are an integral part of our environment. Maybe then we'll stop trying to subdue it. We do not just treat him with affection, gentleness, and respect because we are convinced that what we try to master is something other than ourselves. But, as we have seen, we cannot exist independently of our surroundings, just as we cannot have an exterior without an interior. The idea of considering ourselves as an environmental organism requires us to respect everything we find. Once we can respect what is external to us, we will begin to live in harmony with our environment, instead of controlling it. On a personal level, recognizing that nature is part of ourselves will open up endless possibilities for manifestation. We will feel that we are part of an intelligent world. Thus, the intelligence that is in me is also in my environment. Thanks to this awareness, we will also be able to see much more clearly the connection that exists between all things. We will know then that if something seems to be lacking in our lives, it is because we were wrongly taught that what we lack we must look for outside ourselves. As an environmental organism, I know that the energy of what seems to be lacking in my personal environment and the energy of my own body, inside and outside, front and back, are the same. So when I see that something is missing, I know it is because I see myself removed from what I want to be connected to. From there, you will begin to realize that you can achieve whatever you want, since you are already inextricably connected to it at the energy level. The illusion that it is something unattainable will gradually disappear, and you will feel the ability to manifest yourself as one more aspect of your personality that you were not aware of. And you will not feel only as part of your environment, but as part of everything and everyone who is part of it. Your new faith will no longer allow you to see anything as separate. The separation will always be there, as is the crest of the wave with respect to the base, but they will remain inseparable although they are separated. They will be different although they are undifferentiated at the same time. You will have thus merged the dichotomy that prevents you from using that connective energy. You will begin to see yourself as an organic part of this world, rather than as a separate entity from it. See yourself as an organic part of this world. There is a popular belief that we came to this world. Thus, we continually assume the idea that who we are and where we come from constitute two different worlds. The essence of this third spiritual principle to manifest our destiny is that there is no separation, and that, rather than arriving in this world as a construction project, what really happens is that we sprout from it. Look at a plum tree and examine how plums appear in our world. A seed is planted and the tree grows, until it finally blooms and produces plums. The intelligence of the plum is in this world, and it is also in the seed, in the flower, in the trunk, in the branches and roots. Each element of the plum tree has plum intelligence in it. We are not saying that plums come from the spiritual world of the essence of plum which then becomes a physical fruit on the earthly plane. In fact, by looking at a plum tree, we can naively say that it bears plums. Every year the tree bears plums. In the same way that a plum bears plums, you also emerge from this world, with the same energy that is found in every aspect of your being. If you could look at the earth from a distance, you would see that it has rocks, oceans, vegetation, and is inhabited by people. Your person is the result of what the universe is doing on a conscious level, in the same way that a wave is what the ocean does, and a plum is what the plum tree does. The intelligence that is in you, invisible as it may be, is in you in each of the phases of your creation and life experience, and it is also the same in every other person, as well as in all things in our physical world. Most of us have been taught otherwise. Creation is generally thought of as divided into the spiritual realm of the invisible and the physical world of matter. It is also often thought that we are the result of an act of construction, and that rather than having our origin from the world, we have been placed in it. This, of course, only reinforces the idea of helplessness, that we have nothing to do with the act of creation. If you want to learn to intervene in the creation of the different aspects of your life, you will have to leave these old ideas behind, but keep in mind that it is not easy. The conditioning process is part of us from the very beginning of our existence. Once you learn to see yourself as someone who has its origin from this world, you will understand that the original intelligence that was in the very seed of your procreation, is an energy that flows through everything that exists in your world. You and the environment where the process of your growth takes place have your own characteristics, but you are always connected. You are as inseparable as your breath is from the air you breathe, your walk from the ground on which you walk, and your thoughts from the organism with which you think. Notice that we all breathe the same air, walk on the same ground, and think like an organism, just like you. You are in fact connected to all of these beings. It is no coincidence that someone who lives in a distant country, with different external physical characteristics and a different language, can die and donate his liver, his kidneys, or his cornea, and accommodate the vital force that flows in you. This idea of having our origin from the world, or of being the result of the earthly population, in the same way that the plum is the result of the plum, has advantages for the process of manifesting one's destiny. It empowers you with the wisdom of creation, rather than becoming a puppet whose strings are controlled by outside forces. By believing that what is situated outside of me is not me, and that we are not part of the population process of the earth, we cultivate an attitude of estrangement and hostility. That mentality leads us to talk about our conquest of the environment, which means that we cannot capitalize on the awareness of being connected beings. The need to conquer alienates us from the world. An enormously important Native American saying goes, "No tree has branches so stupid as to fight each other." Imagine what would be the result of such behavior on the part of the tree. The tree and all its parts would die if they did something so absurd. And yet that is precisely what we do when we see ourselves as separate individuals from all other people who have their origin from the same divine intelligence. We grow out of our world and we are the result of what divine intelligence is doing, and that is a connection that we can never lose. Think of yourself as a symptom of the universe, not a stranger. What we consider the spirit within us is actually that divine and invisible intelligence that allows us to exist and that makes us continue to grow from this world. It is also separable from our physical essence and our environment, and from everything and everyone else that exists in the universe. If you think otherwise, you will reinforce your inability to influence your destiny and to manifest or attract anything to yourself. Knowing that you grow from this world in the same way that an apple grows from the apple tree, you identify with the spiritual essence. And it is the identification with this inner essence that allows you to establish a connection with everything else that will help you attract your desires into your physical world. This power of attraction will be the subject of the fourth principle described in this book. But for now, what I want is for you to clearly perceive how you grow out of this world. I want you to perceive the difference between this concept and that other that promulgates our arrival here from a separate world, through a power that is outside of us. You are not a momentary flash of consciousness personified between two eternal blacks. You are an eternally growing essence in this world, a world in which spirit and spirit manifestation seem different to the senses, and in fact they are, but they are also connected. You are these two essences at the same time. This awareness is crucial as you follow this path of manifestation. It is a power, but don't be fooled because, contrary to what your ego may tell you, you are not the exclusive owner of this power. The power is in you, but it's not only yours. The power and magic of this world cannot be reserved for the exclusive use of anyone, including you. It is available at all times, but it does not belong to anyone. What you do as an environmental organism is to establish contact with an energy that is beyond the dualism of the earthly plane and that, however, is connected with it at the same time. It is separate but unmistakable. The way to make contact is to understand this energy. Everything that exists on the physical plane experiences light and darkness. If there was always light, we would not have a concept of darkness. But there is something that darkness does not know, the source of all light, the sun. This source is beyond the duality of the physical plane, and it is with it that you must contact if you want to enhance your inner strength. The energy of the sun does not belong to you, but you can always draw on it. That energy is not subject to the laws of duality, nor is your spirit, which is the source of your divine power. Still, it is up to you whether you use it or not. You cannot possess this power any more than you can possess and control the environment. Owning it means that you separate yourself from it. A possessor then appears and something that is possessed, and that violates the principle of your existence as an environmental organism. You are a holistic being, and that means that non-dual energy and physical energy converge in you, and that you can make use of both. You are a complete being. Consequently, in order to understand yourself, you have to first assimilate that you are an environmental organism. Conceptualizing yourself as a physical and spiritual being separated from your environment means eliminating any possibility of knowing your holistic state. On the contrary, recognizing that state will help you to destroy the illusion that you are an isolated being and to perceive your relationship with the world around you. This will give you a strength that you could never imagine if you let yourself be guided by your ego. See yourself as a hologram. One of the most fascinating ways to see yourself in the way I describe in this third principle is to look at a hologram and then project yourself onto it. If you were able to somehow see all of humanity, along with everything else that exists simultaneously, you would have a vision of the holographic nature of the universe. As it is, you can only see tiny segments of the Earth at a time. A hologram is a three-dimensional photographic image obtained with laser beams. What is unique about a hologram is that a small segment contains the entire image. By breaking down and projecting a tiny fragment of the hologram, it shows a complete image of the object. The hologram is a perfect representation of the ambient organism. Your environment includes everything, living and dead, and you can draw their energy to you because, from a holographic point of view, you are part of the whole. You are just a small physical image that reflects all of humanity when spiritually projected onto the cosmic screen. Each and every one of us is the whole of humanity. You cannot escape that truth. The image of holograms can be applied intrinsically and extrinsically. A tiny piece of your body can be cut out and projected through a laser beam, and your whole body will be reflected from that tiny piece. Each and every cell of your being contains the energy of your entire being. On an extrinsic level, you are one of those segments that reflects all of humanity as a hologram. Unfortunately, the peoples of the world have yet to apply this reality to their way of life. The idea that each of us is connected to the rest of humanity will make its way over time, and then it will be unstoppable. History shows us how we have configured ourselves into nations, with diverse ideologies, such as capitalism, socialism, totalitarianism, communism, monarchy, and democracy, which often transcend the importance of humanity itself. We have classified ourselves on the basis of physical appearance and nationalist identifications, such as Italian, American and Japanese. In addition, we have been subdivided into classes based on economic levels or the characteristics of our professions. Countries are divided in turn into political left and right, in religious beliefs, and the division continues down to families and, finally, to individuals. This process of division is the exact opposite of the holographic model of our reality. Essentially, whether we like it or not, human beings are the same everywhere. We share emotions like fear, love, hate, and jealousy. We also share the blood that gives us life, we intermingle it for the survival of those who need it, and we have the same internal organs and the same thoughts. And yet our egos persist in continuing to do the work of division. When we see ourselves as individual beings, we foster our inclination to divide ourselves, which takes us away from our divine nature and the possibility of manifesting our destiny. We need to control the internal conflict that causes us to divide. The ego encourages this inclination with thoughts such as the following: the difference between what I am and what I should be, how I behave and how I should behave, how I was and how I am now, it should be as the others say, how bewildered I actually feel, what I think and how I feel, how I see myself and how good others seem to me, how much I earn and how much others earn and how much I need. The list is potentially endless. All of this conflict, as a result of our propensity to divide and subdivide ourselves at the global, national, social, and individual level, is nothing more than an expression of chaos. We will not be able to bring order to the world or to our lives until we can recognize that, in reality, all human beings are holograms of humanity. We all reflect the whole, and it is essential that we begin to think in this way. When you recognize yourself in the hologram that you are humanity, you connect with everything in your environment on an energetic level. An environmental organism is a true reflection of everything, and the energy you share is shared by everyone. This allows you to use the universal energy that is everywhere, at any moment, projecting yourself metaphorically to reflect the whole. Once you can make this projection without doubts or reservations, you can literally see how your thoughts and desires are not only within you, but are within all of humanity, which is abundantly limitless. To achieve this, you just have to stop being guided by your ego and fully believe that you are an environmental organism. As an environmental organism, you are a singular individual who only constitutes a part of the image, but at the same time you contain the whole of that image. Furthermore, the content of your consciousness, which differs from person to person, is also holographic in nature. Consciousness is the mental condition of being awake. Your individual thoughts, although only part of the total picture of human consciousness, simultaneously contain all of human consciousness. Like in a hologram, your thoughts reflect everyone's thoughts. Your thoughts, from this perspective, can be projected in such a way that they connect with all of humanity. Your thoughts are literally connected to everyone else's thoughts, as are your emotions, your desires, and your entire inner world. You can learn to use this connection to nurture your own divinity, and consequently, by definition, the divinity of all humanity. The nature of the hologram and your nature as an environmental organism are one and the same. The energy that encompasses your humanity is in everything around you. You are everything and everything is you. You are not separated. The Bhagavad Gita synthesizes this concept in the most profound way I have ever encountered. Try to memorize these sacred words while practicing the art of spiritual manifestation in your daily life. They will be of use to you wherever you are, and in any aspect of your current life that you consider incomplete. He who understands that the Lord of all is always the same in all that he is, immortal in the field of mortality, he sees the truth. And when a man understands that the God in himself is the same God in all that he is, he does not harm himself by causing harm to others. That is when, in fact, you follow the higher path. The key phrase in this profound passage is "in all that is." There we are including you, me, and everything that is. You are the whole, and the whole is you. Use some of the suggestions below to put this understanding into practice and truly experience this third principle of spiritual manifestation. Suggestions for living this principle: make a conscious effort to control yourself when you begin to think things that reflect separation. Imagine yourself as a part of everything you see, and try to project the energy of your thoughts onto all living beings on the planet. Substitute the pronoun we for the pronoun they and send sacred energy to your coworkers, family, strangers, and people you only see on television. Say silently, "I am these people, I am also in those trees and in those clouds, we are truly the world and I am not separate from anything or anyone." This inner practice will help you embrace the idea that you are an environmental organism, rather than an organism situated in an environment. Contemplate the energy that is your life force. Forget about your body and your thoughts, and focus your attention on the invisible life force that sustains your very being, also known as chi or prana. See if you can perceive it objectively and try to do the same with the energy of someone close to you. Observe that person and forget about your body. Focus your attention on the idea that you both share the same energy and that you are therefore the same person at that energy level. Observing your own energy and the energy of those around you is a way to get in touch with the spiritual essence of everyone and everything. Awareness of this connection will help you use your energy to attract what you want, since the life force is also present in everything you want to manifest in your life. Trust the wisdom of your feelings. When you feel something, there is always a reason. You can avoid being dominated by the opinion of others by not placing your trust in something that your heart does not feel. Trust the wisdom of your feelings, because they are born from the security of your life experience. By trusting your feelings, you trust the energy that makes up the universe. Those feelings are the link that binds you to the life force of the universe, and you should never ignore them in favor of something that your heart does not approve of. Practice being kind, respectful, and loving toward the life force that manifests in all things. In other words, show with your behavior that the God in everything created is important. I live near the ocean for most of the year, whether it's Florida or Hawaii. One morning I was strolling along the beach in Florida when thousands of tiny silverfish were washed ashore. They all jumped from one side to the other, gasping, in search of water. I started throwing the fish back into the ocean, which was now a bit calmer. As I tried to return the fish to the sea, a man passed me and laughed at my efforts. He said something like, "Don't you realize the futility of your task? There are thousands of fish on the shore, and your efforts will be useless." I leaned over and put another fish back into the water, replying, "This one will have been very helpful." Remember that your efforts will always be helpful, even if you are convinced that they are minuscule compared to the magnitude of the problem. Being gentle, respectful, and loving with another person or creature has great importance, both for you and for the other. The energy of love is sent out into the universe and connects with the very essence of love that exists in all things. This in no way contradicts the existence of a natural food chain, but implies that love, appreciation, respect, and kindness extend to everything, even what is part of your diet. The energy of that food also serves to sustain life and, ultimately, every creature and every being becomes food for other beings, including yourself. In essence, we are all the food of tomorrow. The universe absorbs all forms and transforms them into a new form, while the energy stored in that form is eternal. Make it a point to spend each day some time alone and in silence, meditating on this principle. Repeat the principle over and over again, like a silent mantra: I am not an organism in an environment, but an environmental organism. By repeating these words to yourself, you will end up projecting this reality outward. This is the beginning of your manifestation project, because manifestation is nothing but the materialization of a new aspect of yourself, with which you have always been connected on a spiritual level. Make the space where your life unfolds as sacred as possible. Bless everything around you and look for the life that plants, flowers, and animals bring. Spend some time viewing your living space as a sacred place. The more you enliven your surroundings with sacred thoughts and feelings, the more spiritually connected you will feel. The assumption of an attitude of sacred space automatically attracts more to your world than an attitude of indifference or hostility. A hostile environment feeds discontent and prevents what you need and want from manifesting in your life. This is evident in large cities, where little respect is shown for the immediate environment. Trees have been cut down, parks have been removed, and most of this has been replaced by concrete, shops, skyscrapers and highways. When the builders or the inhabitants of a place do not honor the space, they drive away the soul. What is manifested then is a hostile, terrifying world, in which there is no affection, a world populated by people who perceive things that way. Restoring nature and everything that is natural for life and in those places from which it has been banished in the name of development and benefits, is a way of returning the energy that will manifest itself in the form of love, happiness, and prosperity. The Sufi poet Rumi wrote a poem almost a millennium ago entitled The Seed Market that reflects this awareness. The seed market. Can you find another market like this? Where, with your own rose, could you buy hundreds of rose bushes? Where, for one seed, could you get a whole jungle? By a weak breath, the divine breath? You have had the fear of being sucked into the ground or dragged through the air. Now, your drop of water goes and falls into the ocean, where it came from. It no longer has the shape it had, but it is still water. The essence is the same. This delivery is not a regret, but a deep honor to yourself. When the ocean draws near to you as a lover, get married right away, quickly, for God's sake. Don't delay. Existence has no better gift. No search will find this. A perfect hawk has landed, for no reason, on your shoulder, and has become yours. From Rumi Basic: be aware of how your judgments prevent you from connecting with what you are judging. A judgment implies that you consider yourself as something separate from what you judge. Remember that it is possible to contemplate the world without condemning it, without having any judgment or interpretation whatsoever, but simply allowing it to be as it is. It is the ego that keeps you attached to the idea of individuality, which naturally inhibits your awareness of this third principle. Your ego analyzes, condemns, defines, evaluates, interprets, and judges almost everything. Strive daily to let go of that idea and learn to see yourself as a part of all those people and things that you are now judging. When the need to judge disappears, it means that you have finally understood that you are a part of what you are judging. Your judgment is nothing more than a definition of yourself. As an environmental organism, you will see that judgment is almost impossible, and that will allow you to use your energy in a much more productive and loving way, to manifest what you want, instead of judging others. Have fun imagining that you are a hologram. If you remember that you are a tiny piece of humanity, reflected in your small image and personality, then you will have a green light to reflect the humanity that you would like to see in your world. You are a tiny fragment of a hologram made up of approximately 6 billion pieces, and you are a reflection of those 6 billion pieces at every moment of your life. Your rational brain will probably have a hard time assimilating this concept. If so, take a look at a three-dimensional hologram and try to imagine with your rational mind how it is possible that a single small fragment can reflect the whole. That is not something your brain can understand. You have to understand it with your heart. Try to see yourself in this way, from your heart, and you can experience the incredible strength that you have as part of the hologram of the world. This is the third principle of spiritual manifestation. All of us are simultaneously our own being and also everything that is outside of us. We cannot separate ourselves from our environment while we are in a physical body. If we are aware of this, we will come into contact with the energy of attraction, which is the subject of the fourth principle. Energy as a force that we can use. Fourth principle. You can attract to yourself what you want. The basis of the manifestation is that you understand that you have within yourself the ability to attract what you want. This idea may still seem unattainable to you. But if you have understood the above three principles well, you already know that this power is really within you. Surely, the possibility of attracting what you want will seem more feasible if you consider how things are created from the spiritual world, from the world of the formless, and apparently move towards the world of the material. In one of the most intriguing phrases in the New Testament, St. Paul addresses this process of creation. He put it this way: things that are seen are not made of things that appear. St. Paul thus tells us that creative energy is neither solid nor restricted. The physical world of the form has its origin in something other than the form itself, even though we know that everything is a single world and we see it from a holographic perspective. The words of St. Paul form the basis for what I write about this principle, as well as for several of those in this book. I am convinced that they suggest how energy informs our ability to attract what we desire. St. Paul offers us a clue on how to manifest our desires in the world of matter. In a movie about your adolescence, Albert Einstein describes how he took a compass and watched in fascination as the needle moved as he changed direction. He said he was obsessed with understanding the invisible force that moved the compass needle. Where was this force located? Who controlled it? Why did it always work? What was it made of? Were there places where it didn't work? Those are the questions an inquisitive genius asks himself. This force has many characteristics impossible to detect with our physical senses, and it is known by the name of energy. Energy is in everything in our universe and influences the objects around it, with something that we describe as a force of attraction. We see it work easily in magnetic fields, but we are unable to detect this formless energy with our sensory apparatus. The force is there, attracts and repels, everywhere on our planet. If it is everywhere, it is also within us. It seems unlikely that our senses inform us much better than they help us understand how a magnetic pole works. We can see the results, but the force is always too elusive and always on the move. Our planet rotates continuously on itself, and around the sun, it travels through space. Everything that exists on the planet is part of that movement, even when it seems to our senses that we remain immobile. You are on the planet. The energy that moves it moves you too. The energy that is in the very essence of the planet is also in you. It is magnetic and electrical in nature, and contains the force of attraction. The essence of the fourth principle of manifestation is that we can use this energy because we are that energy. We can use this universal energy to attract to us the objects of our desire, because the same energy that is in what we desire is also in us and vice versa. What allows us to harness this force is simply a matter of alignment and will. Bringing things into the physical world is a process we call creation. What we create implies the use of the same power that is in everything that has been created. It's just a matter of gradation. There is absolutely no difference between the power that brings anything from the wave world to the particle world, and the power that makes your thoughts or mental images come to life. I encourage you to reread the previous sentence and memorize it. The world of spirit, from which all matter is derived, and the world of matter itself literally make up a harmonious whole. They are separate, but always together, like the crest and the base of the wave, separate but forming an inseparable whole. To put this in perspective, think of manifestation as nothing more than the transformation of waves of possibilities into particles of reality. The transformation process requires energy. This energy is invisible, but it is part of all things, including ourselves. Your thoughts and visualizations are your source of manifestation. It is this energy that you have to activate and make it work for you. The process of mental image formation and its application to the process of manifestation is something you can experience when you have full faith in it. There is a part of you that knows that you can attract whatever you want with this energy. Your mental images and the power of attraction. There is a power within you that allows you to form the thought or image. This ability to form mental images is the energy of attraction that is in all creative processes. What's more, it is identical to the power of attraction. This power is the very substance of life. You cannot see, touch or hear this power, but it is within you. By using it, you are not trying to change or interfere in any way with the laws of nature. You are complying with the laws. This undifferentiated power forms the basis for the mysterious attraction that allows you to make your wishes come true. It may help to think of yourself as God's way of particularizing. Your ability to formulate mental images would be the divine creative power that is embodied in energy through you. Do you realize that the same creative energy that is particularized in you is what you use to manifest your desires? This power increases with happiness, love, joy, satisfaction, and peace. The happier and more loving you are, the more the divine spirit will be particularized in you, and the more similar to God you will be. All that creative energy is drawn to you through your thoughts, or the way you use your ability to create thought. If in your mental images you see yourself surrounded by the things and conditions that you want, and these are rooted in joy and faith, your creative thoughts will attract these elements into your life. This may sound too much like daydreaming, but trust me, it is much more than wishing or hoping for something. The difference is that you recognize that even the ability to have a thought is a divine power, and in which the vision or the mental image is formed with the conviction that it is something sacred, with the assurance that the force of God that gave existence to everything in the universe is also the same that created you. The form this energy takes will depend on your will or your ability to form mental images. It is there, waiting to take any direction you decide. It is important to be able to think in terms beyond our senses. Energy is the creative life force that allows us to do the things we observe with our senses. It is an invisible force that sustains the substance of our material life. This energy gives us the power to have thoughts, and it is the same energy that is part of everything that seems to be external to us. Your mental images are an integral part of this power of attraction, as well as the subsequent experience of creative energy when you are able to put them into practice. The practice of mental imaging. When practicing mental imagery for the purpose of manifesting your desires, the most important thing is that you remember that humans never create anything. Our role is not to create, but to attract, combine, and distribute what already exists. The creations are actually new combinations of existing materials. I am not talking here about creating energy, but about transforming one form of energy into another. Our creative power is the ability to materialize the energy of our thoughts. The result is the demonstration. There is an indispensable condition for the manifestation of that image in the world of the visible and the concrete. The spirit world is immune to the concept of time and space. Consequently, the image must be formed in a certain space. Once you have acquired this awareness, you will understand the need to imagine the fulfillment of your wish as if it had already been achieved on the spiritual plane. Indeed, you must be aware that on the invisible level of your being that which you desire already has its place. The energy is there, and you don't have to worry about its effectiveness. In other words, if the end is assured, the means will be at your disposal and you will be able to let yourself go, knowing that success is guaranteed. This, however, does not mean that you have to indulge in idleness, but rather that you must let go of worry, anxiety, and fear. You will work on the formulation of your mental images, and you will do it knowing that the outcome is assured. Thus the intelligence of the spirit or the great impersonal power is recognized. You are also intelligence. What you are doing is allowing one intelligence to cooperate with the other. It will not do it for you, but with you. Print on the universal mind the object of your desire and proceed to act on that image, calmly and knowing what the result will be, allowing that greater intelligence to work on you, in collaboration with your own intelligence, to achieve results. Drop all fear and go about your business, confident that the necessary conditions will soon come into view, or are already present. Be alert to any small circumstance that indicates the first sprouting of the seed that you have planted in the universal mind, and allow it to materialize little by little. I admit that this is not at all consistent with our conditioning. But to become manifestators, we have to let go of old beliefs and adopt an inner wisdom that helps us stop the manifestation of the circumstances we want to change. The more faith and enthusiasm you put into mental imagery, the more likely it is that you will be able to see them manifest. What you are doing is literally visualizing in detail what you want to manifest. You distance yourself from the result and the way to achieve it. It is not a question now of creating, but of attracting to oneself what has already been created, and of allowing the energy of the spirit to be transformed into the energy of matter. You will see in great detail what you want, and you will repeatedly affirm this image, with your faith in the absolute power that is in all things, including yourself. You can imagine yourself as a healthy person, with a growing business, with sales objectives that are met, with more positive relationships, selling your house if you want, with healthy finances or whatever. The key is to repeat these mental images until the truth of what you say resonates within you without the slightest hint of doubt. The best time to do this in-depth work is early in the morning or shortly before retiring for the night. I also find the use of specific sounds and statements helpful. These are described in the 7th and 8th principles. I'm sure one of the key questions you've asked yourself by now will be, okay, but what happens if it doesn't materialize as I envision it? It is worth paying a little attention to this topic. When it seems that it doesn't work, it's characteristic of the ego to try to force things when they don't go your way. We all know how stupid it is to kneel and tug at new vegetable sprouts when they start to emerge in the spring. They need to grow at their own pace, and they will bloom at exactly the right time. If your image does not appear within the time frame you have set, relax and withdraw, knowing that whatever it is already in place in the spiritual realm. The energy is there by virtue of the power of your visualization. Time is not a recognizable characteristic for the all-creating wisdom. Another facet that would explain why your images do not appear in the material world is the frequency with which you may change them. The power you are working with is a very sensitive force that demands consistent and stable mental images. It is also possible that you are misusing your power, placing restrictions and contingencies in universal intelligence. This all-creating wisdom, the principle from which everything originated, is in no way dependent on specific people or things. It has no past and knows no future. He is in the eternal now and, more importantly, he uses his own means to act. If you start transmitting orders to him, making demands on him or insisting that he act through a specific channel, he will not comply with your requests. It will be impossible for you to manifest it if you visualize it without a will strong enough to overcome any ideas against or lack of faith in your connection with God. The second principle of this book was precisely about faith and trust. Reread it if you have the feeling that you need to reinforce it. You absolutely must trust the power of attraction. All of this is done much more effectively in an intimate way. The value of discretion. Establishing conscious contact with the highest infinite power that has created everything is very intimate. The Nagwals, an American Indian term for spiritual teachers or sorcerers, and the mystics who practice and teach these methods preserve their privacy. Furthermore, they consider it a violation of their sacred trust to tell others about their abilities and the coincidences of good fortune. Our power is weakened when we tell others about our efforts to demonstrate. In general, when we write these activities we do so because the ego has penetrated the image. This kind of focus dissipates our power of attraction considerably. It is human nature to talk to others about problems, because we want to alleviate the influence they have on our lives. By sharing, we hope to alleviate the pressure of the issue somewhat. Similarly, when we articulate our power to attract something, our attention shifts to the reactions of those we trust. The energy then disperses in the direction of your reactions, just as it happens when we share problems. The moment a thought is presented to another person, it is weakened. Maintain your unique ability to attract what you want on the private plane. Your ethereal energy is yours and nothing but yours. You can learn to project it outwards and influence your environment in a way that you would never have imagined. However, and in order to use this extraordinary energy in the process of co-creation, it has to remain yours and yours alone. If you tell someone else about it, the energy goes down. It then moves towards an interest in the good opinion of the other. This higher energy, which is infinite, has to create its own vehicles for manifestation, and it will do so in privacy. This infinite and superior wisdom that has created everything is a life force that you will recognize once you have become familiar with its nature. The nature of the vital force. It is difficult to understand a force that we cannot see, touch, hear, or smell and yet we know exists. Like electricity, for example. The appliance is plugged in and you cannot see, touch, smell or hear anything that is happening, but the electric dryer responds when the power button is pressed. Life force is electric by nature, regardless of where it appears to be located. In our own bodies, chi, or prone, the life force, flows in minute charges along our nerves, from cell to cell. Ancient Hawaiian healers, known as kahunas, believed that thought forms could be carried back and forth along this stream. They believed that thoughts had undefined, microscopic, and almost invisible bodies. This kind of perception allowed the kahunas to participate in phenomenal healing practices. They were able to transmit the will to heal along these currents and to facilitate health where disease had existed. I have visualized a current flowing between my thought and a painful or diseased area of my body. By using my will and visualizing the current, I send messages from my will to those areas to free them from pain or to heal the wound. And I have had amazing results. The undefined bodies of my thoughts thus became things that I could send along this invisible stream, and because I believed it worked, it worked. This is a good way to think about the life force, which is also the force of God, which has created everything. It is invisible, electrical in nature. It is always flowing and it is always attracted to that which connects with its source. A second characteristic of life force energy is that it is always expanding and that your supply is unlimited. The nature of the universe is abundance. It goes beyond our concepts of beginning, end, and limits. When we believe we have categorized and enclosed it within time-space limits, it expands beyond our consciousness, almost as if it had to move further away from observation. This force is in continuous movement, always expanding and is unlimited. You are an aspect of that force and consequently you also flee, you also expand and you are unlimited. If you were to observe your body through a microscope with a high-resolution power, you would see that it is composed of empty spaces, with particles in continuous movement that have no material form. By focusing the lens on the particles, you would see that they move at incredible speeds, beyond your ability to measure them. When looking outside, through the telescope, you find the same phenomena. That is, the universe that exists within you and the one that exists outside of you work in the same way. The power to attract, expand, and be limitless is part of your nature. The force is in you and outside of you. The force is you. By knowing the nature of this force and seeing yourself as a divine expression of it, and by harnessing the power that allows you to imagine a desire and using it with an intimate, loving, and joyful knowledge, you can use that life force in ways that would be unthinkable with your conditioned view of yourself. Here are a few suggestions to put these ideas into practice in your life and begin to master the fourth spiritual principle of manifestation. Some ideas to apply this principle when you wake up in the morning. Take a moment to be alone and ask yourself, how did the conditions in my life that I would like to change come about? How can I facilitate the establishment of a contact conscious with my unlimited and invisible source of energy? These two questions, asked repeatedly, will begin to create their own answers. Remember that it is the spirit that gives life and movement to each and everything, including yourself. That is what causes your very existence. Consequently, what you are really asking is to unite with the spirit of your life. You will soon realize that the conditions of your life have been manifested by yourself, even when you were not aware of it. Your thoughts and mental images of lack, scarcity, self-absorption, authoritarianism, illness, guilt, worry and the like are those that you have placed in the universal spirit and have thus manifested themselves in your life. The second question will flow from the answer to the first. You can accelerate your conscious contact by radiating a totally new kind of mental image, while also applying the fourth principle. Explore the possibility that the reason you think life is limited is because you have assumed that limitation is in your own life. In the world of nature, life, love, and beauty are visibly reproduced. You are also part of nature. Does your vision of life include the natural creative process that is reproduced within yourself? Have you assumed a vision of the life of an engineer, with a mechanistic conclusion of cause and effect? Maybe you could change this idea of cause and effect, see it as a law, but not as the law. The law of the originating mind is beyond the world of limits and measurements. You originated from this law, and your imagination is a perfect example of it. There are no rules, no limits, no ways. Everything is unlimited. The source of your imagination is the divine source. It is here where you now establish contact with the source of light, in eternal movement, always alive. Stay in this place and you will experience conscious contact with the divine intelligence that has created everything. Whatever image you can mentally create, it will help you know that creative energy is flowing through you. Your mental image also provides a direction to the flow of energy. And it determines its eventual appearance in material form. With your image you are not forcing anything. Strenuous effort is counterproductive to manifestation because it involves the idea of a force to be overcome. Refuse the idea of forcing anything or filing lawsuits. Instead, imagine the creative knowledge that allowed you to reach this world of form. The source of creation is a loving, fluid, gentle, and peaceful energy. Any attempt to change that with demands or exhausting effort will only inhibit the flow. It is vital that you incorporate into your mental image the concept of a beginning and an end, or a first and a last. By applying this alpha and omega thought, you establish that thought is first, the beginning, that creates the form, that it is the end. Thought finds form in something situated in time and space. The expression of thought in the form implies a gradual development, with a beginning and an end. Never limit the spirit in any way. If you experience any kind of friction, that means there is an error in your thinking and in your imaging process, not that the creative force is working incorrectly. You cannot originate the originating force, but only distribute it. Just tell the spirit what you want, without telling it how you want it to happen. Then walk away, full of faith and confidence. You don't need to specify the details, just get ready to see them particularize in an infinite array of possibilities. Stay tuned for the signs. Keep your mental images to yourself. What you want to attract is an intimate matter, something between you and God. Discussing it with others will only dissipate the energy in the direction of the ego and the opinions of others. Be discreet and silent when facing the outside, while maintaining internally faith in your ability to make conscious contact with the energy that is the source of existence. Get rid of the need to convince others of the correctness of your position. Stay out of the opinion of others and focus on your ability to attract what you think is missing in your life. Examine all the things that you lack. Then say to yourself, I have created all of this with my thoughts, conditioning, beliefs, and actions. Only by recognizing that you have always attracted to yourself that which you have radiated outward, in the form of invisible energy, will you be able to use this same energy in a much more productive way. Banish any guilt about your past actions. There is no past in the creative force of energy. There is only one universal now. Now you know that you have done nothing but manifest the things that you were able to attract in the past, and you are going to change that. You have attracted precisely everything that you needed in each of the days of your life that constitute the universal now. And in this very now, you are going to assume a new energy pattern that will lead you to the fourth principle of manifestation. Nothing is outside of you. You can attract anything once you know that it exists in the consciousness of your mind and that it has to materialize from your new thoughts. Be responsible and confident, and you will see your power of attraction at work almost immediately. Thought is creative action. It is neither good nor bad. However, those thoughts you meditate on the most determine what you will or will not possess. What you think about is what you will become. Be aware of thoughts or images that may manifest something you don't want. If your conditioning drives you to think in terms of pessimism or impossibilities, or makes you use your past misfortunes as an excuse for not having a happier and more abundant life, eradicate those thoughts from your mind. If you find that you are only complaining to others, remember that your complaints are nothing more than a manifestation of your thoughts. Go directly to the power that allows you to have thought, and ask it to help you and guide you towards new ways of creating mental images. As soon as you find yourself immersed in thoughts or complaints, you can begin the formation of these new images. This new process of mental imaging becomes very easy once you understand that you are connected to the power that allows you to attract all that you desire. As difficult as it may be to conceive, due to ego conditioning, the truth is that you are one of the ways in which God has particularized himself in this material world. Start acting as if what you want to attract already exists in your life. If you want to create healing, formulate the image, radiate that energy outward to connect with the energy that has created everything, be joyful and trust your knowledge, do not share it with anyone and then start acting in a new and healthy way. The universe will give you some minimal clues to start your new actions. Proceeding to act according to your mental image will speed up the process. If you want to materialize more prosperity, start the process of thinking about abundance and acting in the same way as well. Give thanks for everything that has manifested in your life. Examine the possible ways to show your appreciation and take some risks, knowing that what you want to attract is already an energy that you share. Buy yourself something special and give something to someone less fortunate, even if your ego rejects it. Leaves of Grass, by Walt Whitman, is one of my favorite books. I recommend that you read small fragments daily, as I do frequently. Here is a part that speaks of our oneness with divine energy. Through the shapeless vastness of space, how would I think, how would I breathe, how would I speak if, from within myself, I could not launch myself into those higher universes? I am suddenly overwhelmed by the thought of God, nature, and your wonders, time, space and death, but I turn and invoke you, O soul, O, my real being, and behold, you gently dominate the stars, you join time, you smile satisfied with death, and you fill and expand the vastness of space. The key word in this passage is, in my opinion, my real self. The same can apply to you, to Walt Whitman, or to anyone else in the universe. This concludes the exposition of the fourth principle of spiritual manifestation. In short, this principle tells us that there is an intelligence and a creative and sensitive power in all of nature. And that intelligence is docile to our suggestions. You are part of nature and of this intelligence, which is greater than any individual. The individual that you are is also a particularized form of that intelligence. This infinite power is found in all things and in all space and will manifest itself from the spiritual or formless energy that exists in the invisible world, to the world of form and limits. Once we know this beyond all doubt and put it into practice in our lives, we will see the images of our heart's desires transformed into our outer reality. The fifth principle explains the importance of our feelings, absolutely worthy of receiving these gifts. Fifth principle. Respect your merits to receive. To be a manifester, to literally take part in the creation process of your life and attract what your heart desires, you have to know that you are worthy of receiving. That will mean examining the attitudes you hold, consciously and unconsciously, about your life. What you must examine are your thoughts, which are the architects of the foundations of your material world. The manifestation involves using the power of your inner world to establish a full relationship with life and attract what you want to yourself. You can continually remind yourself that the power that brought everything into the physical world is the same that also brought you, but if you don't feel worthy, you will disturb the natural flow of energy in your life and create a blockage that makes manifestation impossible. The fifth principle is aimed at reminding you that you are worthy of abundance. If your thoughts are based on an image of unworthiness, whatever the reason, you will manifest what those thoughts impart to the universal mind. The energy described in the fourth principle will align with what you radiate. The phrase "a man is what he thinks" are not empty words. They express a basic truth about how the universe works. Thinking that abundance is incompatible with spirituality is a myth that influences many of us, and is the greatest impediment to feeling worthy of that abundance. Selfish. The myth that abundance and spirituality are incompatible is fueled by the idea that it is selfish and inappropriate to visualize and desire material things. So let us examine this attitude and determine whether you too have come to regard it as true. Take a look around you and see the abundance and infinity of our universe. It extends far beyond our ability to imagine its vastness. This abundance flows from the same energy that encompasses our fundamental essence. The abundance is you. You are her. Do not fool yourself. The spirit makes itself known through the material form, while we ourselves occupy a form. Spirit manifests itself in trees, oceans, fish, birds, minerals, plants, flowers, and you. Everything you see around you is a part of the material manifestation of spirit. Matter is not an illusion or something that should not exist, but a necessary medium that allows the spirit to differentiate itself on the plane of existence. Having the feeling that it is selfish or unspiritual to desire and manifest, supposes dividing the world of spirit and the world of matter into opposite poles. By considering spirit as incompatible with matter, we deny that the spirit in matter is the energy from which it originates. And with this we also deny the validity of ourselves as spiritual beings. There is no reason to feel ashamed for wanting things to manifest in our lives. It is much more positive to think that we deserve these things to manifest and that we are willing to participate in the dance of creation. By realizing that together they make up a harmonious whole, we remove the stigma of selfishness. Just as each of us is a harmonious whole made up of spirit and matter, so is the entire universe. The process of life that takes shape is a mystery. That mystery is governed by a creative energy that can be known when we feel genuinely deserving to receive its blessings in material form. Abundance is what characterizes the creative force in the universe. You have the right to have abundance in your life and to radiate prosperity to everything in your world. Feeling small and insignificant, the only thing you will achieve is that it manifests itself in your life. To foster the attitude that you deserve abundance, it will be helpful to examine what you want to change in order to cultivate this awareness at the cellular level of your being. The basic components of deservation. Everything that you need to master to make this fifth principle become a useful model in your life is available to you, in the form of mental activity. You don't need to go out into the world and conquer anything. It is simply a matter of changing your mindset and convincing yourself that you deserve to receive all of God's blessings, whether material or otherwise. Great efforts have been made to condition us and make us feel unworthy of having all that life has to offer. Most of us have accepted many of the things that our egos have thrown our way, beginning with our coming into this world as children. Certainly, there is nothing wrong with assuming an attitude of poverty and asceticism. If that is your path, you will know it in the depths of your being, and you will also know that God is manifested in all things, both material and immaterial. It makes no sense to qualify the Spirit as better or worse, based on the creations of God that each one chooses to have in his life. Feeling worthy of any blessing or wish is a characteristic of your inner life. To remove the stigma of materialistic selfishness, you may need to recondition your own inner perceptions. The following are the main perceptions of beings who know that they are worthy and deserving of God's blessing. 1. My self-esteem comes from myself. The affirmation of the internal perception of the person who thinks this way can be more or less the following: as a child of God, I am worthy. I am not divided into spirit and body, but rather I am part of the all-knowing creation called God. I am a human who expresses God without reservations or restrictions. One of the reasons children are often able to express genius is because they have not yet been hypnotized by the idea of being limited. If they can resist that hypnotic spell, they are still geniuses and can express their limitless self through their lives on earth. It often happens that it is the ideas of other egos that make us feel unworthy. We hear the warnings of people who have low self-esteem, and who try to exert influence and power over us. We then accept external validations of our unworthiness and begin to see ourselves as other important people would like us to believe we are. Most young children cannot resist these ideas. But, as adults, we can look back, and free ourselves from that absurd idea that has been instilled in us. You must know that you are part of the light that illuminates every man. You are a tangible demonstration of the existence of God, and you carry God within yourself, in your own particularized individuality. Consequently, you must say with total conviction, God is in me and I am in God. This is the truth that will free you from your feelings of unworthiness, and will allow you to attract whatever you desire. Think that your desires to manifest are something that has been placed there by the Spirit, and that those desires, lodged in love and service, are precisely what God wants to give you, and that your desire is the direct way to receive such blessings. Reject the idea that desire is selfish, and remember that if you had no desire, you would still lead a childlike existence, surrounded by toys. Whenever you feel unworthy to receive your manifestations, remember that no one is unworthy, and that the same divine energy that flows through you also flows through all of God's children. We are all worthy, including you. Your desires are the tool that allows you to grow and experience the perfection of the universe. They will take you beyond any limitation that you have been able to assume and will lead you towards a higher spiritual consciousness. Even the idea of reaching enlightenment and becoming a teacher is a wish that you must respect. 2. I accept myself without qualms. A person who accepts himself in this way thinks something like this: I am willing to face everything that concerns myself, without falling into self-contempt and without repudiating my essential value as a piece of God. We must unconditionally accept ourselves. Accepting yourself does not necessarily mean accepting all kinds of behaviors. Rather, it is a refusal to engage in self-deprecating acts. If you reject yourself, you cannot feel worthy of the bounty of the universe. Your energy is focused on what is wrong with you, and you complain to yourself and to anyone who is willing to listen to you. You have appeared here in a specific body, endowed with certain physical characteristics, with certain measurements and specific parents and siblings. This is your reality on the physical plane, and it takes great will to look at yourself and say, I accept this without complaint. If you are unwilling to make such a statement, your inner strength will be sapped by anger, guilt, fear, and pain, all of which, combined, bypass the possibility of your desires manifesting. Remember that the idea of drawing things to yourself is based on the idea that what should be, is already here. Your wish is already here and can only flow into your immediate life if you are open to it. These self-deprecating thoughts prevent you from placing the knowledge and loving energy that are going to work for you in the universe. Self-acceptance is nothing more than a change in consciousness. It just requires a change of mind. If your hair falls out, you have the option of hiding it, worrying, or accepting it. Acceptance means that you don't really have to do anything about it. You simply respect your body and the divine intelligence that is working on you. When someone else tells you that you have a problem because your hair is falling out, you don't even care about the observation. Acceptance removes the problem label at a stroke. This is not a pretense here. What you do is simply remove the ego from your internal evaluations, focused on the approval of others. Thanks to self-acceptance, you can honestly say, I am what I am and I accept it. Once you have firmly installed this attitude, from a position of honesty with yourself, the certainty that you deserve to receive the gifts of the universe will be aligned with that divine power. Self-rejection, on the other hand, causes a mismatch in alignment with your divinity. Only you can make that change. It is simply about changing your inner perception. 3. I fully accept responsibility for my life, for what it is and what it isn't. This supposes the elimination of our strong inclination, dominated by the ego, to blame others for what is not in our lives. Taking full responsibility means being aware of the power inherent in yourself. Instead of saying, they made me who I am now, think rather, I chose to be passive and fearful when I am with other people. And that applies to each and every facet of your personality and the circumstances of your life. Being willing to fully accept responsibility for yourself puts you in the position of being worthy to receive and attract what you want. If someone else was responsible for your shortcomings and you blamed them for your problems, you would be saying that to manifest the desire of your heart you need to obtain the permission of that other person. This act of abdication of self-responsibility destroys the ability to empower oneself to higher levels of consciousness. Knowing that you are responsible for how you react to every situation in life, and that you are alone with yourself, you can place in the universe, in a very intimate way, what you want to manifest in yourself. However, by blaming others for the situations that occur in your life, you shift power to those other people, whom you hold responsible for creating those circumstances. I have a private inner dialogue with the universe about the circumstances that arise in my life. I start from the position that they are not accidents at all, that everything that happens to me carries a lesson and that I have been the one who has made it appear in my life. As absurd and incongruous as it may seem, I say to myself, why did I create this at this very moment? So if I have a negative thought and at that very moment I hit my head on a kitchen cupboard door, I say to myself, what was I thinking right now? And I take full responsibility for correcting those negative thoughts, as well as the blow that has reminded me of the need to correct that way of thinking. I do the same when I am writing. If I am inclined to go to the mailbox before I write, I follow that internal signal and often come across an article in the mail that clarifies a point about which I was confused. I assume the responsibility of knowing that what I needed was there, and of letting myself be guided by the inner voice of my intuition. This little game helps me to take full responsibility for my life and eradicate the inclination to blame other people or circumstances. I trust my inner wisdom, and the apparent coincidences, and I know that I am responsible for all that. As that sense of responsibility has developed, it becomes increasingly difficult for me to blame someone for what happens in my life, from the most trivial things, such as hitting me or cutting me, or for others not to come to me. Time to a date, even the big disappointments and my relationship with my wife and the rest of my family, I take full responsibility for all of this. I trust in the divine wisdom that has been individualized in me and that allows these things to occur. I refuse to question that wisdom and attribute my good or bad luck to others. I accept everything as part of the role I have in the universe, without complaining. The willingness to take responsibility for yourself without complaining places you in the natural flow of all divine energy. That saves you from having to fight the world, and move forward with it. Everything you complain about implies that you have to figuratively take up arms to fight it. And everything you need to fight against only weakens you, while everything you are in favor of empowers you. I am asking you to be yourself. By taking a responsible attitude, you will find that the heavens are extraordinarily cooperative. Getting the heavens to cooperate means moving away from the complaining mindset and accepting the fullest responsibility for yourself. 4. I choose not to accept guilt in my life. This mental attitude creates thoughts like, I will not waste the precious money of my life, my current existence, immobilized by guilt for what happened in the past. This statement requires knowing the difference between A, truly repenting and learning from the past, and B, spending your life blaming yourself and feeling guilty. Learning from one's mistakes and taking corrective action are spiritually and psychologically healthy practices. You did something, you didn't like how you felt afterward, and you decide not to repeat that behavior. That is not guilt. Guilt appears when you continue to feel immobilized and depressed, and those feelings prevent you from living in the present. By letting yourself be overwhelmed by guilt, you fill your energy with anguish and reproach. You blame yourself so much that you do not feel worthy of receiving the blessings of the universe or of anyone who is part of it. Persistent feelings of guilt will prevent you from manifesting anything worthwhile because you will be attracting to yourself those very things that you place in the universe. The greater the anguish, the more reasons you will have to feel bad and the more evidence you will find to show that you are not worthy of what you want. When you use your past behaviors to learn from them and move on, no matter how horrible they may have seemed, you free yourself from the negativity that surrounds those actions. Forgiving yourself means that you can extend love to yourself, despite having painfully perceived your own shortcomings. Having learned this valuable lesson, you also seek God's forgiveness. But if you continue to harbor the pain within you, you will feel unworthy of God's forgiveness and, consequently, you will not be able to accept any of your divine rights, as a child of God. It doesn't matter what you don't like about yourself, including your behaviors and your looks, but to be successful at the time of manifestation you need to love yourself despite any flaws you may find. For example, if you are chronically overweight, or addicted to some substance, your internal guilt phrases will roughly read, I'm going to really love myself when I finally reach a normal weight, or, I will truly value myself as a worthy human being when I have finally overcome this addiction once and for all. The sentences of guilt only reinforce an attitude of unworthiness, and inhibit the process of the manifestation. You have to change these sentences and say things to yourself like, I love myself even though I am overweight. First of all, I am not this overweight and I refuse to think of myself in self-degrading terms, regardless of the state of my body. I am love and I extend that love to all that I am. This same kind of internal programming has to happen in the case of addictions or whatever else you feel guilty about. There are 483,364 words in Course in Miracles. The expression be alert appears only once, be alert to the temptation to see yourself as unfairly treated. The warning alludes to the need to eliminate guilt and take responsibility for one's life. By eliminating the inclination to wallow in self-criticism, we also eliminate the idea that we will redeem ourselves through suffering in the present moment, and that we can guiltily pay for our sins. Life doesn't work that way. Your sufferings keep you in a state of fear and immobility. And that is not the solution to the problems in your life. There is, however, a solution, which is to love yourself and ask God that these defects are nothing more than lessons that allow you to reach a new spiritual level. By refusing to accept the conditioned idea that guilt is good, that you deserve to feel guilty, and that guilt will help you atone for your sins, you reinforce the idea of being worthy of whatever wishes you want to manifest in your life. 5. I understand the importance of harmony between my thoughts, my feelings, and my behavior. To the extent that you are incongruous in any of these three areas, thought, feeling or behavior, you will prevent the process of heightened awareness and the ability to manifest the desire of your heart to take place. This is the last of the 5 points that favor the appearance of the feeling that you deserve to receive the bounty of God in your life. It is also the most important because it defines your level of integrity. Having thoughts about how you would like to run your life, postulating those thoughts as your essential way of being, and then feeling guilty, fearful, anguished, or whatever else as a consequence of not living up to these ideals, results in a addictive, manipulative, and counterproductive behavior. To be consistent, you must be honest with yourself. It is crucial that you examine your thoughts and candidly proclaim what it is that you choose to know within yourself. Even if someone else perceives this as a deficiency, if you are honest with yourself, you will discover that your emotional reactions are consistent with your inner world. You will feel peace and satisfaction, and that will show up in your behavior. This holds true for virtually everything that affects your life, and it applies to your thoughts about health, relationships with others, prosperity, God, work, fun, and whatever. If these thoughts are rooted in love and you honestly know that you are here to express love, kindness, and forgiveness towards yourself, towards your work, your colleagues, towards the money you receive, your spiritual beliefs, etc., you will be in harmony and you will receive I welcome the blessings that result from your personal conduct in these matters. However, if you entertain these thoughts and do not act in accordance with them in the daily work of your life, you will feel that your behavior is incongruous and, consequently, you will not have the feeling of deserving the fulfillment of your wishes. If you continue to be incongruous, the addictive behavior will persist in your life. Also, unhealthy eating habits or deficiencies that you find in yourself. This is a somewhat strong statement, but it only reflects the need for you to assimilate certain concepts if you want to feel worthy. You don't have to adopt any specific spiritual practice or set of beliefs. You have to create a sense of congruence within yourself in order to achieve that state of worthiness, which is a prerequisite for the manifestation process. If you find yourself eaten up inside, in that intimate corner of conscience that no one but God reaches, your counterproductive behavior will only confirm your lack of internal congruence. By being honest with yourself about what you believe, and acting according to your principles, regardless of what others may think or say, you promote a sense of inner peace that gives you a strong sense of worthiness. I encourage you to carefully examine your thoughts in all areas of your life, and to identify those that are not in harmony with your actions. Then work each day to achieve a greater degree of internal congruence that meets your own personal standards, and keep this process to yourself. You will then see that the behaviors that you dislike begin to disappear and that you promote a sense of balance that brings you peace. There is nothing your higher self wants more than peace. Peace will make you feel worthy of God's richest blessings, and by radiating that out to the outside world, it will give you the same back. These 5 attitudes provide you with the tools to create an environment within yourself that fosters your sense of worthiness. All of them reflect the ability to live peacefully in the present moment, and to discard many of the attitudes of the past that kept you in a constant state of incapacity and made you feel unworthy to manifest more blessings and happiness in your life. Those feelings often persist because you find yourself locked in the history of your first hurts. To finish the path that leads to deserving, you have to cut your relationship with those old hurts. Disconnect yourself from the wounds of your past. The inclination to bond with our hurts, rather than leave them behind, causes us to constantly experience a sense of unworthiness. A person who has experienced traumatic events in life, such as rape, the death of loved ones, traumatic illnesses, accidents, family breakdowns, drug addictions, and other similar things, can become linked to the painful events of the past and recall them to call attention or arousing pity in others. Those wounds in our lives seem to give us a great deal of power over others. The more we talk to others about our hurts and sufferings, the more we create an environment of compassion for ourselves. Our creative spirit remains so connected to the memories of our wounds that it cannot dedicate itself to transforming and manifesting. The result of this is the feeling of unworthiness, of not being worthy of receiving everything that is desired. It often happens that the narration of these ills is accompanied at the beginning by a kind of need for the interlocutor to know that the wound suffered was and continues to be. After a while the ego uses this energy in a kind of power play, in both individual and group situations, to stimulate discussion about how hard it has been to overcome that wound. This can prevent the individual from advancing spiritually, reinforcing the helpless image he has of himself. The tendency to bond with the hurts in our lives reminds us how undeserving we are to receive anything that we would really like to have, because we remain mired in a state of suffering. The more these painful stories are remembered and repeated, the more that person is guaranteed that they will not bring their wishes to fruition. Perhaps the most powerful phrase you can memorize in this regard is, "Your biography becomes your biology." To which I would add, your biology becomes your absence of spiritual fulfillment. By holding on to earlier trauma in your life, you literally impact the cells of your body. When examining the biology of an individual, it is easy to discover his biography in it. Distressing thoughts of self-pity, fear, hatred, and the like take a toll on the body and spirit. After a while, the body is unable to heal itself, largely due to the presence of these thoughts. The attachment to pain suffered in the first years of life comes from a mythological perception according to which I have the right to a perfect childhood, free from pain. I will use for the rest of my life anything that interferes with this perception. Telling my story will be my power. What this perception does is give the hurt child within you permission to control you for the rest of your life. Also, it gives you a strong sense of illusory power. The moment someone confronts you, stands in your way, or even disagrees with you, the old wound comes to the fore with accusations of insensitivity regarding the way the other treats you. This power, however, is empty because it only continually reinforces the idea that you are not worthy of seeing yourself free from these events. Your unworthiness inhibits your ability to attract the kindness and abundance in the universe into your life. This, however, does not mean that we should not face trauma and help it heal. It means that we have to be very careful to avoid explaining our current life in terms of a previous traumatic story. The painful events in our lives are like a raft used to cross the river. You must remember to get off once you have reached the other shore. Observe your body when you have suffered an injury. An open wound actually closes fairly quickly. Imagine how things would be if that wound remained open for a long time. It would become infected and ultimately kill the entire organism. Closing a wound and allowing it to heal can act the same on your inner world thoughts. So don't carry your wounds with you. Face them and ask family and friends to be compassionate as you heal. Then ask them to gently remind you when it turns into a predictable response. Perhaps 4 or 5 times your friends and loved ones will tell you, "You had a tragic experience and I fully understand your need to talk about it. I care, I listen to you and I offer you my help if that is what you want." After several such situations, ask them to gently remind you that you should not repeat history in order to gain power through the compassion of others. By stepping back on your path and continually rekindling your pain, including describing that pain and rating yourself, incest survivor, alcoholic, orphan, abandoned, you are not doing it to feel stronger. You do it because of the bitterness that you are experiencing. That bitterness manifests itself in the form of hatred and anger when you talk about these events, thereby literally feeding the cellular tissue of your life from your harvest of past events. This spreads the infection and prevents healing. And the same happens with the spirit. This harvest of bitterness keeps you from feeling worthy. You then begin to cultivate a dirty, unfortunate, demeaning and maligned creature image, and that is what you send out into the universe, which will inhibit any possibility of attracting love and blessing into your life. What will allow you to detach from your wounds is forgiveness. Forgiveness is the most powerful thing you can do for your physiology and for your spirituality, despite which it remains one of the least attractive things for us, due in large part to the fact that our egos govern us in an unequivocal way. Forgiveness is somehow associated with saying that it is okay, that we accept the evil deed. But that is not forgiveness. Forgiveness means filling yourself with love and radiating that love outward, refusing to transmit the poison or hatred engendered by the behaviors that caused the injuries. Forgiveness is a spiritual act of self-love, and it sends the message to everyone, including yourself, that you are an object of love and that this is what you are going to impart. This is the true process of untying wounds, of no longer clinging to them as prized possessions. It means giving up the language of guilt and self-pity, no longer moving on with the hurts of the past. It means forgiving intimately without expecting anyone to understand. It means leaving behind the tit-for-tat attitude that only causes more pain and the need for more revenge, replacing it with an attitude of love and forgiveness. This way of acting is praised in the spiritual literature of all religions. Feeling worthy is essential to be able to attract what you want. It is simply a matter of common sense. If you don't have the feeling that you deserve something, why should the divine energy that is in all things send it to you? So you have to change and know that you and the divine energy are one, and that it is your ego that is conspiring to prevent you from using this power in your own life. Here are some of the great attitudes and behaviors that you can incorporate into your consciousness to facilitate the growth of your feelings of worthiness. A plan that will help you see that you are worthy to receive and attract from the divine source. The following suggestions represent a step-by-step plan for intensifying your receptivity to the power of manifestation in your life. If you put it into practice, there is no doubt that you will feel worthy of the blessing of the all-encompassing divine spirit. The word inspiration literally means to be infused with spirit, or in spirit, if you will. Practice doing what you like, and make sure you like what you do every day. If you're going to do something, give yourself the benefit of not complaining and instead show affection for that activity. Your motto here should be, I like what I do, and I do what I like. That puts you in the spirit and literally gives you the zest to be a worthy recipient of God's grace. The word enthusiasm comes from the Greek root entheos, which literally means to be filled with God. Make every effort to eliminate internal habits of pessimism, negativity, judgment, complaining, backbiting, cynicism, resentment, and destructive criticism from your vocabulary and internal dialogue. Replace them with optimism, love, acceptance, kindness, and peace as a way to process your world and the people in it. Regardless of how much you may be tempted to regress into cynical habits, remember that this is the energy that you are sending into the world, and that in doing so you are transmitting a message that blocks the energy that will give you back what you want. If you are full of negativity, you find yourself unbalanced and your resentments indicate that you do not feel worthy or ready to accept the loving energy that you desire. Try to find a quiet moment each day to eradicate feelings of unworthiness. That time of prayer or meditation, or of simply experiencing silence, will feed your soul and finally remove any doubts you may have about not deserving to be a beneficiary of the abundance of the universe. Read spiritual literature and poetry, and listen to soft classical music whenever possible. I have found that simply reading the poetry of Walt Whitman, Rabindranath Tagore, or Rumi puts everything in a more sacred perspective for me. Reading the great teachings of the masters is like doing a spiritual homework at home. These include the New Testament, Course in Miracles, the Torah, the Quran, and the Bhagavad Gita. These great works are a way of being in the spirit, inspired, and dissolving doubts about whether or not you deserve to materialize in your life what you want. The following beautiful poem from the Prophet by Jalil Gibran is an example of this kind of literature. I include it here for you to study. Pay particular attention to the words your hearts know in silence the secrets of days and nights, and for the soul travels all roads. These are the thoughts that I have highlighted throughout this book, as I try to encourage you to know your own divine dignity. On Self-Knowledge from the Prophet, by Jalil Gibran, 1923, and a man said, "Tell us about self-knowledge." And he answered, saying, "Your hearts know in silence the secrets of the days and the nights. But your ears long for the sound of the knowledge of your hearts. You will know with words what you have always known in your thoughts. You will touch with your fingers the naked body of your dreams. And it's good that you do. The hidden source of your soul must spring up and run whispering towards the sea, and the treasure of your infinite depths will be revealed before your eyes. But let there be no scales on which to weigh your unknown treasure, and do not seek the depths of your knowledge with the staff or the sound. For the self is an unlimited and immeasurable sea. Do not say I have found the truth, but rather, I have found a truth. Do not say I have found the path of the soul. Rather say I have found the soul walking my way. Well, the soul walks on all roads. The soul does not follow a line, nor does it grow like a reed. The soul unfolds itself, like a lotus with innumerable petals. Try to surround yourself as much as possible with beautiful things. I write these words on Marco Island, Southwest Florida. Every evening, I put down the typewriter and go out to the beach, to experience the magnificence of the sunset over the Gulf of Mexico. Every time I participate in this daily ritual, I am filled with respect for the enormous energy involved in the movement of the earth around the sun. I breathe that energy, and I am grateful to be a part of all this beauty. Being part of the sunset every evening makes me feel that I am at home, beyond this planet, and opens me to the deepest nature that is within myself. I could never feel unworthy of the grace and bounty of the universe when immersed in this beauty. The same is true when experiencing virtually any beauty. You have a tendency to eliminate doubt about your own divinity and connection to the ultimate truth in everything and everyone. Practice kindness to yourself and to others, as often as possible. Give up your need to be right and to win, instead, be kind, and you will soon know the blessing of inner peace. Remember that your higher self only wants peace. By practicing kindness, peace appears immediately. By being at peace with yourself and your world, you know that you are a worthy recipient of everything that comes your way. You begin to trust then in the energy that brings the fulfillment of your desires. If you are in a state of confusion and consequently you are worried about winning or losing, you are at the mercy of your own ego, which loves to be confused. All that inner turmoil makes you question yourself and your worth compared to others. And that brings with it the doubt as to whether or not you are worthy to receive and manifest. Make it a goal to be kind to others every day, at least once, and extend that same privilege to yourself, as much as possible. You always have a choice about how your spirit is going to react. The alternative of guilt, worry, fear, or judgment is nothing more than a thought that is transferred to your physiology. When your physical self is thrown out of balance by these emotions, you feel too sick and unhappy to even think about participating in the act of co-creating a blissful life. You sabotage yourself, and all because of an unwillingness to be kind to yourself and others. He begins to consider the universe as a friendly place, rather than an enemy one. Put in the category of lessons all the hurts of the previous phases of your life. Stop seeing yourself conditioned by those wounds and turning them into an identification bracelet. Detach yourself from the attitude that this world is evil, full of bad people, and start, today, looking for the good in the people you meet. Remember that for every act of evil, there are millions of acts of kindness. This universe works with the energy of harmony and balance. Breathe in to absorb that energy and remove the idea that you are a victim from your mind and heart. Any connection with your trauma creates a cellular toxicity in your body and a spiritual poisoning of your soul. Repeat it over and over again, until it is well recorded, I am what I am, and I am worthy of the abundance in the universe, and of everything in it, including myself. You are now on the path of knowing that you are worthy to attract and manifest in your world. You are aware of your higher self. You trust yourself and the divine wisdom that has created you. You know that you are not separate from your environment, and that within you there is the power to attract. The next principle refers to the energy of love and how important it is to know and experience it in your whole being, before you begin to apply the last three principles of manifestation. Look at by. Sixth principle. Connect to the divine source with unconditional love. There is no greater power on earth or in heaven than pure and unconditional love. This is the core of the sixth principle of manifestation. The nature of the force of God, that invisible intelligence that is in all things, and that is the origin of the material world and the center of the spiritual as well as the physical plane, could be defined as pure and unconditional love. It is what makes material things take their place and prevents them from collapsing into innumerable particles. This God force is like a higher soul that we are always connected to because we are localized extensions of it. You may feel infinitely deserving of bringing material and spiritual prosperity into your life, but if you do not live up to unconditional love, you will be interfering with your ability to manifest in your life. To be divinely aligned with this infinite and universal energy, you have to become unconditional love. Although it seems easy and even appropriate to announce I practice unconditional love, that is far from the truth for most of us on this physical plane. Unconditional love eludes most of us, largely because we tend to identify it with affection or feeling. Mirabai knows that to find the Divine One, the only essential thing is love. The energy of love dissolves limitations. By saying that love emanates from the soul and divine consciousness of God, I mean something that the lower self or the ego cannot perceive. I'm not talking about having good feelings for others, romantic love, showing affection and consideration for everyone. This unconditional love that I write about here is an experience of the harmony of life. It is something too deep for us to awaken with our senses or our mind. The energy of unconditional love is the power behind creation. Guide all our natural laws. We can imagine this love as a vibration that transmits thought forms to material expression. In its highest nature, love is the force that we recognize as the will of God. It is the alchemy that we assume to make sense of the way things materialize from the spirit world. These are very important words, and it is essential that you know them if you want to stop being someone who takes what life presents to you and participate in the act of creation along with the universal energy of unconditional love. I suggest that you embark on the experiment of practicing only unconditional love for several days, maybe even a week. Make it your main activity, but promise yourself that you will only allow unconditional loving thoughts to emanate from your consciousness. Proclaim your commitment to living unconditional love for the length of time you have decided. During that period of time, refuse to entertain critical thoughts or judgments. In quiet moments, think only of peace and love. Think and act in all your relationships exclusively in a loving way. Extend loving thoughts and energy every time you meet someone or something. Become unconditional love. This practice of becoming unconditional love is a prerequisite for the manifestation process. By pouring love into your immediate surroundings and practicing kindness in all your thoughts, words, and actions, your immediate circle of friends will begin to respond in a whole new way. In addition, this act becomes very quickly expansive and you can radiate this love towards your community and the people you read about in the newspapers, including those who have been classified as terrorists, murderers, fraudulent artists, and the like. From the word unconditional, the "in" stands out. You detach yourself from everything and love everything. You do not love the hostile act, but the spirit that is blocked in those who cause harm and are not loving. If you can live this way and reject all thoughts and actions that are not unconditionally loving in nature, you will experience the essence of your spirit and know how to overcome the limitations in your own life. This is a task that your conditioning will not easily stimulate. But you can persevere for a few days to know what the universal divine spirit is like. That spirit does not judge anything or anyone, does not moralize, does not show favoritism, but simply exists as unconditional love that radiates harmony and allows everything and everyone to unfold. Every day millions of flowers open and then close with the only help of unconditional love that flows in everything and that is at the core of the universal, infinite, and eternal energy. With this exercise you will be cultivating this aspect of yourself. As you practice unconditional love, contemplate and meditate on the sacred unconditional love that is also at the core of yourself. Imagine an atom of unconditional love at the very center of your own existence. Feel its presence in your heart and see how it opens and radiates out. This impersonal feeling, which does not depend on anyone or anything, not even a belief system, will soon transform into the feeling that you are connected to the infinite energy of unconditional love that is God. With this transformation, you will enter the path of manifestation. You will connect, ridding yourself of all judgment, anger, moralizing, preaching, hatred, resentment, and all other tools of the ego. What can you expect from practicing total and unconditional love for a few days? If you dedicate all your meditations to love and put love in each specific situation and in each person you meet, and, even more, if you extend that love to all the people who inhabit the planet and to the infinity of the universe, you will feel that you become in a different person. You will sleep more soundly. You will feel at peace almost at all times. Your relationships will be more deeply spiritual. Most importantly, you will begin to recognize the coincidences in your life more regularly. Your unconditional love will then begin to produce what you want, without you even knowing it. Your dreams will be more intense and the awareness of what you are looking for will become clearer. What I suggest is that you can love more and unconditionally, without expecting anything in return. As a result, the limitations you experience will disappear. Try at least. There is a much quoted passage from the New Testament that seems appropriate to quote here. I think it is one of the most profound passages ever written. It belongs to Corinthians 13, on love. And I am still going to show you a more excellent way. Although I speak the languages of men and angels, if I do not have love I am like brass that sounds or cymbal that tinkles. Although he had the gift of prophecy, and knew all mysteries and all science, even if I had fullness of faith to move mountains, if I don't have love, I am nothing. Even if I distributed all my goods, and gave my body to the flames, if I don't have love, nothing benefits me. Love is patient, it is helpful, he is not envious, he is not boastful, he is not fattening, it is decorous, it does not seek your interest, it does not get irritated, it does not take evil into account, it does not rejoice in injustice, rejoices with the truth. Everything excuses it. He believes everything. Everything awaits. All supports it. Love never fails. Prophecies will disappear, tongues will cease, science will disappear. Because partial is our science and partial our prophecy. When the perfect comes, the partial will disappear. When I was a child, I spoke like a child, thought like a child, reasoned like a child. When I became a man, I put all childish things. Now we only see a poor reflection in a mirror. Then we will see face to face. Now I know partially, but then I will know fully, just as I am fully known. Now faith, hope and love subsist, these three. But the greatest of them all is love. Indeed, the greatest of all is love. It will make the imperfect disappear and allow you to achieve the spiritual fullness of participating in the creation of your life, based on the model of unconditional love. I am aware of how difficult it is for us to be guided at all times by unconditional love. I imagine your ego will protest, saying that this idea is absurd because you are human, and humans have deficiencies. Regardless, I ask you to do this exercise for a few days or a week. I know that it will become commonplace as you perceive the richness of living with this new awareness. Unconditional love is the ultimate mystery hidden in life. It may sound simple, but it is so powerful that it will free you from the domination of your ego if you grant it even a brief trial period in your life. As long as we do not learn to transcend the ego, we will continue to contribute to the madness we are witnessing in the world. Detaching and becoming an unconditionally loving observer is the best way to cultivate a healthy and balanced relationship between ego and spirit. The process of unlocked observation. One of the great meditation exercises I learned many years ago involves imagining that you are rising out of your own body and floating in space until you are so far away that you can see the entire planet. If you do, try to imagine what the Earth is like without your presence on it. It will be a difficult task for your ego. Next, start observing the planet without judgment, refusing to rate anything good or bad, right or wrong. purpose simply to observe, allow, and send unconditional love. It will probably be easier for you to send unconditional love when you are not there to interfere. That is, you can love unconditionally when you get your ego out of the way. This technique will help you project unconditional love. If all of you becomes unconditional love, you will not participate in the concerns of the ego. By operating from this perspective, you practice disengagement in a state of friendliness, making you a compassionate witness to everyone and everything you come in contact with. It is something magical to be able to radiate this kind of love outside of yourself. This is the resolution of that great mystery, which is how to connect and know God. That is, not of knowing what God is, but of knowing God. The process of becoming a detached observer occurs in the silence of contemplation or meditation. Find time to be alone, surrounded by serenity, and enter this inner place of love. It is in silence that you will truly know the divine energy of unconditional love. Most of us Westerners have great difficulty enduring long periods of silence. These moments are often filled with music, conversation, radio, television, and anything else that can be used to avoid silence. Ours is a noisy culture. Trying to meditate and simply observe the silence, I hear vacuum cleaners, lawnmowers, trimmers, portable telephones, saws, and the many machines that remove dirt and sand, dig trenches, clean, and so on. All those noisy machines have power sources that pollute the world with their atrocious noise. It takes practice to learn to transcend those sounds, to abstract yourself, and to shut out all that noise pollution. The noisy world will continue to filter through until your quiet moments, unless you can get far enough away from it to get in touch with nature and avoid it. Our preoccupation with sound satisfies the ego's need to escape the serenity and unconditional love of the divine intelligence that is God. But you can become a disengaged observer if you decide to just forget about your ego and let your higher self take over. Become an unconditionally loving observer. Don't just be someone who is always guided by your ego. Let go of your inclination to judge and moralize, and take personally everything you observe. Simply become someone who watches. You will then find yourself aligned with God, allowing everything to solace in your blissful love, rather than allowing the ego to frantically insist that there is a higher form. Being godly means expressing the love in yourself. It is much more than just being close to Him. You have to form a unity with the universal being of God. What does it mean to be in oneness? What we have come to call the will of God is nothing more than an invention of man to gain control over others. If you are convinced that there is a will of God separate from yours, you will find yourself controlled and dominated by those who claim to know the will of God. If you adopt this belief system, you will fall into the trap of your will against my will. You will want to do certain things, but the will of God will dictate others. Expressing unconditional love and participating in the creation of your own life is only possible when you know that God is not separate from you. You and God are one. In the New Testament, Jesus tells the crowds, "I have said, you are gods," and later, "He who believes in me believes not in me, but in the one who sent me, and whoever sees me sees him who sent me." John 10:34, 12:44. Being in a state of oneness means knowing that the unconditional love that God has for all creation is also the unconditional love that can be in you if you choose. Your free will is the freedom to embrace whatever thought you desire. That free will is the gift that God has given you. Use it in a spirit of love on which no conditions are imposed. God's love for you is unconditional. In that love that the divine Creator grants you, there is no restriction or censorship whatsoever. You have the most complete freedom to do whatever you want, because your will and God's will are the same thing. You are free to choose your thoughts within this great scheme of unconditional love. If you and God's love for you are the same thing, you are part of an unconditional unity. If you impose restrictions on that love, or if you base it on your judgments and aversions, you make it a conditioned love and withdraw from the possibility of participating in the act of creation with God. You then come into conflict with the divine essence that is God, due to the imposition of conditions on your capacity to love. Suppose God decided to withdraw His unconditional love, both for you and for the world, and instead impose certain conditions. In that kind of world, people would have to function without the freedom of thought and expression. The entire cosmos would collapse in an instant. Life flows with the freedom of unconditional love. That is the very essence of life. No divinity demands that one think in a certain way if he does not want to be cursed or destroyed. In our world, we have unconditional freedom to let our thoughts be what we want them to be. That is God's way of expressing His love for you. It is the gift that the Creator has given you, expressed through your individuality. Eliminate that freedom and you will cease to be human. Humanity itself is lost when unconditional love that allows us to think what we want is lost. Suppose you can function in the same unconditionally loving way, through the simple process of being non-judgmental. What happens if you do not have hatred and only extend to others the freedom to choose? You will experience what is called uniqueness. Your will and God's will not conflict. The conflicts you experience come from the ego. Your ego is your idea of yourself as separate from God and from all of God's creations. The ego needs to be reminded of its superiority over others. This is how conflict is created. But you don't have to participate in this stupidity. Your higher self only wants peace, and it is unconditional love. Use this love for the purpose of co-creation. Every moment that you create by radiating unconditionally loving thoughts is a reflection of the same love that was responsible for your creation. Creating, or manifesting, is the act of extracting unconditional love from within oneself, to give it a shape that we call the world of the concrete. In this sense, then, unconditional love can be conceived as the power to participate in the act of co-creation. Unconditional love as power. Of those who seem to possess the gift of attracting all kinds of good things into their lives, they are said to have a somewhat mysterious power. The ability to reach a higher state of being, where there seems to be almost no delay between the creation of a thought form and its materialization, can be seen in terms of unconditional love and an absence of demand or judgment about it. World. I know that is a power that is available to all of us when we begin to embrace the basic principles of spiritual manifestation. What happens is that normally we do not recognize the magnitude of that power that we have by virtue of our ability to create thoughts and attract, from them, the abundance of the universe. By thinking rationally about him, we immediately think of the conflict between having free will and having a destiny, a conflict that often obviates the need to think and live on the basis of unconditional love. Our rational left brain tells us, if it's already determined, I don't have free will, and so whatever I think about has been predetermined, so I'm doomed. Let's take a quick look at the question of destiny, since it is included in the title of the book, and put it in a different context. The destination is not predetermined. Your destiny is entirely determined by you. Every moment of your existential now is the result of your previous thought. The idea that everything has already been arranged in advance is a hallucination. Each one can make and manifest their own destiny. Your free will is the gift of unconditional love. You create your own destiny with that free will, and when you venture out of the way of unconditional love, you simply live in an illusion. The idea that you are separate from God's will puts you in a servile posture, such that God becomes something you have to fight or fear. Obviously, if that were true, God could not be all love at the same time. Once that illusion has taken hold, you become a victim of life, rather than actively participating in its creation. You then lose your ability to extend the unconditional love that is the essence of your being and instead project your conditioned ego. In other words, you give up your ability to be in union with the force of God who has created you, and you also lose the power to manifest or co-create the life you want. Life is in conflict with your higher power. You start to fear this higher power and act slavishly. You are disenchanted by your inability to attract positive things and you feel weak and powerless. You have lost the joy and ecstasy that accompany a life of unconditional love. Know the joy of unconditional love. Most importantly, by cultivating unconditional love you will free yourself from hatred and violence. And without those thoughts it will be easy for you to discover in yourself the presence of joy and peace. This is an automatic reaction to unconditional love, because you are in harmony with the creative source. One of the concepts that you will surely have to rectify on your way to unconditional love is the mistaken belief that joy corresponds to the ego, and suffering to the spirit. The truth is found precisely in reversing this assumption and reaching the source of spiritual joy. Simply put, from the ego's point of view, experiencing joy always means getting what we want, while spirituality is associated with meditation, generosity, and good feelings for others. The path you must take to find true joy and blessing in your life is to affirm the spirit and subordinate the ego. Telling yourself that the ego is an illusion provides a powerful tool for manifestation. The ego identifies you as a fundamentally physical body, separated from God, in need of constant caresses that feed its egoism. By simply saying that this is an illusion and does not really exist, these ideas are replaced by unconditional love. The joy you experience then supposes the denial of the false and the affirmation of the truth of your being. You are absolutely free when your conceit is not consuming you. You are free when you no longer need anyone you meet to flatter you, pamper you, and approve of you. You are free when you are no longer offended by the actions of others. Freedom allows you to extend your inner world to the outer world, and that is love. You experience great happiness when you feel free. Think of those moments in your life when you have felt freer, in those occasions when you have not felt pressured, when you have been able to walk calmly through nature, or when nobody has harassed you with certain deadlines, occasions when those that you have found alone and in communion with God. If you have established the connection with your inner life, these will undoubtedly be the most joyous moments. When you experience this kind of blissful freedom, you are inspired, and naturally that means you are in spirit. In my life, the moments of greatest creativity occur when I allow myself to be free. This freedom produces great joy within me, which manifests itself in the form of new ideas to expand my work and be more determined, to be a better writer, teacher, father, and husband, to share this love that I feel with all those who bother to meet him. Joy, freedom, and unconditional love are inseparable, they flow each from the experience of the other. Feeling joy means not holding on to anything and having no restrictions. That is also the feeling that freedom produces, and it is the result of embracing the unconditional love of the divine energy that is at the center of your being. True joy is not simply the pleasure of the moment. Those ego pleasures are fleeting and transitory. More is always needed to satisfy them, as in the case of drugs, and that satisfaction is largely an illusion. I do not mean to say that all the pleasures of the body are pernicious, but simply temporary. This does not mean that we cannot enjoy a massage, a delicious meal, an act of physical love and all the pleasures of the body. But we should know that true joy is not in physical pleasure. It is in the mind, which continuously processes the information it receives and allows you to experience pleasure. The body is simply neutral, as are all things. It is the mind that makes it real, and not the other way around. The body does not make us more real, just as it cannot heal the mind. The body, in and of itself, does not bring us happiness. It is in the mind that healing of the body originates, and it is also in the mind that happiness originates. Your purpose is to align your mind with unconditional love that is the divine source of all material things, including your own body. Along with that love, happiness and power will appear in your life. When a drop of water separates from the ocean, it becomes a small, powerless particle, weak and unable to support itself. But when aligned with the source from which it originates, the ocean itself, it is far more powerful than an individual drop could ever be. The same thing happens with you. By yourself, separated from your divine source, you are an ego enclosed in a skin, living the illusion of being important and powerful. But realigned, you can know the joy that comes from this partnership. And what you align with is pure, unconditional love and acceptance of all that is. Give up your fear. Unconditional love as an absence of fear. All fears stem from the idea that we are alone and separated from the one divine source, to which we give many names, including that of God or the Holy Spirit. By adopting a posture of unconditional love, you automatically drop all fear. In the absence of fear and in the presence of unconditional love, you will find the solution to the mystery of manifestation. Once you truly know that you are not separate or alone, fear is replaced by unconditional love and you gain access to the Holy Spirit. Fears originate from the ego, which sends constant messages telling you that you are incomplete and that you need more, that you have to earn to be better compared to others. With your incessant pressure, the ego keeps you in a constant state of confusion and anguish. This is where all fears are born and nurtured, within yourself. To accept unconditional love as a premise for your life, you will have to convince your ego that there is no need to prove anything, and that the only thing you want and hope for is already there. The ego also needs to be taught that you are connected to a creative source that is far more powerful than itself. You can then free yourself from their continual need to stand out, wherever you go, and you can send the energy of unconditional love outward with your thoughts, trusting that everything is in order. There are no demands, no pressures, just a simple knowledge, accompanied by an unconditionally loving attitude. With this kind of declaration, fear is eliminated from your life and is replaced by love. Remember the biblical quote, "Perfect love rejects all fear." Fear and love are unable to reside simultaneously within the same person. If you are afraid, you have thrown love away from you. If you experience perfect love, something that is within your free will, you have cast out all fear. The principle of unconditional love is a prerequisite for the manifestation of your own destiny, and it is something very difficult to put into practice permanently. However, you can start this process by working through it step by step, starting right now. Here are some tips for living and radiating unconditional love. Some ways to put unconditional love into practice. Keep in mind, above all, that love transforms. Every act of love releases blocked energy in your body. Unconditional love heals the body and mind. Remind yourself of this truth until it becomes your own reality. Love is a frequency that you can tune into, just as you tune into a frequency on the radio. The opposite pole of love is fear. Fear is a stream of energy that literally runs through your body and occurs when you feel cut off from the source of unconditional love. Every time you experience fear, ask yourself, what is happening that has replaced love with fear at this moment? This kind of monologue with yourself will allow you to be aware that you are feeling fear again because you have lost your alignment with love. In those moments of clairvoyance, you have to expel the energy of fear from your body, embracing unconditional love. When you are afraid, make no mistake about it, the anguish about failing, about not receiving approval, about your appearance, your degrees, or whatever, are due to the absence of unconditional love. When you experience fear, seek its source and you will see it dissipate almost instantly. Remember that love manifests itself in your thoughts and in your acts of oneness. The more united you feel with the divine source, the more you will act in loving ways towards others. Get into the intimate and regular habit of meditating. Every time you breathe in, feel how you absorb unconditional love. Each time you exhale, push out the thoughts of fear. This individual exercise can be the lifeline leading you to unconditional love and the world of manifestation. When you go out for a walk, use your breath to absorb the essence of love and feel it flow throughout your body. Use the breath as a means of inhaling love from the divine source, and exhaling fear by expelling the air. You will feel relaxed and experience more joy and freedom. Pick a day to practice this exercise with someone else. Set a goal to think, act, and radiate nothing but unconditional love for 24 hours, dreams included. For you, every moment of that day will only be infused with love. This means that as soon as a moralizing thought or some kind of judgment appears, you will immediately expel it from your interior and replace it with one of unconditional love. If this works, see if you can make it a day or two longer. The longer the exercise lasts, the more dramatic the changes will be. You will then begin to observe synchronous events arising, and you will have the feeling that God is especially concerned with you. You will observe an increase in energy, an interesting change in your dreams, which become more intense and spiritual, you will see yourself attracting things that previously seemed out of reach. You will surely experience greater joy, bliss, and also greater wealth in your relationship with others. Make the decision to present to God your greatest challenges in the realm of unconditional love. Simply direct them to God, accompanying them with a request such as, I have not been able to bring love into my life in these areas, and I request divine guidance to do so. I continue to harbor resentment and hatred towards these people, and I ask you to show me the way to unconditional love. By acknowledging that you feel powerless, you admit that your conditioning and your life experiences have not provided you with the tools to radiate love in those areas. But you also recognize that there is a higher energy, and you ask that higher force to guide you. By doing this, you show that you trust the strength of God, and you admit that you cannot overcome your ego. In times of prayer, don't be afraid to ask for help. If you want to eliminate fear and hatred and live in a spirit of peace, help will be provided. Do not impose any kind of condition regarding the way you want to receive that help. Just ask honestly, and when it appears, say thank you. Recognize the relationship between manifesting your heart's desire and unconditional love. Unconditional love is the energy of the universe, it is what God is and, consequently, also what you are. Without this love, you lose connection with creative processes. You cannot attract to yourself that which you are already connected to if you have sabotaged the connection. The presence of unconditional love is in all the things you want to attract, as well as yourself. Hold it honestly and you will retain the ability to know that you are a God. Lose it and you have lost your divinity. As simple as that. Remember all this when you wonder why your wishes are not materializing in your life. Invariably, the answer will have to do with the absence of unconditional love somewhere in your inner world. You don't need to delude yourself with unconditional love. If you don't love someone else's personality, be honest, you can still love the essence, the truth of everyone who lives on this planet and beyond. Observe how each one unfolds, even when their behavior conflicts with what you know to be divine and holy. Rest assured that they are dominated by their egos, that they have expelled all traces of their divine essence from their behaviors. Despite that, you must send love to the essence behind their actions. The greater your ability to see beyond your personality and individual behavior, the more light you will bring to the planet. Your world will be transformed through a change in consciousness, and in that new consciousness love will triumph over the passions of the ego. Send love even if you don't like what you see, and it may change even before your very eyes. Make your word law. Maintain harmony within yourself and you will experience love in practically all situations. Follow what you say with love. That will provide you with a balance that is conspicuous by its absence in those who live mired in feelings of guilt and self-reproach. The more you practice my word is law. I have to keep it, the more balanced your life will be. The universe works on a balance and the energy that keeps it balanced is love. By declaring yourself to be a person who keeps his word, you align yourself with the loving essence of the world. I have witnessed unconditional love in action, in the story of Kay Obara, who has cared for her comatose daughter for 27 years. I told this story, along with my wife Mark Ellen, in an inspiring short book titled A Promise is a Promise, and I encourage you to familiarize yourself with this truly amazing saga of unconditional love in action. You will be inspired as you read this remarkable story, and you will know that you are helping them too, since all copyrights to this book are given to these two divine souls. The sixth principle of the manifestation concludes here. Unconditional love is a fundamental element of your mental imaging process. Don't allow any negative, ego-driven thoughts to penetrate the inner realm of love. If you put this principle into practice, you will open your eyes to a truth that eludes most people. It is unconditional love that allows us to really get in touch with the divine energy that is in all things. It is in your hand to follow this path. You have been given the ability to express your free will. That is the gift that God has given you. By expressing love, you align yourself with the same love that has been guaranteed to you by the gift of your free will. By expressing hatred, anger, envy, and violence, you ally yourself with your ego, denying yourself the wonderful possibility of participating in the creation of your life together with the divine source of energy that we call God. Seventh principle. Meditate to the sound of creation. This seventh principle of manifestation will change your conditioning more than any of the other 8. However, while it contradicts your beliefs about how you fit into the universe, it also expands your ability to create and attract the objects of your heart's desire. This principle is a practical application of the manifestation, while inviting you to open up to a new idea and a very different practice every day. I can assure you that there is much to learn and gain from this practice of healthy meditation. I have used it myself with wonderful results. Others who have practiced meditation on a regular basis have experienced dramatic changes in their lives and have been able to manifest what previously believed impossible. As you begin to open yourself to this soul-nurturing practice, which chants the sounds of creation, take some time to carefully reread the other 8 principles. Once you start practicing these 2 daily manifestation meditations, you will need to trust your higher self and meditate with unconditional love. Reviewing the other 8 principles will help you find the trust and love you need. I have carefully studied a great deal of spiritual literature before writing this 7th principle. Using sounds to change the vibrations of our frequency is a spiritual practice that has remained in the shadows for centuries. Many of the old masters hid the secrets of the manifestation for fear that they would be misused. In this age of spiritual revolution, individual and collective receptivity has allowed the reappearance of these spiritual practices and has revealed their great value to us. Using sound for our meditations can dramatically transform our lives and allow us to become aware of our collective ability to manifest a world free from the demands and pettiness of the ego. I feel blessed to have a spiritual master, Sri Guruji, who has made these meditations available for me to teach to others who are open to these ideas. I have written about them as I have come to know them, and I present this 7th principle knowing that they will conflict with the conditioned experiences lived by many of my readers. However, I know that they are valid and I encourage you to open your mind to your unique ability to manifest what you want in your life and, more particularly, to get the upward and evolutionary spiral of the planet free from the clutches of the ego, which it exalts the separation of the very force of creation. This 7th principle refers to the use of sound as a tool to open ourselves to the potential and power of our creative force. Sounds have the ability to generate the ability to attract what we want. The key words to define this principle can be found in the title of the next section. Sounds have power. Sounds are powerful energy. Each sound is a vibration made of oscillating waves at a specific frequency. The range of frequencies that the human ear can pick up is approximately 16,000 to 40,000 vibrations per second. At a higher level of the scale, with increasingly rapid vibrations, is electricity, at approximately 100 million vibrations per second. At 2 billion vibrations per second we find heat. Light and color meet at 500 billion vibrations per second, and an X-ray manifests at 2 trillion vibrations per second. There is a theory that thoughts and the unknown ethereal and spiritual dimensions are in the realm of very intense vibrations, beyond anything that can be calculated at this time. Vibrational frequencies are clearly the very nature of our material universe. Sound, as we hear it, ranks very low on the scale, just above shapes or solids in frequency velocity. Sound is the intermediary between the abstract idea and the concrete form of the material world. Sounds literally mold the abstract world of thought and spirit into shapes. Let there be light, and there was light is the biblical description of creation. Or, in other words, may the vibrations of light emanate from my command. In ancient ceremonial rites, words, sounds, and forms were combined to achieve certain ends. The shape of each letter in a word indicated a sound. And each sound was used for a specific purpose. Sounds influence us in 1,000 different ways. An idophone is an instrument formed by the taut surface of a drum, on which a pasty substance is spread. Sounds and words are then spoken below the surface, producing different shapes and forms in the pasta. Some of these are replicas of animals, flowers, and other creations of nature. By using sand, instead of paste, the sand forms shapes and geometric designs that correspond to the letters of the alphabet. If the sounds are shrill and unpleasant, they produce unpleasant shapes. Experiments of this nature illustrate the impact sounds can have on us. The harsh and harassing sounds of machines, such as thumps, screeches, and harsh sounds that bombard our conscience, make it difficult for us to feel serene and at peace. Discordant sounds can cause internal disease. But sound has healing properties when it is harmonious and smooth. Healing occurs to the accompaniment of soft harmonies and the music of nature intertwined in spiritually nurturing silence. In addition to healing, sound is used in the process of creation, which is what interests us for this seventh principle of spiritual manifestation. By using the sounds of nature that are most in tune with the act of creation, we begin to attract the material form that we desire from those much higher frequencies that our senses cannot process. Keep in mind that sound is the vibrational frequency between the world of solid matter or form, as we know it, and the higher vibrational frequencies of the formless world of the universal spirit. Learning to use sound is a way to use your power to manifest thought in the world of form. To manifest is to know how to establish contact with that spiritual vibrational frequency, while living within a body, in a materialized world. Sound is the only vibrational frequency that we can use and change with our senses. All other frequencies are beyond our capacity to harness and we cannot use them to change our vibrational frequency. Pay attention to words and sounds because they can attract positive or negative influences into your life. Harmonious sounds contribute the most to a balanced and creative life. But before tackling the use of sounds in meditation, you need to learn to prepare yourself to use those sounds in your daily meditations. The manifestation is not done with the mind. You must access a method that takes you beyond the mind, to a state of consciousness that transcends your thoughts. This higher state of consciousness, situated beyond the mind, is called sthiti. Understand the sthiti conscience. Sthiti consciousness is a perfect state of consciousness in which there is a complete absence of doubt and there is no delay between the origin of a thought and its materialization in the world of form. It is an unlimited state of being in which creation occurs instantaneously, with no time lapse between thought and form. As we contemplate this state of grace, our minds immediately begin to question this idea and provide us with the many reasons that make it impossible. Sthiti consciousness, however, has absolutely nothing to do with the mind. Try to be clear about it. Sthiti consciousness is beyond mind. This state of grace has nothing to do with the mind, the nature of which is a constant inner monologue. The mind is haunted by an unlimited number of desires that can never be adequately satisfied. You can give your body great pleasures with alcohol and sex, give it great cars and delicious gourmet meals, massage it, and provide all kinds of other treats imaginable. The next morning, once you have recovered, your mind will have a new list of demands printed on your forehead, asking for more and more things than it can ever have enough. This is the nature of the mind, which is governed by the ego. Your mind, then, is only a barrier to experiencing sthiti consciousness, in which you are in a state of bliss and complete acceptance and in which your desires and your life experience are one and the same. Your mind prevents you from seeing this higher state of your consciousness. Deep within yourself is the awareness that there is a state of perfection, in which your ability to attract what you want is more immediate and less random than when the mind is in charge of the situation. With sthiti consciousness you are at peace and your inner wisdom begins to replace your thoughts. Using sound at the level of sthiti consciousness is like using a different language. Your higher self has its own language. When our body is in the most complete stillness and totally in the present, the thought disappears. Then you can start the exquisite process of meditating with sound. It is this magic of sound meditation that I am going to explain in the seventh principle. It is a technique that will take you beyond the limitations of the ego and the mind, to a place within yourself from which you can change your vibrational frequency through the use of the sounds of creation. The act of creation is itself a sound. When you understand and use it, the sound will heighten your perception of the sthiti consciousness within you. The magic of the sounds of creation. As you begin to incorporate into your consciousness these ideas about the power of sound, which goes beyond the darkness of your mind and connects with the light of your higher self, think about the following words with which the Gospel of John begins. In the New Testament, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. The word God has the same sound that is found in practically all the names of the original Creator. In the history of mankind, including primitive cultures, Eastern and Western religions and other traditions, a creator of the world and of humanity is always described. Here is a list of names used to designate the creator. Can you identify the sound that matches all of these names? Tat Krishna Sugmad Ramagayana Buddha Mahanta Wadakan Tonka Mahavira Adane Anu Brahma Koda Siddha Akua Ahura Mazda at Vashivananak Jehovah Asanbila Mahoyav Kami Samagad Nagwal Ado Kali Durga Allah. The sound that appears clearly in all these names used to designate the creator is the Baya. This is the sound of creation and also that of joy. Ada expresses a feeling of bliss and joy. The sounds of creation and joy are synonymous. It is no coincidence that the name to designate the creator in all languages contains the sound Ada, since it is the only one that human beings produce without the slightest effort, simply by exhaling and without the need to move our lips, tongue, jaw, or teeth, letting the Ada sound flow out. If you moved any of those parts of your body, the sound would change. Ada is the sound of perfection. There is no effort, as in creation itself, perfect and effortless. This sound of Ada, the sound of creation, is what you should use when practicing the language of Sthiti consciousness. The sound takes you beyond the incessant dialogue you have with yourself in your mind. By repeating the sound of Ada during your meditative manifestation practice, you are literally repeating the name of God. In reflection of the self, Swami Muthananda offers these words to devotees who wish to know more about the state of Sthiti consciousness. With eyes shining with love, sing your name, and all the inner mysteries will be revealed. Every bird and every plant will be revealed to you as Brahman. The knowledge of Vedanta will manifest everywhere. O dear ones, keep chanting the name of God while sitting, or standing, or involved in the world. Never forget it. Unite your mind with the self. He explained that these names of God have specific combinations of inherently powerful syllables that possess the ability to awaken the experience of God within us. During meditation, the ancient sages vocalized the vibrating sounds in the different chakras of the body. Saying these sounds familiarizes us, perhaps for the first time, with the subtle strength of God within ourselves. More than 2,000 years ago, Patanjali established his famous Yoga Sutras, designed to guide those seeking the highest stage of consciousness, known as Sthiti consciousness. Many millions of people who have studied his Yoga Sutras regard Patanjali as the greatest inner world scientist who ever lived. Patanjali offered the following advice to students seeking the power of the higher state of consciousness: repeat and meditate on Ahum. Ahum is a symbol for the universal sound of creation. Patanjali explained that when the body is abandoned, the mind disappears, and what is then heard is the sound of Ahum. Repeating this sound causes the disappearance of obstacles and an awakening to a new higher consciousness that is creative energy. When we practice, we really become the same universal sound. It is the yoga, the conjunction, of the observer and the observed. Continually chanting the name of God is the advice given by the teachers of self-awareness to those who seek to participate in the act of creation and manifestation. The sound of Ada is the sound of God. Repeat this several times and you will immediately experience a feeling of joy and fulfillment. Make repeating God's name a daily meditative practice and you will literally transform yourself into this universal sound of creation. You will become one with the sound that mediates between the world of form and the higher frequencies of the spiritual world. The Ada sound meditation will be more complete if you develop a mental image of your creative abilities to manifest yourself. One way to do this is to see yourself as a generator projecting vibratory energy with the Ada sound of God. Imagine that sound emanates through the chakra openings of your body, connecting it with what you want to attract or create in your world of form. The meditation of creation and the two manifesting chakras. Out of the total 7 chakras of the body, There are two that are significant for learning this technique of manifestation. The base or sex center chakra is one of them, and the third eye chakra, or mind chakra, located between the eyebrows, is the other. Imagine that a channel existed in your body between the base chakra and your third eye. You are going to clear up this imaginary passage between these two chakras and feel how you open the third eye, so that you can imaginatively project your manifesting energy out of the new opening. The base chakra is the center of procreation. The third eye chakra is that of the purpose of manifestation. Think of your third eye, which is invisible to the naked eye, as that part of yourself that makes contact with the physical world. The third eye chakra can voluntarily register or see vibrations from dimensions beyond the physical plane, but only if you can convince yourself of this truth and unclog this opening. You are trying to open your third eye through the language of your sthiti consciousness, using your rational brain, which maintains at the same time that this is foolish and impossible. Remember that the sound of Aya is that of joy, at the same time as the sound of God. In the beginning was the Word. Think about the sound that accompanies the procreation process. The sound Aya is the one most commonly heard in the act of procreation itself, and it happens very frequently that the name of God is repeated several times when a new soul arrives from the world of the invisible to the world in materialized form. Oh God! Oh my God! Aya! Initially, this may even seem funny, despite which it is valid and incontrovertible that these are universal clues to the process of manifestation. The energy released through the root or base chakra is what produces procreation. And what has happened? A release of energy from the base chakra received by another base chakra, and a soul connecting to move from the invisible to the world of form, all accompanied by the sound of Aya. There is no doubt about this. The energy released through the third eye chakra is called recreation or manifestation. Learning this technique of sound manifestation does not really involve more than opening the channel that exists between these two chakras of your body. By repeating the ah sound in the way I have described at the end of this seventh principle, by feeling the energy rise from the procreation center to the third eye, and ultimately by opening that third eye with your own ethereal energy by using this sound, you place an unconditionally loving energy in the world that will produce the creation of your heart's desire. With manifestation, you release energy from the mind chakra or third eye, and connect it with what you desire. As Muthananda repeatedly reminded your followers, capturing a fleeting glimpse of the beauty of reality is a gift made possible through Shaktipat, directly transferred divine energy, and through the power of repeating God's name. Either by means of the chant, the prayer, or the repetition of a mantra. And, as the great teacher teaches us, with firm practice we will free ourselves from everything that prevents us from living constantly in the awareness that all this is God, all this is God. Darshan Magazine, September 1994, p. 3. Opening the third eye is an inner exercise that consists of placing the attention in the third eye, or chakra of the mind, and projecting through it, feeling the joy that is associated with the sound. It is experienced by leaving the limits of the physical body and embracing what one wants to manifest, to bring it with him. It is tuning into the vibration of creation by letting go of the limitations of the body/mind and opening the channel between the center of procreation and the center of manifestation. Once this passage has been cleared of obstacles, one is immersed in the grace of a bliss that nourishes the soul, with the daily repetition of the Aya meditation. Introduce sound meditation into your morning practice. You will then be harmonizing with the sound of peace and joy, and you will participate in the idea that you and God are one in the universal sense. The sound will bring that awareness to you, since it is not a word that the mind can take and distort into an ego-dominated pattern. It is a sound that transcends the rational functioning of the mind. I have created a cassette tape and compact disc titled Meditations to Manifest, which will guide you through this morning meditation, using my voice to help you focus on the sound. In addition, this recording will also guide you through the second meditation, which takes place at night, and which also emphasizes the third eye chakra. However, the emphasis of night meditation for manifestation is different. Attention is paid here to gratitude for all that has been manifested in life. And that is also the subject of the ninth and last principle. The sound of that which is manifested. There is a second sound that reflects the vibrational frequency of manifestations on the physical plane. This sound is Om. If you reduced everything that you can observe on the physical plane to its ultimate vibration of sound, you would hear the sound Om. It is the one that ancient women meditated on when they brought their children into the world. While A is the sound of creation, Om is the sound of that which has already been created. Om expresses gratitude for all that has been manifested. There is a basic relationship between our level of consciousness and the vibrations of the universe. Being aware of this makes it possible to tune these vibrations to the state of mind that one desires. That is why I have included Om meditation in the manifestation process. Repeating the Om sound at night tunes the person to a higher state of consciousness and gratitude for all that has manifested in his life. It will then be in sync with its immediate surroundings. Repeating this sound like a gratitude mantra is one of the most joyous sensations you will ever experience, and it will make you be in harmony with your environment rather than face it. You will feel strongly connected to your life, rather than experiencing the need to control that your ego fosters. Using the Om sound is a way of connecting with everything that manifests itself in your life, in whatever form. It helps you create a haven of peace and helps you identify with the beginning of the manifestation. You will have the feeling of finally being on the same team as God, instead of being in a boss-employee relationship. Your ability to practice Om meditation regularly will help you appreciate what you are manifesting and allow you to feel spiritually connected. During meditation, the sound Om also focuses on the third eye chakra. Project the energy of gratitude from this chakra and you will feel an opening in the third eye. Then extend your vibrating ethereal energy to the sound of everything in the physical world, through the imaginary opening located in the third eye area. By making this sound and becoming familiar with it, you will melt into the joy that is associated with it. You will feel lighter, fresher, and more connected to everything in your world and everything that has manifested for you. On both the tape and the CD I have included affirmations of gratitude that I repeat as you meditate. At this point, I hope you are already aware of the importance and necessity of using Om meditation at night, and Om manifestation meditation in the morning. These two sounds, used daily, preferably in the morning and at night, are the basis for you to become adept at connecting with what you want and for you to fully understand the message of this book, which is that you manifest your own desires and your destiny. It wouldn't even occur to me to write without having spent 20 or 30 minutes meditating on the Aga. It is during that time that I accumulate the energy of creation, continually repeating the Aga sound of blissful creation. Then at night, after I have finished my day's work, I do the gratitude meditation, using the Om sound, which is the sound of everything I have created on my typewriter during the course of the day. This simple ritual places me in a state of grace, and gives me the inner certainty that I am in relationship with the divine creative force of the universe, and that I am profusely grateful for enjoying this divine relationship. It is what I call the sacred relationship. Without it, I would be unable to manifest neither this nor any other book. Once you have understood these two sounds and you know the power of vibrations, you will want to put this new awareness into practice. In the next section you will find a detailed explanation of how exactly to perform the manifestation meditations on a daily basis. The practice of meditating for manifestation. Manifesting and meditating are not things that can be separated. They are like the crest and the base of the wave, separate and distinct from each other, but always together. You cannot become adept at manifesting the desires of your heart if you are not willing to take the time to practice meditation. Meditation is simply the act of staying calm, with yourself, and turning off the constant monologue that fills the inner space of your being. It involves stopping the constant bombardment of thoughts and the seemingly endless chatter that fills your inner world. That inner noise is like a shield that prevents you from knowing your higher self. Practicing healthy meditation is a useful way to achieve inner silence and to eliminate the influences of constant chatter that is largely produced by the ego. The mind's attention turns away from the millions of scattered thoughts and focuses on the awareness of the sound itself. The sound serves as a mantra, keeps you centered and silences the chatter. The best times to meditate using this repetitive sound manifestation technique are at sunrise and sunset. If you are not used to waking up at sunrise, or earlier, make an effort to establish this discipline during a trial period of 90 days. If that is impossible, use the moment you wake up for auto meditation. However, I encourage you to challenge any pre-established and conditioned beliefs you may harbor regarding your ability to get up before sunrise to practice manifestation meditation. Your convictions about the need for a certain number of hours of sleep, or about your inability to get out of bed, or to treasure sleep more than anything else, or any other similar reason, are the result of your conditioning, and often they represent no more than excuses. What you want is to become a disciplined person. Early in the morning, and particularly before sunrise, is the best time of day to wake up. Silence allows you to feel close to God. This is the time when your mind and heart feel clearer and less distracted. You can perceive the energy of healing and solutions in the silence of the early hours of the morning, especially between 3 and 6 in the morning. Use specific things to encourage you to wake up during these hours, knowing that the time spent in a manifestation meditation will provide you with much more rest than a few more hours of sleep. The sun is a gigantic source of energy for our planet and everything that grows on it. When you start to go out in the morning, the energy that breaks the darkness is the most intense. This is the ideal time to start your manifestation meditation. I recommend you find a comfortable place to sit, without having to adopt any specific posture or position. The perfect posture is the one in which you feel most relaxed and at peace. If possible, it is advisable to do it outdoors, although this is by no means a requirement. Gently bring the thumb and index fingers of each hand together. Close your eyes and spend about 20 minutes on this morning practice. Take a few long, deep breaths, mindful of the pattern of your breathing and what you experience when your lungs fill. Then direct your attention to the root or base chakra, the sex center, and move it through the passage between the root chakra and the third eye chakra. Think of it as a channel that has been plugged, and think of the third eye space as an opening that has been sealed for a long time, and that you are now preparing to open with your inner ethereal energy. Now breathe deeper and longer, filling your lungs and, as you exhale, pronounce aloud the sound of Ada, putting as much emotion and volume into it as you can. Focus your attention on clearing the channel with this Ada sound. As you practice Ada meditation, add to your mental image what you would like to create or manifest, completely dissociating yourself from how it will appear in your life. In the 8th principle, I have explained in detail the importance of not making demands about how. What you should do is focus your attention on the sensation that you will experience when that desire manifests itself in the concrete world of your life. While meditating for about 20 minutes at the beginning of the day, repeat the Ada sound all the time like a mantra. However, only do it out loud and with emotion for about the first third of the time. Direct your attention up and down the passage between the root chakra and the third eye chakra, using the sound of Ada. Then turn your attention to the third chakra. Now you are going to open the third eye. With the internal energy that you experience from the sound of creation that resonates within you, open the third eye in your mental image and release the creative force through it into the world of form. Imagine that it is released from your interior and extends to such an extent that it surrounds the world and the objects you want. You can fully trust that this energy will connect with the universal energy that is the force of God, and that this will send the object of your desire to your immediate world. This should be done in accordance with the 9 principles of manifestation explained in this book, which means having no doubt, complete trust, unconditional love, and knowing that this power of attraction is within you and in all things. Gradually, you will begin to experience an overwhelming sense of bliss and peace in the sound of creation. Then you will feel the need to lower the volume. For about the next third of your morning meditation, utter the Ada sound more and more softly. Keep your attention focused on the third eye, which is now open and sending this creative energy, and on the feeling that your desire is manifesting. If you feel distracted or your attention drifts, return to the third eye and the feeling of the manifestation materializing for you. Remember that you are not asking for anything, that you are not telling God how to do this work, you are experiencing, in the third eye, the strong feeling of knowing, and the blessing of this repeated sound in an increasingly calm way. During the last third of your morning meditation, repeat the sound of Aya to yourself, silently, like a mantra, and keep your attention focused on the third eye and on the glorious sense of gratitude that you are already experiencing for what is to come. Manifest in your life. Once you have devoted approximately 20 to 30 minutes to this manifestation meditation, you are done with your morning session. The objects of your desire can be limitless and encompass the full range of human potentiality. Some people have used this meditation to manifest peace for themselves and those they love, to focus on a healing or to find a partner. Others have used it for things like selling a house, getting a promotion at work, overcoming an addiction, attracting money, or whatever. The possibilities are limitless. I have received hundreds of letters from people describing how successful they have been practicing this meditation when they use the 9 principles with integrity. If you have reached this point in your reading, you have shown your interest in learning how to become a spiritual manifester. If you know that the power to manifest is within you, perform this ancient practice of repeating God's name in a chant-like ritual each morning, with attention focused on the sensation and the third eye. What you are actually doing with the morning Aya meditation is resonating with the words "In the beginning was the Word and the Word was with God, and the Word was God." The act of manifestation is the beginning of something that is being created in your life. The Word is God, which is like saying that the Aya sound is the sound of God. The best time for night meditation is at sunset. Once again, when the sun sets below the horizon, there is an expression of energy, similar to a corona, that is greatest precisely at the moment the sun leaves the horizon and in the minutes immediately after its disappearance. Now practice the OM sound, which is gratitude meditation. I have detailed this principle of gratitude in the 9th and final principle explained in this book. In short, the practice is identical to the morning meditation, except that now you are not asking for anything to manifest. Instead, at the end of the day, or when you retire to rest, you simply give thanks to the universal intelligence that we call God for all that it has manifested in your life. Take several deep breaths, just as you did in the morning, clear the channel between the base chakra and the third eye chakra, and mentally form the image of all that you have received, then project that energy from the third eye opening. You are expelling into the universe, which is beyond your physical body, energy of gratitude, using for this the affirmations that I have included in the 9th principle, and that I pronounce aloud during the guided meditation of the cassette and the compact disc titled Meditations for Manifestation. The sound OM is pronounced aloud during the first third of the meditation to gradually go down and finally become silent, always with the attention focused on the third eye and feeling that the energy returns to the universal source of energy that we call God. The sound OM belongs to the material world. It is the sound that makes us feel most at home here, in the material world, since it is the essential sound of all experience in this phenomenological world. By repeating this sound you are in harmony with your surroundings. The final part of these meditations is the last sound you hear before going to sleep each night. The first sound you hear in the morning is usually Aya. It's the sound you make when you yawn or stretch. Be aware of this first sound and be willing to recognize it as your own vibrational frequency of the new day that you are manifesting. However, the final sound you hear within yourself when you go to sleep can be a combination of the two sounds, the Aya and the OM. You may remember that earlier I defined enlightenment as the ability to be immersed in and surrounded by peace. Peace is the key word here. It is no accident that the sounds Aya and OM, combined, translate precisely the word that means peace or enlightenment, as in Shalom, Shah, Lum. The sound of what you want to manifest and what has already been manifested equals peace. By saying these two sounds to yourself when you go to sleep, you are initiating the act of enlightened sthiti consciousness. You then form a unity with everything that is peaceful and everything that is offered to us. It is also no coincidence that the fundamental sound of spiritual joy is that of Aya in Hallelujah, and it is the one found in the word that ends all sentences, Amen. Thus concludes the practice of meditation to learn to vibrate with the sound of creating and creating. It is part of humanity's lore, and it is recovering as we move through the spiritual revolution, showing the many blessings it can bring to our lives. Try this glorious, peaceful practice of enlightened meditation on the manifestation for a period of 3 months, using each of the 9 principles explained in this book, and see if you experience the desires of your heart, without having made any demands or rules to the universal force that is God. The willingness to allow it to manifest at its own will, to allow creation to reveal itself, is the subject of the 8th principle of manifestation. Hallelujah. Shalom. 8th principle. Detach yourself patiently from the result. In the 7th principle, on the use of sound meditation, I stressed the importance of focusing not on the result and how you want it to materialize in your life, but on the feelings you experience as you manifest the image of your wish. The 8th principle of spiritual manifestation focuses on the experience of that feeling. You should not try to control the way in which what you want appears, or when. During the time that I have taught this meditation, I have often been asked questions such as the following: if I do this meditation, as you suggest, can I really win the lottery? My answer is, how would you feel if you won the lottery? The answers are usually, I would feel blessed, safe, ecstatic, happy. The crucial thing to activate the 8th principle are precisely those feelings. It is an illusion to think that you need to have something, such as winning the lottery, to feel blissful, secure, ecstatic, or content. Manifesting does not mean making demands on God and the universe. Manifest is a collaborative adventure where your intention is aligned with divine intelligence. That intelligence is in all things and in yourself too. You are not separate from what you want to manifest. That is you and you are that. There is only one power in the universe, and you are connected to it. Asking God to fulfill your desire according to a schedule and design imposed by you reinforces the misconception of God as a separate energy. Imagining that there is an intelligence devoid of individual personality in the universe is one way to begin to understand this 8th principle. This unusual and perhaps difficult concept will help you better understand the 8th principle. Intelligence apart from individuality. Most of us believe that the recognition of any other individual assumes that somewhere our individuality ends and that of the other begins. This belief is part of our conditioning and places many limitations on us. We learn from a very young age that I am not that other, because I am myself. If this pattern were ascribed to the universal mind, we would have a God who ceases at the point where something else begins. The word universal could not be applied then because God's energy would not include all things. To be universal and to recognize anything as external to oneself would be like denying one's own being. Thus, the nature of universal intelligence occurs in the absence of individual personality. The all-pervading spirit is an impersonal life force that gives rise to all that is manifested. The universal spirit penetrates all space and everything manifested, and we are part of that. It is as if we are in an impersonal and intensely intelligent ocean of life, which surrounds everything and is in everything, including ourselves. Although you have been conditioned to believe that it is an individual being, it is actually part of the great universal nature, which is infinite in its possibilities. Undifferentiated intelligence responds when the person recognizes it. If you believe that the world is run by chance, or by your own personal demands, the universal mind will present you with a hodgepodge of reactions, in no recognizable order. However, when you stop believing that you are a separate personality, with individual intelligence, you begin to have a much clearer vision. From the perspective of an intelligence that is universal and undifferentiated, ask yourself what the relationship with this universal mind means to you. It cannot have favorites if it is truly the root and support of everything and everyone. Lacking individuality, it cannot conflict with the desires you harbor. Being universal, it cannot disassociate itself from you. All of these statements characterize this all-producing mind as sensitive to you, once you understand your relationship to it. This universal, all-pervading principle has nature in common with you. By solving this riddle of the ego, you gain greater wisdom in relation to your ability to apply the eighth principle of manifestation. You cannot exhaust what is infinite, so owning it means that you have the ability to differentiate it as you wish. Your task is to put the universal within your grasp, elevating yourself to the level of that which is universal, rather than drawing the universal to a misunderstood level of individuality that is separate from the universal. You only need to acknowledge it to attract it to you, instead of asking it to recognize you and lead you to it. All this can seem a bit confusing, since the principles that have always been instilled in you are different. And yet it is crucial that you understand this, before continuing on the path of manifestation. Recognize the universal as a part of all that you are, and that all that you are is undifferentiated from all that is. Repeat this new awareness continuously. Know that if you do not recognize the universal as undifferentiated, it will present itself to you exactly that way, as a shapeless mass of energy that you cannot reach, as chaos rather than as a cosmos, and as a system in which you are separated from everything you want. Thus, eliminate all kinds of demands from your desires, and turn your gaze to yourself, knowing that you are attracting universal intelligence into your life, and that the how and when are in the hands of that intelligence, without judging, demanding or insist on the conditions of your personality. Just knowing is enough. Then cultivate the power of the patient disengagement with respect to the outcome. The power of infinite patience. The following provocative phrase is taken from Course in Miracles: those who are sure of the outcome can afford to wait, without anxiety. That is the main characteristic of infinite patience. The notion of certainty and patience go together. By trusting and knowing that one is connected with that universal intelligence that provides everything, the person only has to allow himself the virtue of patience. It does not impose any temporary restrictions on your manifestations and goes about its daily life with the certainty of knowing that, I have all the time I need, and I am sure of the result, so I will allow it to appear in due time. The secret of being patient is in the certainty of the result. When that certainty manifests in you in the form of confidence and knowledge, you can divert your thoughts from the desired result. Without anger or anguish, you can then direct your attention to all those tasks that occupy your daily activity. Knowing and infinite patience allow you to feel calm. You have practiced all the principles of spiritual manifestation, and then you have allowed the universe to take care of the details. You feel inside that what you want to manifest is already there, and the well-being of knowing that you have already been blessed with what you seek. Consequently, you don't experience the pressure of wanting it to show up immediately. This inner blessing is a function of the power of your infinite patience. Later, in Course of Miracles, we are reminded that patience is natural for the teacher who is God. All he sees is a certain result, at a time perhaps still unknown to him, but of which there is no doubt. I love this idea of being certain about the result and not worrying about the details. When we are impatient, we literally devalue ourselves and our connection to the Divine Holy Spirit. Impatience supposes the failure of trust in universal intelligence, and implies that we are separated from the all-supplying Spirit. Impatience implies that our ego is the owner of desire. We have to address and change this way of giving importance to ourselves. By being sure of the result, by not worrying about how and when, you cultivate the power of infinite patience and simultaneously detach yourself from the result. Once this disengagement has taken place, you can attend to everyday matters, such as educating your children, dedicating yourself to your work or training, meditating and communing with God, and simply observing patiently. Patience is spontaneous when you trust the uniqueness of universal intelligence. One of the ways to develop patience is to contemplate how patient God has been with you. When you went through moments of denial, self-absorption, self-criticism or hatred, God was infinitely patient. God does not rebuke or punish you when you stray from the sacred path, and He does not abandon you. That is the kind of patience you should develop. Infinite patience is a sign of confidence and requires infinite love to produce results in your life. By letting go of impatience, you align yourself with the strength of God, and the anguish of thinking about everything that is missing in your life disappears. When fear-based impatience takes hold of you, you lose your infinite self and again become the subject of the ego, which has no patience with anything that refers to infinity. The ego wants what it wants, and it wants it now. If he is not satisfied, he will convince you that this world is rotten and that you cannot trust anything but your differentiated self, even though it was that self that has produced the feelings of lack. If you satisfy the ego, a new list of demands will appear the next day. Your distress level will increase as you dedicate yourself to meeting these new demands. And that situation will continue as long as you allow the ego to take over your life. But by recognizing the connection between your infinite self and the strength of God, you will know that God has been patient with you, regardless of how long it took you to understand it, regardless of how far you have come in your search, and how long you have come. You have refused to listen. Endless patience will produce almost immediate results in your life. You achieve freedom when you eliminate the need to have what you want now, with the assurance that you actually already have it, even though it has not yet presented itself in your immediate environment as you would like it to. As an infinitely patient person, you know that you are already there where you would like to be, that there are no accidents, and that everything that seems to be missing is nothing more than an illusion perpetrated by your ego. With this awareness, impatience disappears and you stop seeking results from your manifestation meditation. You direct your thoughts towards the everyday affairs of your life, knowing that you are not alone. Your patience allows you to silently appreciate everything that has manifested itself in your life. This practice of patient disengagement from outcome is a foreign concept to those of us who have been taught that goals, symbols of success, and accumulating merit are ways of feeling important and fitting into our culture. You have achieved peace with your infinite patience, and peace is precisely what enlightenment brings. Here is a guide to living with the apparent paradox of trying to manifest something in your life, while disengaging yourself from when and how it will appear. A plan, step by step, to introduce a patient unbinding in your practice of demonstration. Understand the essence of what you want. What you want is not necessarily in the realm of things. If you want to manifest money, for example, see if your focus is on the bills or the experience of feeling financial security. Ask yourself what you want the money for. Focus your attention on the joyous experiences you associate with what you want, rather than on a new car or a new boss or a different partner. Experience is the essence of your desire. The essence is always located in the feelings. By searching within, you go from being gratified by external things to truly experiencing gratification. The essence of your desire is a feeling of well-being and joy, and an alignment with the universal spirit. Then you can see how many things appear in your life that will show you the way. They may have nothing to do with what you originally thought you wanted or needed. You may feel that you really want to manifest more income and a promotion, but if you seek the essence of this desire, you will probably see that what you really need is a greater security and a sense of well-being. Disengage from the rise in the world and the increase in salary. Instead, direct your manifesting energy to the very essence of your desire to feel more secure and less stressed. You will probably see things start to happen in your life that reduce your anxiety. Again, they may have little to do with what you originally thought you wanted. Banish doubts and enter the realm of certainty. Eliminate all doubts regarding your ability to manifest the essence of your desires. Review what you have read so far and, whenever a doubt appears, remember that you and the universal intelligence are the same thing, and that this universal intelligence is in all things. You know it, and you also know that you can connect with this energy to satisfy the essence of your desires. I recommend that you review the second principle of this book and, if you want to reinforce this idea, the entire chapter entitled Banish Your Doubts in Your Sacred Self. Once you have eliminated the doubts about your ability to manifest, it will be easy for you to dissociate yourself from the result and all the details. All you will need is to trust yourself and the divine energy of the universe. Drop your expectations and go about your business. Once you have directed the auto meditation into the universe, through the third eye opening, forget about it and indulge in the affairs of your daily life. Don't keep looking for reasons not to believe in your ability to attract what you want. Practice the patience that God has always shown toward you in your turbulent moments. You will find comfort in silent certainty and in your relationship with God. Continue your daily work and leisure regimen with a new sense of peace, originating from your awareness of what is manifesting to you. Remain completely detached from the inclination to measure and calculate what appears or does not appear before you. In fact, when your wishes are manifested, it is very possible that some time passes before you realize it, but the day you do it, you will understand that you had not noticed it because you had detached yourself from the result and had left it in the hands of God. This is an indication that you have been able to master this principle of patient disengagement from the result. Keep your wishes to yourself. As we have indicated before, sharing your manifestation efforts only diminishes the energy and deflects it towards the ego's need for approval. You want the energy of your manifestation to be as direct and pure as possible. Also, you want to prevent the dissipation of the energy you project, preventing it from getting involved with any ego needs. If you have patiently disengaged yourself, you have also disengaged yourself from any need to gain approval for your efforts. Of course, you may ultimately want to share the results of your spiritual manifestation, but as you incubate this divine experience with God, do your best to keep it private. The need to share it in this phase is an indication that your attention is on the result and that you are linked to it. Learn to interpret the signs of the manifestation of your desires. Keep in mind that things, as they will appear in your life, will not necessarily be related to what your rational brain has indicated to you. New things may start to appear in your life, and you will surely be surprised to see that it is happening more and more frequently. You will also begin to observe more clearly the relationship between your thoughts and the object in which they materialize in your life. Things that previously used to qualify as coincidences will become more and more apparent as you practice these manifestation principles. You will see people appear to help you after you have thought about these necessary helpers. You will see objects appear that were in your mind, and that you had forgotten, but that now appear in your life more frequently. Someone will mention a particular movie or song or anything else seemingly irrelevant, and you will listen to it over and over again, or the old movie you mentioned that you wish to see suddenly appears in the video store that very day. Be aware of the relationship between what you think and what you really want to manifest. The clues will begin to sprout in a multitude of delicious and unexpected ways. All these synchronous events and occurrences are the result of beginning to live in a heightened state of consciousness. You are consciously making contact with the universal source of all energy, which has been, until now, below your level of consciousness, and which is now beginning to rise to the surface. Pay close attention to the clues that appear and think to yourself, "It's working. I can see the results and I know it is due to the fact that I use these principles and my meditation practices. I will continue to do what I am doing in private." Act immediately as soon as you detect the first signs, recognizing them. By recognizing the first signs of the arrival of what you want to manifest, you will be giving your energy a positive charge, and recognizing the divine universal intelligence. This recognition is essential for the continuation of this manifestation process. Give thanks in silence and say to yourself, "I see the results of my connection with the universal source. I observe the presence of that specific person who offered to help me, and I know that it was sent to me by God. I am grateful and will do my best to use this manifestation for the good of humanity, rather than for the gratification of my own ego." Don't think of your demonstration as a special favor. The universal intelligence we call God is not an individual personality, and it will not dispense special favors to you or anyone else. Seeing the manifestation as a favor is equivalent to starting the bargaining process with God and believing in your separation from all other living beings. The process of manifestation is a spiritual practice to the extent that you recognize that you and the divine source of all energy are one and the same. This uniqueness does not judge whether someone has more right to abundance than anyone else. It is everywhere and in everything, and it shows when you, as a localized particle of that divine source, acknowledge your connection and show yourself open to it acting in your life. Although gratitude is an important part of this awareness that represents the ninth and final principle of spiritual manifestation, it does not imply appreciation for having received a special favor. The ego loves to make you appear special and characteristically different from everyone else and, consequently, more worthy of its multitude of demands. The ego would like you to think of these manifestations as special favors because, by doing so, you would reinforce your separation from that source. Your desires manifest because you are in perfect alignment with your source of creation, and because you do not pose any limitation to what may appear in your life. Ignore your ego's efforts to make you think that you are receiving the richest blessings from God, because you are special. Instead, be grateful and use these blessings in the service of others and with the deepest gratitude for the spiritual essence in you. You no longer identify yourself exclusively with the physical body, and you recognize your infinite soul as your true essence. It is precisely this that will allow you to achieve manifestation results, not your uniqueness as an individual. Remember once again that the universal intelligence that we call God cannot be singled out or framed within limits, since it is everywhere and in everything. Consider each and every obstacle you encounter as lessons, not indications of failure. Keep in mind that you are practicing patience and unteeing the result. When something appears to be an obstacle, do not use that material fact to deny the existence of the universal energy that is your essence. Once again, that is up to your ego, who wants to make you believe that it is he who dominates your life, not God. If the ego can convince you that this is all nonsense, and that these obstacles are a positive demonstration that God ignores you, you will have fallen under his influence again. Everything that appears in your life has a purpose. That includes falls, which provide you with the energy to propel you into a higher state of consciousness. Manifest supposes a state of consciousness superior to the one you experience when you think that you go from one place to another according to the capricious will of your environment and of a boss who is in charge of everything. Every obstacle, no matter how difficult or imposing it may seem, is a test that is presented to you so that you can demonstrate your faith and have the absolute certainty that you have banished all doubt. When it seems that things are not going as planned, remember that you are infinitely patient and that you are disconnected from any specific program. Most of the blessings that appeared earlier in your life, and also in mine, were preceded by setbacks that we weren't sure we could overcome. But you overcame them, as I have, and in my heart I know that all progress is generally preceded by a fall of some kind. I tend to view those falls with gratitude, rather than discouragement. My knowledge of my ability to manifest the essence of my desires is so strong that I can maintain my patience and detachment about how the details will show up, even in the face of what might seem insurmountable. There is no failure when one disengages from the way something appears. It works. You must know it like this and allow the universe to take care of all the details. Remove all judgment from your manifestation practice. Universal law is not a dual energy. It does not function according to the same dualism that operates here, on the earthly plane. It does not discriminate or act on a good/bad, right/wrong basis. There is only one energy that permeates everything, and everything is part of that power. By its very nature, universal law is in balance, so that whatever you desire must also be in harmony with the recognition of the universal divine source from which everyone receives their vital energy. This requires that one be willing to overcome his inclination to judge what appears in his life as good or bad, right or wrong, attractive or unattractive, and so on. Your judgments stop the flow of universal energy into your life and alienate you from divine power. It is not that you will be punished for it, but rather that your recognition will alter the natural flow of that energy into your life. Your ability to manifest depends largely on your own will to leave behind the collective unconscious, the collective judgments that constitute the totality of human beliefs. The many judgments you harbor about the world inhibit your ability to manifest the desires of your heart. Detaching yourself from those beliefs is one of the biggest challenges of your life. You have to abandon this collective unconscious, suspending the judgments and beliefs that you harbor, to enter resolutely in the world of the unknown. You will likely experience a sense of loss and perhaps a feeling of loneliness as you give up the habit of judging things. The reward is that you will begin to expand your own perceptions and accept that what others create are perceptions that concern only them, and not necessarily facts, as you believe. What the collective unconscious sees as limits to your capabilities, you will know is a false perception. You will not need to conflict with this consciousness, because it will have entered a higher vibration in which there are no limits. The physical earthly plane has its limits. You, however, now reside in the universal intelligence responsible for the existence of that earthly physical plane. Take the great leap, leaving all judgment behind, and accept whatever comes to you from that limitless source of energy. It could be a simple business card that you come across while walking on the beach, or it could take the form of a book or recorded tape, or a message that was intended for someone else but ended up in your mailbox by mistake. All of these can be clues that lead you somewhere. Avoid making judgments about how something came into your life, and refuse to accept the collective judgments that permeate the beliefs of most people you meet. Take advantage of this universal intelligence by regularly observing your manifestations, which occur, essentially, in each of the events that occur in your life. As you observe what comes and goes, try to do so without judgment, letting yourself be carried away by a feeling of complete acceptance and freeing yourself from the influence of your thoughts. Your mind will want to play the game of making judgments. Remember that you are feeling as if what you wish to manifest is already in your life. Your mind will not agree, so you have to learn to put your judgments on hold. You may say to yourself, "I am rich and happy," and your mind contradicts you, "You are not." Thus you find yourself with a clash between two opposing energies, your desire against what your mind tells you, with all its judgments and its negativity. This clash is a warning that you will not enter the realm of manifestation. You will not be able to be a manifester until you have meticulously discarded any negativity that you may have inherited from the collective unconscious. You have to enter a new dimension, and that is something that is not achieved by leaving the earthly plane, but by taking an inner journey. In that inner world, anything you can imagine is actually a part of yourself, now. Your proclamation of being rich and happy, taken over by that inner world that does not judge, will lead you to feel rich and happy. This in turn will lead you to start acting in a new way. You will begin to create a new concrete reality of wealth and happiness within yourself, as you generate a positive attitude towards everything you encounter. There are no judgments, but simply the feeling of having already manifested what is your desire. Remember that universal law is neutral and everywhere, and it does not care whether or not you receive your heart's desire. Consequently, you must walk the path of manifestation with enthusiasm and with a total absence of judgment. You are going to pick up something that is already there and that belongs to you, without the least kind of doubts, with the fierce determination to receive what you are now aligned with in your inner world of non-judgmental energy. This law does not discriminate. Receive your energy and give you what you put yourself. You have to trust her and be totally free from prejudice about the method and timing of delivery. Your mind will try to use logic, but the manifestation is not logical. Your mind will try to employ negativity, insisting that you are too old, stupid, or unworthy, that you never get anything, that you have wished for other things in the past and have been disappointed, and that there is no reason to expect things to go away. To change now. This is due to the attachment of the mind and the ego to the results and the past. To think using a logical set of beliefs that you have adopted from the collective tribal consciousness, and that have been instilled in you since you arrived on this physical plane. As you receive this kind of advice from your mind, give thanks for the information but tell yourself, "I refuse to accept any energy that contradicts the unlimited power within me, and I am going to continue with my manifestation." The universal law is much more magnanimous than the mind. Remember that it is unlimited, that it knows no borders and is omnipresent. It exists in a dimension larger than the mind. This is the reason why the mind cannot even comprehend a universal source of energy. Your mind believes that it is the end of all experience and consciousness, and you are using it to affirm or deny what exists beyond it. It is really a great paradox. But you can start to trust what your mind wants by going beyond it. Meditation and intuitive feelings are two ways to superimpose the mind. The emphasis is placed on disengaging from the beliefs of the collective unconscious, refusing to judge and patiently allowing the universal source to provide you with what you are now fully aligned with within your inner world. Learn to relax in peace and to know. Disengaging from the outcome means avoiding the process of rushing and pressing throughout life. Think of that acorn that was planted in the ground and that is on its way to manifesting itself as an oak. Imagine that you start digging the dirt after 3 weeks to see how things are going and see if you can do something to speed up the process so that it fits into the schedule you have set. Obviously, the acorn and oak would perish as a result of your efforts to speed up the process. Universal intelligence works at its own perfect pace. It will supply your wishes when you are aligned with the 9 principles detailed in this book. That surrender is guaranteed by the absence of doubt that you cultivate yourself, by total confidence in the presence of this energy in all things, including the one you are going to attract into your life. The best way to patiently disengage is to relax, trust, not push. The inclination to push and force things indicates that your mind continues to doubt and demand a result. Your ability to trust your feelings and allow them, and not your ego, to be the drivers of your life. That is the key to manifesting your heart's desire. Use affirmations to keep the energy flowing and to disengage from the outcome. The most useful information I can provide you in this regard is quite simple: I am infinite and universal, and I trust the divine power of the universe, which is also within me. Keep this always in your consciousness and use it to maintain the flow of universal energy in your life. By making these kinds of affirmations daily, you let go of the natural impatience in your mind and detach yourself from the results, and allow the source to flow in your life, unhindered. Be aware of the good progress of things in your inner source of energy and that the right people will emerge to help you in your manifestation. Try to be open to your energy and imagine yourself evolving happily and easily through each experience of the day. This affirmation, used in the morning, allows you to reach the bottom of your being and recognize your infinite beauty and the perfect place that you occupy in all the things that are part of this day. This affirmation will protect you against the negativity to which you will be exposed on the side of the collective unconscious and on the side of the beliefs that are no longer part of your inner world. This concludes the 8th principle of spiritual manifestation, which involves transcending your own mind and the collective mind that has been with you since your conception. It demands of you to be patient when your mind demands results, and also to let go of its concern regarding those results and to trust something that your mind cannot see and that your body cannot imagine with its limited perceptual means. Known as senses. It demands that you let your deepest feelings become a guide for your life, and that you trust that guide. And, most important of all, it asks you to allow yourself to know and see the infinite white light of the living spirit that surrounds and protects you, and that provides you with everything that your inner spirit can imagine, as a piece of the infinite universal spirit. Once you perfect that infinite patience, you will demonstrate your trust in something other than your own limited body/mind, and will peacefully allow your desires to manifest in their own way and in their own time. The 9th and final principle of spiritual manifestation involves the need to be eternally grateful, to be generous, and to serve others. 9th principle. Embrace your manifestations with gratitude and generosity. The conscious expression of gratitude and generosity is the last principle in this miraculous process of spiritual manifestation. Experiencing a sense of gratitude and generosity is the result of being in harmony with the other 8 principles presented in this book. Gratitude is the expression of recognition of the uniqueness of the universal energy acting in collaboration with your desires. The nature of gratitude. The nature of gratitude is the complete and full response of the human heart to everything in the universe. It is the absence of a feeling of alienation or separation. It represents our full recognition and appreciation of the energy that flows through all things and gives us gifts in the form of the fulfillment of our desires. Gratitude is a way of acknowledging that nothing should be taken for granted and, more importantly, it is an expression of complete and unconditional love for the power of God, which is in all things. It is a way of being in unity with the force of God, in the fullest interior serenity. One way of recognizing that the spirit within us is the same that sustains all life on the planet. Gratitude, then, represents the totality of ourselves. When we feel grateful and thankful, when we send this kind of loving energy out into the world, just as we did by asking for our heart's desire to manifest, we feel complete. Gratitude allows us to feel more connected to what we are grateful for. Nullify any feelings of separation and alienation from God. The nature of gratitude helps dispel the idea that we do not have enough, that we will never have enough, and that we ourselves are not enough. If your heart is full of gratitude, you feel grateful for everything and do not focus solely on what you lack. If your attention is instead focused on scarcity, you are communicating to the universal spirit that you need more and that you are not grateful for what you already have. The nature of gratitude confirms our fullness and abundance, and recognizes that we are the recipients of the generosity of others, of life, and of the universal spirit. Gratitude contributes a loving response to the whole of creation and to our relationship with it. That relationship illustrates to us how everything is interconnected and interdependent, including the manifestations of our lives. By understanding the nature of gratitude, we can more clearly identify those things within ourselves that are obstacles to practicing gratitude. Obstacles to gratitude. Gratitude is an inner process. It is an attitude of gratitude that is maintained even when things do not appear the way we would like. Rumi wrote, "Do not be sorry for what does not come." Some of the things that don't happen prevent disasters from happening. Gratitude is a way of facing the world with love, without prejudice. The three most common obstacles to an attitude of gratitude originate in mental processes. They represent a way of thinking that prevents gratitude from manifesting. 1. Find defects. You have no doubt heard the expression find fault. But, within that same context, we rarely find the phrase find love. The vast majority of us put much more emphasis on finding fault than finding love. We always have the alternative of looking for flaws or finding love. The one who dedicates himself to the first thing, focuses on what is wrong and what is missing. That center of attention shows criticism, judgment, and anger. The feeling is to be against the manifestations that appear in the world, rather than to be in favor of what is received. The initial principles of manifestation explain that it is essential to remember that what we think is what expands, as expressed in the phrase, "We will be what we think." If you use your mind to think about what is wrong and what is missing, that will be precisely what will manifest in you. Your inner world is the source of what you manifest. Finding flaws instead of feeling grateful and dedicating yourself to finding love guarantees that you will not be able to participate in the creation of your life and in the fulfillment of your wishes. Finding defects is not something that happens because of what you observe in your world. It is the observer in you who chooses a critical or angry point of view. 2. Complain. I have a motto that I have used for many years that is quite simple, but very effective in overcoming this obstacle to adopting an attitude of gratitude: don't complain. Do not explain. He who complains always feels cheated and, consequently, feels envy and bitter towards those who seem to have been blessed with what he lacks. The complainer feels isolated and cut off from goodness and joy. Since the fullness of life seems to be occurring somewhere else, the complainer is filled with ingratitude. To properly practice the manifestation of your own desires, it is crucial to have an attitude of unconditional love, to feel that you are not alone and that life is a gift that has been given to you. The experience of lamenting and feeling deprived leads to anger against the universal source that seems to have denied you the benefit of its infinite contribution. The very attitude of wanting to complain is enough to guarantee that you will continue to feel ripped off in life. Complaining is an expression of the absence of love in your inner world. If you feel love, there is no room for you to be upset because God has not given in to the demands of your ego. The ego constantly prompts you to need and want more and tells you that complaining helps. The problem is that the ego is never satisfied. No matter how much you feed it, it will always present you with a new list of demands almost immediately after the previous ones have been satisfied. If you give him alcohol until he is drunk, and sex until he collapses in ecstasy, and drugs until he blows him up, and money and cars and whatever you can think of, the next morning he will put up a longer list of demands. The ego is never satisfied and lives by the slogan that more is always better, and if that more doesn't come precisely when the ego feels the need, you have every right to complain. That is a major obstacle to adopting an attitude of gratitude, and it is an even greater impediment to manifesting the essence of your wishes. 3. Take what you have for granted. Taking the things and people in your life for granted deprives you of the joy you could experience if you were grateful. Taking things for granted means going through life without perceiving the multitude of gifts that exist, in each and every one of its moments. Think about the activities and experiences you would miss if they suddenly disappeared, and cultivate an awareness that doesn't take life for granted. Make an effort to stay alert to seek love. Remember that there are no insignificant moments. Playing ball with a child, contemplating the shape of the clouds in the early hours of the morning, listening to the sounds of the seasons, saying good night to a loved one, each and every one of life's experiences, they are an opportunity to experience gratitude or its opposite, a feeling of boredom. That is always a decision that you make. Going through life as a sleepwalker is an alternative that impedes the gratitude necessary to become a manifestor. If you take everything for granted, in the absence of joy and appreciation, you will never be able to see the signs that appear on the surface and that will provide you with the impetus to take action on the desired manifestation. The appearance of the right person or the unexpected gift that may be the beginning of your manifestation will be greeted with a shrug of the shoulders and with a disinterest that will prevent you from receiving your blessing. Stay awake and be grateful to everything and everyone. Change your attitude of ingratitude by imagining, if only for a moment, how empty your life would be without those blessings. We often do not value our loved ones and all the gifts of the universe until it is too late and they have left our lives. I often think of this in relation to my own children. I know that they will soon be leaving our home and living their own lives, with their own families. And then I am surprised to realize how much I love them. Mark Ellen and I have gotten into the habit of putting our arms around them and telling them how lucky we are to have them as a part of our lives, and how privileged we feel to be their parents. This act of love prevents us from taking the presence of others for granted. An expression of gratitude to grandparents, co-workers, spouses, and even airplane pilots is one way out of the boredom trap. Stop assuming life is guaranteed. Show your appreciation for life and cultivate gratitude. Appreciation and despect. By belittling something, we devalue or diminish its value. We despise things or people by expressing disapproval or disgust. If we appreciate something or someone, we value it with our approval and praise. By appreciating things, what we do is increase their value. It is impossible to feel grateful for something or someone that we do not value. Start to see things and people as they really are, instead of being guided by your assessment of them, which is an internal judgment. Every person is a child of God. Acknowledge the unfolding of God in each person you meet. Then you can appreciate it. If you don't do it like that, you despise her. Your experience of suffering, emptiness, and fear is related to your contempt for what appears in your life. Think about everything that you criticize regularly and you will realize what things you have stopped appreciating. If you find flaws in blacks or whites, Muslims or Jews, Iraqis or Americans, young or old, what you are doing is devaluing groups of people. Once you participate in that depreciation process, you block your ability to experience gratitude and consequently obstruct your ability to manifest prosperity, love, and joy. Essentially, depreciation activity means that you do not perceive the beauty of life. Instead of reinforcing the erroneous perceptions of your ego, you learn to appreciate things and, therefore, to manifest seeing in the other person or groups of people the Christ who returns your reflection to you. Cultivate an attitude of gratitude. Here are some suggestions for activating the practice of gratitude. Learn to be grateful for everything you are, for everything you have, and you will enhance your ability to manifest in your life the essence of everything you want. Learn to imagine yourself as a recipient rather than a victim. Practically everything that you have in your life, you have it thanks to the efforts of others. Your furniture, car, home, clothes, garden and, yes, even your own body are, in a way, gifts offered by others. Without the efforts of thousands and thousands of people working in harmony, you would have nothing to show in your life. Even if you are a self-made person, you couldn't have gotten very far without the gifts of the building blocks that you use to make yourself. You just have to remember this fact every day and gratitude will begin to replace cynicism. Practice the silent expression of gratitude when you begin to see the manifestation of your desires from the universal source. All it takes is a simple and intimate, "Thank you, my God, I see your work in my life and I acknowledge with love my appreciation for all that you have given me." These kinds of intimate reminders will keep you from being blocked by those obstacles you just read about. Become a person willing to tell those around you how much you appreciate them. Make an effort to say out loud how much you love your family members, without turning it into a fictitious ritual. Be willing to say out loud what a lovely home you have and how much you appreciate it, or express your appreciation for someone who does your laundry or cooks a delicious meal for you. Do it in a sincere way and you will see how quickly you find reciprocity and appreciation for this attitude. You can practice this attitude of gratitude with strangers. Do little favors, like returning the shopping cart to the store, rather than leaving it in the parking lot, or telling the waitress how much you appreciate her gracious attention to detail. The more willing you are to express gratitude, the more you will cultivate an experience of unconditional love which, as you already know, is the secret of manifestation. Be grateful and complain as little as possible. Remember my personal slogan, don't complain. Do not explain. Be content when you are about to find a fault in someone or in some situation. So instead say something that reflects a willingness to find love. They probably haven't been taught to do that job properly, instead of saying, there is no one left who knows how to do things right. I don't know where this world is going. The more you practice the absence of criticism and complaint, the more the emptiness in you will be filled with love and appreciation. Give yourself a specific period of time to practice and learn not to complain and find fault, perhaps 30 days. You will experience how you empty yourself of resentment and complaints from within, and their replacement by openness to love, appreciation and gratitude. The presence of unconditional love will lead you to the depths of yourself, where the manifestation of your desires is possible. Start and end the day with an expression of gratitude and give thanks. Every morning when you wake up you have been given the gift of a sunrise and 24 hours to live. It is a precious gift. You have the wonderful opportunity to take advantage of this day and live it joyfully, with appreciation for everything you find. Take a deep breath and be grateful for this magnificent experience of breathing in life and in love. Similarly, end the day with an expression of love and a repetition of the word peace, shalom. That word combines the sounds of manifestation and of that which has manifested for you. Be aware of the need to feel grateful for the suffering and struggles that are part of the fabric of your life. Sometimes it is very easy to simply feel angry at suffering, instead of acknowledging that it is a catalyst for your search and awakening. Your ability to know the power of kindness and love most likely arose from some darkness and pain experienced in the past. Without those experiences, you would still be stuck. Addictions teach the elixir of purity. Anger teaches the ecstasy of love. Ingratitude teaches the need for gratitude. Accumulating teaches the pleasure of giving. Your pain teaches you to be more aware of your existence and to love others. Your chickenpox taught you to avoid it later in life, by giving you the opportunity to build antibodies in your immune system. Life brings exams. Be grateful for those reviews, rather than being critical of them. Remember that the nature of thought is to increase. The more thoughts you focus on what you lack, the more deficient you will feel and the more complaints you will express. Similarly, the more you practice gratitude, the more gratitude and appreciation you will experience for all that life provides, and the more you will nurture your experience of abundance and love. And the more you practice it, even with the small details, the more abundant you will feel and, ultimately, the more you will attract to yourself. One of the things that I have been doing for years is offering an expression of thanks to God every time I find a coin, regardless of its value. The coin is for me a symbol of the prosperity that has been put in my way. I have found that I receive coins almost every day. A nickel here, a nickel there on the sidewalk. They appear regularly, almost as a reminder of everything that has manifested in my life. I just pick up the coin and say, "Thank you, my God. I know that you are working in my life and I am grateful for the symbol." Every time I receive a coin in this way, I feel the desire to extend the favor to others, with some form of generosity. Our gratitude will ultimately extend into generosity and service to others. Generosity and service, the final step in the demonstration. The natural extension of being grateful is the development of a generous heart. Perfect generosity is the willingness to give of oneself and of everything that has manifested without expecting anything in return. It may seem paradoxical to you that the final phase of manifesting your heart's desire is generously sharing what you have received and drawing your attention away from what you have asked to manifest. However, if you review all the principles of spiritual manifestation, you will find that this is consistent with what we have said so far. The manifestation involves connecting with the universal spirit, which is infinite and abundant in its variety. It is not about seeing your own needs, but rather about feeling complete with that radiant abundance. It is not about yearning and asking. It's about expressing unconditional love and drawing that abundant love into your individual life. As long as you are in your physical body, you will have desires. You don't have to be ashamed of it or not feel spiritual. Your body and the physical needs of your material being can be satisfied with abundant gifts, and they will be as long as you follow these 9 principles and do not allow your ego to take control of your life again. As you feel the presence of that abundance, your sense of gratitude will push you in the direction of generosity. It is in the expression of your generosity that you will feel most connected to the unconditional love of the universal spirit. The more you feel the desire to unconditionally share what you receive, the more you will experience the flow of it in your life. Generosity and liberation. Generosity is helpful for your own liberation insofar as it teaches you the inner quality of detachment. Detaching yourself and freeing yourself from the things you feel most attached to is the best way to free yourself from your ego. The need to hold on to things and money you receive arises from the feeling of being incomplete. The practice of generosity aligns you with your sense of love and wholeness. The generosity that freeing yourself from your ego gives you extends far beyond simply sharing your material possessions. Generosity means offering kindness, caring, love, and nurturing where they are needed. In addition, the spirit of generosity can be related, and ultimately is related to the way we treat ourselves. If you have a generous heart that is not anxious to give, you will treat yourself lovingly, and nurture yourself without any sense of guilt. If you are able to give freely, in an unconditional act of love, without expectations, you experience what I consider to be total freedom. You give up clinging to your conceited ego, which encourages you to believe in limitation and competition. This ability to give unconditionally is also an acknowledgement that what has manifested in your life comes from an infinite supply and that you can never experience an awareness of scarcity because you know that you are a part of that infinite supply. Giving and receiving, the way the universe works. Each time you breathe in and out, you participate in a process of giving and receiving that is vital to the material and spiritual world. With each inhalation you absorb the oxygen and nitrogen you need to exist, and with each exhalation you return the carbon dioxide that the entire plant world feeds on. The cycle of giving and receiving generously is exactly the same as the act of breathing. Look around you and see that everything in our universe is the result of giving and receiving. The entire food chain represents giving and taking life, and then giving again in an infinite cycle of material manifestation. The worms that the birds eat, their droppings, the food that the bird is, the recycling of the bird's meat, and so on. All of that has to take place here, in this universe. It is not something that comes out and then comes back in. It is simply a process of giving and receiving different forms of energy. The iron in your bloodstream is part of the infinite supply of iron that will return in another form once you have left the physical world, perhaps on the wings of a bat. You bring your own supply of iron and take the same. Giving and receiving is a natural function of life. The natural flow of give and take can be stopped by stinginess and hoarding. The process works the same way on a spiritual level. You send love and kindness, which are returned to you tenfold. The old saying, as you do, so they will make you, is more than judgmental advice. It is a fact of the universe, at all levels of consciousness. Actually, that is precisely the manifestation. You send loving energy to connect with what you want and it is returned to you. It is an action of give and take. However, you can interfere with this natural progression of give and take by selfishly holding on to what manifests in your material world and stopping the flow of energy that brings abundance. This awareness of scarcity is the work of the ego, which always feels incomplete because it is convinced that it is separated from God. Cultivate an attitude of generosity. Here are a few suggestions for putting generosity into your manifestation practice and maintaining the natural flow of give and take that moves your life. Recognize first that this is a way of being that can be developed. You may be convinced that giving is impossible because you have too little for yourself. If you are not generous when it is difficult to be generous, you will not be generous when it is easy for you. Generosity is a function of the heart, not the purse. You can give of yourself, share what little you have with those who are most in need, you can tithe to those who give you spiritual food without asking for anything in return. A generous heart is one that does not place limitations on its ability to be generous to others, and does not do so for reward or recognition. You can cultivate this attitude of generosity and practice it by sending love and kindness as often as possible. Ultimately, it will spread to others and lead you to a greater manifestation of your heart's desires. Think about the multitude of things you do each day for others, including animals and the environment you are a part of, and consider them as ways to practice generosity. Talking to a lonely neighbor, feeding a stray cat, opening a door, paying the toll on the car behind you anonymously, picking up your children from school, vacuuming the carpet, filling the car's gas tank to your wife, or whatever comes to mind in the thousands of actions you take every day. Remember that you practice generosity, rather than feeling ignored or unappreciated. And, most importantly, remember that giving without expectation of recognition is truly the work of your higher self. The ego needs and demands that it be honored as often as possible, accompanied by great fanfare. Try to keep your acts of generosity private, without bragging about your great generous spirit. Be aware of the inner resistance that arises within you when you feel the urge to give. Your fear of not having enough for yourself and your family, your doubts about whether others are truly in need, your shyness or embarrassment, the fact that others do not appreciate you properly or that they may only ask for more, are impulses that you must respect as valid. All these doubts and fears should be examined without prejudice. They represent a part of your conditioned response to generosity. By giving because one has a generous spirit and to extend love, and for no other reason, all those doubts are dispelled. I am often criticized when I give money on the street to an obvious drug addict. When they say to me, with that money they are only going to buy more drugs, my answer is, what they do with the money has nothing to do with the reason for which I gave it to them. This human being who connects with another in a spirit of love, can be the act of kindness and generosity that brings him a little closer to God, where genuine healing takes place. Make a point of practicing generosity during certain periods, particularly to help others. Sometimes I watch my youngest son playing soccer by himself, kicking the ball and wishing someone would play with him. Then I remind myself of the need to forget about the millions of things I have to do, my state of fatigue, my desire to watch a video or whatever, and I spend the next few hours simply spending my time with him. I am not doing it because I am magnanimous, but because it is an opportunity to be generous with my time and my love. It also gives me the glorious opportunity to do something that I really love, which is being with my boy, whom I love dearly. Practice the virtue of receiving. Accept help when others offer it to you. Allow others to do something for you, without feeling embarrassing or feeling that your independence is threatened. Remember that giving and receiving is the natural exchange of the energy of the universe. That is the very source of your manifestation practice. By rejecting the help that is offered to you, you interrupt the natural flow of energy, just as when you refuse to give. Practice and say, "Thank you, I really appreciate your help," even if your ego says, "I really don't need it." Receiving is part of the spiritual practice of manifestation, and it is up to you to allow that to happen in your life, with gratitude and love. Discover yourself the moment you experience ingratitude and use that moment to practice your new generosity. Once you perceive scarcity, your immediate inclination will be to accumulate, but dedicating yourself to accumulation only amplifies the effects of your feelings of stinginess and fear. This can be as simple as tipping more than expected, or it can involve expressing love or a compliment to those for whom you practice your lean behavior. In those moments, let yourself be guided by your higher self, who wants to experience joy and peace and show a little generosity. Remember that a generous spirit brings joy and strength to the mind. This is precisely how you will feel when you have overcome the conditioned response that leads to hoarding and stinginess. Practice giving a little more than you think you can give, and a little more than is comfortable for you. Be a little more patient with a child, give your spouse a passionate hug longer than the superficial hug he is used to, give a little more money than usual to the waitress who attended you during your stay at the hotel. Try to go beyond your limit of generosity, with the full assurance that this will not cause any difficulties in your life. Also know that this will give you a sense of spiritual fulfillment that will make you feel closer to God, and that it will really put you in touch with your higher self. You can also try being a little more generous to yourself than usual. Order that item from the menu that costs a little more, or give yourself a few extra vacation days, or indulge in a relaxing body or facial massage. Get in the use of projecting your generosity as a service. In this world we all live with other people, our encounters and relationships with them constitute a fundamental component of our life and influence ourselves and others. Service is a word that we don't usually think of as part of who we are in ordinary relationships. But the truth is that service to others cannot be separated from relationships. We will all benefit from assuming this as a conscious activity in our daily lives in relation to God, our fellow men, our environment, and ourselves. Millions of fibers connect us with our fellow human beings and, through them, we are connected with all the human beings that inhabit our planet. By cultivating an attitude of gratitude and generosity, you will discover that you want to be of service to others. It will then seem natural to you to also extend to others what you receive and make it available to them. If you receive a great teaching, you will want to teach it to others. If you receive love, you will want to project that love unconditionally outward. You will automatically perceive your relationships as gifts to put them at the service of others. As you contemplate your life purpose on the material plane, you will discover that the only thing you can do with this life is surrender it. You cannot hold on to anything in a constantly changing universe. You cannot establish rights to anything. Everything is transitory. The only part of yourself that is permanent, the one that does not change, is the spiritual essence that resides in an invisible dimension. You will find purpose and strength when you see that you are related to all other living things, and you will have purpose and feel at peace with yourself when you serve others in some measure. The very purpose of manifestation is to serve more fully and leave ego-dominated conceit behind. Your well-being, which is the purpose of manifestation practice, is genuinely and inextricably connected to the lives and well-being of others. Essentially, your interests are inseparable from the interests of others. It is this recognition of our fundamental interconnectedness that enables us to realize that we are all in a constant state of service to one another. It is this awareness that we want to hold most important in our mind, as we generate this principle of spiritual manifestation. Service is the option each of us has to show a helpful and healing attitude to others, as well as to ourselves. One of the natural consequences of feeling grateful for the manifestations of our daily lives is to experience the inclination to be generous. Gratitude, generosity, and a helpful attitude, taken as our purpose, constitute the fundamental values of this last principle. By taking service to others as one of your life purposes and leaving conceit behind, you discover the irony of manifestation. The more you decide to put yourself at the service of others, the more deeply you will experience unconditional love and the more things you will see materialize in your life. Service should be seen as a center of attention in your life, not as something that is limited to certain kinds of giving and sharing activities. Service is a state of mind that expresses love rather than fear, and trust rather than mistrust. And that makes us see others as equals with whom we share a spiritual identity. This inner attitude of love manifests itself in your actions. By accepting a commitment to lecture, I wish to be love and generously share what has been given to me. I have found that when I am about to address a large audience, the best way to get out of my ego, which is focused on its own rewards, such as applause, winning money, and receiving prizes, is to meditate for an hour before of the conference. The mantra that I repeat during my meditations is, "How can I help others?" I repeat these words to myself over and over again until they merge to form a peaceful inner attitude. Later, when I get ready to give the lecture, I focus all my attention on serving and I am not trapped by my ego. In this state of mind, I enjoy loving guidance that helps me serve all those in the public. Just because you serve others does not mean that you have to become a Mother Teresa. You will serve others by leaving the ego in suspense and extending the love that now fills that space. It can take a million different forms, but when practiced with authenticity, from the heart, it makes all that has manifested in your life worthwhile. You will only find it difficult to adopt this attitude of serving others in your life if you do it without love. The moment you impose a condition on your service, or ask for something in return, or hope that your offer will serve to get it back, accompanied by the appropriate response of gratitude, you introduce a conditional element, rather than unconditional love. The imposition of a condition then makes the service empty. If you are going to serve someone else, ask yourself if you can love the human being you want to serve. If you can't, don't give anything without love and just stop by and send him a silent blessing. If you have the feeling that someone is asking for alms simply induced by laziness or a desire to avoid work, and you feel that in the bottom of your heart, do not give them anything. Service without love is obligation, and carries with it guilt, anger, and resentment. Work towards a state of unconditional love in your efforts to be of service to others, and if you do not perceive true love, acknowledge it as well. This concludes the 9th principle of spiritual manifestation. Be willing to take whatever you have drawn to yourself as a result of your practice of the principles of manifestation, and then return it in a spirit of gratitude and generosity, by indulging in an act of service. The more you practice in this way, the more you will see the objects of your desire materialize regularly. There need not be any conflict between your spiritual awareness of wanting to serve others and the presence of your own desires. As Rumi observed almost a millennium ago, people who renounce desires often suddenly become hypocrites. You have desires, both on a material level and in terms of being more spiritually loving and generous in the service of others. The two do not have to conflict. I would like to end this last principle with another observation by Rumi, entitled "The Servant Who Loved Your Prayers." It synthesizes everything I have written, not just here, on this last principle on gratitude, generosity, and service, but throughout the book. Read the words carefully, and as you close the book and get to work on your own spiritual manifestation program, occasionally reread this passage from Jalaluddin Rumi, who was born in the year 1207 in the Persian Empire, in what is now known as Afghanistan. It will remind you of the role you play in all of this, a role that is only limited by the restrictions that you place on your spiritual consciousness. The servant who loved his prayers. At dawn, a certain rich man wanted to go to the steam baths. He woke up your servant, son Ker, hey. Wake up. Take the basin and the towels and the clay for washing and let's go to the bathrooms. Grijalbo has published a selection of his most important work, El Canto del Derviche, in 1996. Land creatures move on the ground. No intelligence can change this. There is only one who can open the lock on these issues. I wish you to always swim in the ocean of abundance, while manifesting your own divine destiny. Listen to your friend. Forget your imaginations. Forget about yourself. Listen to your friend. When you are totally obedient to it, you will be free. Sunker immediately gathered what was needed, and they set off, side by side. As he passed the mosque, the call to prayer sounded. Sunker loved to pray 5 times a day. I beg you, love. Rest on this bench for a while. So that I can recite the Azora 98, which begins by saying, You, who treat your slave with kindness. The master sat on the bench, while Sunker entered the mosque. After the prayers were finished, when the priest and all the faithful had left, Sunker was still inside. The master waited and waited. Finally, he shouted towards the mosque. Sunker. Why don't you go out? Cannot. This smart. It does not let me. Have a little more patience. I hear you out there. The master waited up to 7 times. And then screamed. Sunker's response was always the same, not yet. He still won't let me out. But there is no one in there except you. They have all left. Who makes you sit for so long? The one that keeps me here inside. It's the one that keeps you out there. The same one that does not allow you to enter, does not allow me to leave. The ocean does not offer your fish by itself. Nor does it allow land animals to enter where the delicate and subtle fish move. Summary. I would like you to see the 9 principles together so that you can refer to them frequently and see how they set up a step-by-step program for putting the awareness of spiritual manifestation into practice in your life. Each principle flows into the next, and if you apply them in this sequential way, I can guarantee you that you will begin to see yourself as an absolute miracle, as an individual connected to the universal spirit that pervades everything, in such a firm way that you will realize that you are the co-creator of your own life and everything that you attract to it. The 9 principles. 1. Be aware of your higher self. This awareness helps you see yourself as more than just a physical creation, leading to 2. To trust yourself is to trust the wisdom that created you. This principle establishes you as one with the universal force of God, which leads to 3. You are not an organism in an environment, but an environmental organism. This principle states that there is no separation between you and anything that exists outside of you in the material world, which leads to 4. You can attract what you want. This principle establishes your power to attract what you are already connected to, which leads to 5. Respect your worthiness. To receive this principle affirms that you are worthy of all that you have attracted into your life, which leads to 6. Connect to the divine source with unconditional love. This principle makes you aware of the importance of accepting your manifestations with absolute love, which leads to 7. Meditate on the sound of creation. This principle provides you with the tools to vibrate to the same sounds that are in the world of creation. These are the tools to attract and manifest, which leads to 8. Detach yourself patiently from the result. This principle highlights the need to eliminate demands and be infinitely patient, which leads to 9. Embrace your manifestations with gratitude and generosity. This principle teaches the value of taming the ego, feeling grateful, and putting yourself at the service of others with your manifestations. And build your destiny. Wayne Dyer.